Welcome to our English home talk. First, we like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending this Dhamma discussion. Today we discuss about Dhamma. Arana joined class. When our supreme teacher Lord Buddha asked the monks, Chakung Nichato Anichato, they answered, Nicham Bhante. The Buddha asked the monks if the seeing is a permanent thing or not. The monks replied, that is not a permanent thing. It is an illusion that never exists. Seeing means what we see. They see a book, a table, a bed, a daughter, a son, the moon. A process of seeing means we see things, we see shapes. It is a rupa aramane, an input from the eye senses. After the monks replies that the seeing is not a permanent thing, the Buddha asked the monks, is the seeing a pleasure or suffering? The monks replied, Dukkam Bhante. The monks replied that the process of seeing is a suffering. Then the Buddha asked, if your seeing is not permanent, it is an illusion, and if it is a suffering, then can we assign a life of what we see? The monks replied, no hetam bhante, meaning that no, you cannot assign a life to images. What the Buddha teaches us is that is an arhan anatma dharma. There is no life in what we see and feel. There isn't a self either. Ida pachitavi means that there are no things, nothing exists. This universal law is very complex. Now let us see, is there anyone anywhere? We think that the image we see in the mirror is me. That is only a thought. Just a thought, is it anywhere are thoughts too. Now you have to learn to the practical. First you need to have a knowledge about the universal law. Listen to sermons. Acquiring knowledge is called Suttamenya. To be practical, you have to maintain an awareness about the thought. You receive at every moment, apply the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana, which means you look at the thought and know that this is not something coming from the outside, but it is only a thought from your mind consciousness. Also know that this thought is also a lie. Do not accept any stimuli coming from your six senses as true. Nothing truly exists. There is nothing to believe in. Coming back to your question regarding Natimoksha, the rule of contemplation about the four requisites of a monk. Should you contemplate only on the four items, which are the robe, food, shelter, and medicine? What about the rest of the thoughts of society? You should contemplate on the food and apply that to smell the worm, to the cold, and to the touch as well. Contemplate and require it belongs to you. Contemplate using the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana. that there is nothing outside, that it is only thought, and that thought too does not exist. It also a lie. See the pure truth, the thought. Mm, so coming back, whenever you get a aramunu or stimulus from seeing an image or color, you do the pratyaksha. See with the wisdom of yatha bhuta jnana. Then when you hear a sound, you do the pratyaksha. And this point, by applying the wisdom of yatha bhuta jnana, apply the role of the awareness of pratyaksha to the smell, to the taste, to the warmth, to the cold, and to the feeling of touch as well, and inquire, is the me feeling can be there. You need to apply the called discipline only to the for expenses for robe, cloth, food, shelter, and medicine. You can apply the wisdom of Yatha Bhuta Jnana to each and every thought you receive. This state of nothing allowing ignorance to trick your belief in delusion is called avadya. Ashesha viraga nirodho. Avadya means ignorant. Avidya, sorry. Avidya. Avidya, ashesha viraga nirodha. Avidya means ignorant. He is not believe in the outside, and he will not believe that there is life in what you see. When you understand that the outside and the inside may concept in illusion, and that nothing exists, he beings to get to of thing and get go of stimuli that comes to him. The state of letting go is called avidya ashesha viraga nirodha. So now we understand that design something using sound and image. This design of something out of nothing is called sankara. We create sankara due to our ignorance. Dear Dhamma, we all when we practicing like this Dhamma, when we practicing our day-to-day life, in we sometimes we want to problem, we want to get solution from that. Then Buddothpada, our Dhamma teacher, always ready to the correct path. Then we can find that we join the class and everyone said, well,
Thirwan Saranai Vaniyan Mahansa.
Everyone said,
Thirwan Saranai Aryan Mahansa. Please accept my humble worship. I think we have been discussing about how the mind is formed last couple of days. That is the true Dhamma. I think anybody needs to understand. So if we analyze these thoughts, we know sometimes in our life, these thoughts we feel extremely painful, isn't it? Sometimes these thoughts become unbearable. Sometimes we feel it is too heavy, and we feel burdensome. So we feel the thoughts are heavier. So why? people suffer. Actually, people suffer in their thoughts. But if you really understand the nature of the thought or how the thoughts are formed, then I'm sure most of you will be able to free from your thought. So you'll basically able to avoid any pain or any suffering arise from the thought. Because flow of thought is a very natural process. One after the other, thoughts will continue to flow. Nobody can control. So mind is just like another sensor we call mind sensor. So there will be continuous flow of thoughts. But are these thoughts real? That is the question you need to ask yourself. So if you know these thoughts and also your so-called soul, you think yourself exists, so your soul, and also your mind, your thought, all these are a vibration, just a vibration. So if you understand this, I'm sure you will able to get rid of most of your problems. So now let me explain. So we will try to understand what is a vibration, because you will get to know everything is in the universe is a vibration. Even your soul, even your mind, even yourself, every object in this world is a vibration. So once you understand that, it will be very helpful for you to see the reality of your thoughts or reality of your soul. So what is a vibration? Now, to understand what is a vibration, what you can do is, for example, I say, you can hang any object with a string. You can hang any object you wish with a string. And then what you can do is, you can move it back and forth from a equilibrium point. So there is an equilibrium position, so that will hang from a particular position, and then in some rhythm move, you will move it back and forth. So what will happen? Now let's say you just do it little while and then you stop. Then after that, you will see a motion of the string, isn't it? Without any help, that string moves back and forth. So no one is doing that motion. So that string itself moves back and forth. So can you see a motion there? Can you see a energy to move back and forth now in the string? Yes. Now this motion we call vibration. Right? That is the vibration. So vibration means not a thing. Vibration means a speed or a kind of a motion, because that motion drives the energy. It is the vibration. So vibration we can say it is a kind of energy, or it is a kind of a speed. So you can see the frequency of the motion, number of times that this moves. So that frequency of the vibration, or the frequency, or the vibration, or the energy move, now we can measure, no? We can measure it. That's we call the frequency. So now you take anything in this world, every outside thing, I mean, everything you see as material things, because you have given names for everything. Sun, moon, chairs, desks, tables, mountains, rain, water, soil, then sand, grass, ocean. So all names, isn't it? Can you remember when you were at nursery, you were introduced with several names? You were shown a picture and then given a sound of sun, moon, etc., and then kind of a sound and form was formed in yourself, kind of a vibration. So, do we really find chairs, desks, table, rocks, mountains? Actually, our point of discussion here, I slightly, I want to move to really analyze what these material things are. But it's not the main, discussion. But we'll try to understand a bit on this law of nature as well. Because if you analyze the law of nature, you will realize everything is a vibration, or everything is formed of a wave. I'm sure you will have some understanding of atoms. We have learned in science. So actually, if you deeply analyze this each and every material thing, you will know all these things are made up of atoms. Right? So now if you drill down further, right, you will see even these atoms also in a constant state of motion. So even there you find motion. So it is not static, still in a motion, because the point you need to understand is this motion is the one which generates energy. Right? So there is a speed of particles, in other words. So tiny particles. Right? So that speed we call, that motion we call a vibration or a wave. Actually, even though I use the word tiny particles, there is even nothing called tiny particles. If you analyze that also a bit more, you will find there is nothing called tiny particle. Even that particle itself is also a kind of a speed. Or we can say it is an energy. So we call vibration. So that's why everything, if you analyze the fundamental level, you find nothing. You find only a speed or energy. That is, we call vibration. But to explain science or any other subject, we want a thing, no? To explain to a thing, to a child, we have to give a name and always mention about a thing. So that's why to our mind, we want things. Otherwise, we can't explain to somebody. So even this science, we go on to the level of atoms, particles, etc. Because otherwise people cannot understand. If you just say there is nothing here. But slowly, when you drill down to this, you will analyze at the fundamental level, the base level of any item, it is all vibration. It is all vibration. But the problem is our eye cannot see this. Our eye, our vision cannot see through this science because our sensor, it is a sensor. Now, eye sensor has its limitation because the eye sensor will create three-dimensional image. It cannot have the facility to, kind of a radar or something to see through this every object and to see how that particular thing is really formed. So we see all the time only material things. So we see soil. We see liquid, right? So, we feel air. We see objects. But you need to understand the whole universe, if you take, is made of continuous energy. There's nothing other than that. It is the energy and the vibration. Same. So it is the continuous energy. In other words, the entire universe is a field of vibration. Or we can say it is a field of energy. So it is a wave. And this vibration or a wave, if you analyze the term vibration, because in our discussion we use the vibration. Often we use that term. So this vibration, now you can understand nothing else. The vibration has the energy and some consciousness as well. So we can measure the vibration. So that means what's the number of waves occurred in a given unit of time. So I think you all know that is measured as frequency, hertz. Now, for example, we can measure the frequency of a sound wave. So our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So our ear sensor level, our eardrum vibrate for a sound wave. So sound wave means what? So you understand sound wave is a vibration in the air. There's nothing, no material thing. It's a vibration in the air. And what happened? Our eardrum too vibrate in a similar frequency and then generate the sound object or we call hearing. Then we say, I hear, right? I hear something. So now this vibration, when you take, even if you take the earth, right? So our earth also rotates. So this again, there is a motion. Can you see a motion? So the earth rotates and then it generates gravity power. So now in this discussion so far, you can understand this everything has a motion and generates some energy, right? So mind, if you take, mind is also what? Mind is also a vibration. So before 2600 years back, Lord Buddha explained this to the world. Yo banti vichitvana majje manta nalipati. So that explains the mental power, how the mental power generated. Can you understand that? Like the earth rotate and they generate the gravity power, same thing happened in ourselves as well. Our soul or our mind is also similar process. So that mental power generated. So you need to understand the science. Now, if you understand this, I'm sure you will able to understand that your mind is also nothing else. It is also just another form of a vibration. Now, if we analyze something like, let's say, a rain, so that name, rain, was given by us, isn't it? But if you really analyze what rain contains, the rain, even though we use a name called rain, it is form of tiny water droplets, isn't it? So some trillion, billions, tiny water droplets. But we don't say it is a water droplet. We say it is rain. Can you understand? We have given names for everything for identification. But if you really analyze the tiny water droplet that is made of huge number of water molecules. So again, if you go deep down, water means what? We know it is oxygen and hydrogen. So it is made of oxygen and hydrogen. So we don't see that in that way. But we do not see the science behind this. Actually, everything is formed due to vibration. But instead, we think all the time objects. Now, another example, if I take a river. So, what is a river? So, when you take river, right, river is a natural stream of water, no, flowing downward. So, but if you take some water to your hand, what it contains? It contains tiny, tiny water droplets, no? So if you drill down further, back again, water is made of hydrogen and oxygen. So now, can you understand? It is we who have given a name called the river for the identification, because we want names, objects to identify it. But if you analyze the base of all the universal things, it is none other than vibration. It is a speed. It is a motion. So, if I take another example, now you know about the Jupiter, right? So, Jupiter is the largest planet on the Earth, which has formed with dust and gas. You don't find any material thing there. But can you see some, you feel it is the largest, planet. So we have given a name also to identify it. But what it contains? Gas and dust. So it rotates faster, and these small particles will take some time to build a solid base. Still, it is in the form of gas and dust. So it will take some years to build a surface, solid surface. So this is what we need to understand. So everything, even though you see soil, rock in the earth, so behind all these, you have to understand it is the speed. Even if you analyze the soil, rock, everything, if you drill down and analyze, you will find all these made of atoms. And even there's nothing called atoms or small particles. Finally, what you have is kind of a motion there. Kind of a motion, and we generate some energy. So only problem is our eye cannot understand this. So basically everything outside, everything in the universe is a motion. So the one who learns science will know this very well. But our point of discussion here is, we know, we are not saying outside does not exist. We don't say even outside exists. Those two are extremes. Really, no point of, seeing any impermanency. For your knowledge, it is important. Sometimes I can remember before we find true Dhamma, we were sort of, seeing the impermanence in the outside material things. So we have been practicing it for some long, but that's not the correct path. Why? Now, if you take, for example, we can see children are dying, and also elderly, anybody will die. So we see that is also a kind of impermanence, isn't it? So we see that. But does that indicate any reduction of our requirements? So even though we know for sure we are going to die, still we have the jealousy, still we have the aversion, still we have the delusion. So I mean, we struggle, we fight, you see, and we have a greater need to satisfy ourselves than the others. So our ego, that matter for us a lot because we need to maintain our ego. So we don't want any harmful thing to see or to happen to our ego. The moment our ego is damaged or hurt, we are terribly upset. So this is the problem. Actually, these two extremes are not the solution. So the fact that there is an outside world or fact that there is no outside world, both are not the path. Those are two extremes. What is important is understanding the cause and effect. Cause and effect means we need to understand our soul or our mind is created this moment. That is the important thing. So world created this moment and it disappeared this moment because there is a thing called chitta niyamaya. So because those are like permanent things where you can't control it. So whenever a thought occurs, or we say your mind is formed then and there, but that thought cannot last even a second. It cannot survive. It has to die. So no one can change it, not a science or not a doctor or another specialist can change it. So it will happen in that way. That means the mind forms and then it can't live even a second. At a fraction of a second, it has to disappear. So that is the mind. So that is the soul. So we think there is someone living inside who is experiencing all these outside material things. And therefore we tend to believe outside this also exists and there is a living being inside myself who is also experiencing or enjoying the pleasures coming from the outside. That's how we believe. That is the ignorance. The problem is we can continue to do in that way, but someday we realize that this is not going to work. So I have my friends. I have spoken to them because some people, they spend a happy life, but the moment there is a problem to one of their loved ones or if there is a demise of one of their loved ones, they can't bear it. After that, they can't spend their normal life. I mean, however then they go various places to make up their mind and they are finding solutions. Some people take medicines, you see. And then what happened? So the thoughts becoming extremely painful. Sometimes it becomes very unbearable. That's why some people suicide themselves. Do you think people suicide for fun? Because there is an inner burn of the thought and they can't, they do not know what's happening here. So they are unable to cope up with it and they decide as the only option is to stop the flowing of the thought is to suicide themselves. Otherwise, their hand will not say, no, I want to suicide. Their body will not say, their feet will not say. So then who has the issue? The issue is the mind. Because there is a continuous flow of thoughts. And these thoughts, they can't bear. They don't know how to get rid of this. Instead, they believe this is my soul. Now I'm very hurt and I can't get rid of this painful thought, so I'm going to suicide. So this is the pathetic situation. But if one can understand, like the earth which rotates creates the gravity power, it is your body also is same. It is part of the law of nature. Entire universe is also a law of nature. So your body or your system is also part of that law of nature. So same way, your system to generate power. That is the mind power. That mind power is not a permanent thing. That keeps on changing. So this is what you need to understand. So actually, if you analyze the self, the soul you are talking is a power or energy. There is no any other soul. So as I told you earlier, Buddha also revealed the same thing to the world in Majjhima Sutra. That is, Yo Bhante Vijitvana Majjhe Manta Nalipati. This means when there are two extremes exist, it creates power. So what are the two extremes? One of the extreme is that you think the outside is real, right? And then the other extreme is what? You think there is a continuous soul inside, some soul inside within you. That is the mistake. And then what happens? It creates power. So, but you need to understand there's nothing called a continuous a feel. Someone is enjoying inside. What happens is your sensor, all these sensors generate power. Right? So this sensor generates sensor pleasures. Now, for example, let's say you are now in the garden. So I'm sure when you want to select flowers for the garden, you will definitely, you won't be selecting a single color flowers. Instead, you will go for variety of, colors, variety of sizes of flowers, and then variety of leaves, So you always look for variety. So when you now stand in front of your garden, so your eye keeps rotating, isn't it? Now, once you look for the white rose, you can't keep your eye on there for a long time. Then automatically you will be looking at a red color rose. Then again you will go near the jasmine tree and try to get the feel of smell, right? So then you will touch leaves, or you will touch some flowers. So can you understand your senses invite you for pleasures? So actually this happens in the system automatically. So at your sensor level, if you analyze how your sensor works, now your eye sensor, at your eye level, it doesn't identify whether it is a red rose or a white rose or whether it is jasmine. It cannot identify. But there is some kind of a feel of awareness arises, like something, some light or some color is formed, and that on that there is some consciousness we call I consciousness arises. But the I consciousness, it is a feel of something there, but it will not able to identify what the flower is. Whether it is a flower even, it doesn't know. Whether it is red or white, it doesn't know. The name of the flower, it doesn't know. Right? So what happens here is, I'm sure in your younger age, if you go to your childhood, you will remember the very first day you learned about colors, red, white, blue, green, right? And also the first day you learned about roses, jasmines. So what happened? Now in your system, somebody needs to, tell you this is rose, this is jasmine. So what happens is, at your eye level, kind of a form created, and then the sound is given as rose. So it is a different vibration at your ear level, and then without your knowledge, nobody is doing this. Without your knowledge, another vibration occurs, combining these two vibrations. So even though we say it is two vibration, you have to understand. So when you experience the rose, definitely you experience the color and you experience even the touch feeling. So your body also, so all that sensor feelings will come together. And then kind of a combined feeling, kind of a vibration form. So that is the arise of the mind consciousness. So nobody is doing this. It is like a current. Moment, automatically the sound and forms connected. And they connected, and now there is a flower called rose in your system, right? So if it is, if you are in another country, definitely it will be a different set of name. But now in your system, there is a thing called a rose, right? So for example, when we say mother, so mother was also introduced into your system in the same way. Son, this is mother. So at your eye level, there is a kind of a form. And then at your ear level, sound of the mother. And then what happened? Nobody is doing this automatically. That is the law of nature. Because that two vibration and this two vibration combine and form to a different vibration. So that is the rise of the mind consciousness. But if you are, let's say, if you are born in a Japanese family, they will not say mother. They will say haha. For father, they will say chichi. So for the older brother, they will say ani. So for the grandfather, they will say sofu. For the grandmother, they will say sobo. For the baby, they will say akachan. So now, what will happen? Let's say for an English-speaking person, if somebody comes and say akachan, if you doesn't know Japanese, that image will not come to your head. Why? That particular form was not created through a sound in your system. That vibration is not there in the system. So if somebody say haha, then your system will not recognize your system will not, your mind consciousness will not form the mother image, because that is the Japanese word. Therefore, now you can understand language means this. So why you need a language? Because to identify everything on this world, you need, you need words. Otherwise, you can't identify. So that means a sound. So for each and every form, through a sound, the world is created for you. After that, in your world, you have a mother, you have a father, you have sisters, you have brothers, you have your own house, so everything. Then you may be a doctor, even all the subjects you learn, all the studies you do have formed in that way. Then actually it is not done by anybody. Automatically that vibration occurs. So Kubbe Nivasanusati Jnana means what? That is the jnana where you see how the previous thoughts were formed. The original vibration, how it was formed. Then you will realize the infant who had a radiant mind, he did not know any of this. For his eye level, it was just a photo. Nothing more than that. Just an image, just a kind of a photo. Doesn't understand anything. But slowly, what happens? Through a sound, the world is created. So then what happened? The moment the world one by one created, it becomes my mother, my house. This is my land, my pencil, my eraser, my cutter, my book. So all that comes, and slowly the jealousy, aversion, all defilement started. This is what happened. So we have to understand what really happened to us. So if we take what really happens in our system, so each and every moment, once exposed to the vibration, our sensors spark. Because anyway, it's all vibration. Now you understand. So the rise of the vibration occur at your eye sensor level is the light object, kind of just a light, kind of a color, image, some shapes. So then there is the the eye consciousness arises, some feel of awareness. So that feel is the important thing. Then what happens? Your mind consciousness arises due to a telepathy mechanism. It is not a memory. You think it is the past memory, but it is not the case. This arises, this works to a telepathy mechanism. So what happens is, the moment that eye consciousness arises there, it is also another vibration. You have to understand, all these are form of different vibration. And then what happens? From the telepathy mechanism, your mind will, the mind consciousness arise with the original vibration which was formed your system. Because there is some previous combined field given to the system saying that this is your mother, or this is the rose, This is so whenever somebody say rose, automatically the combined feel of a rose appear as the mind consciousness. When somebody say your mother, the moment the sound vibrate here, that matches to the telepathy, and in the telepathy mechanism, and automatically combined feel of the mother. When I say combined feel of the mother, I mean even you can see now if somebody say over the phone mother, in moment you are not seeing the mother, but your mind consciousness get the full feel of the mother smell, mother kindness, mother figure, mother size. So everything comes. So some combined feel comes. That's why we say it is a combined shot. In other words, kind of a combined shot. But remember that combined feel cannot last. In other words, that's the thought. That is the arise of the mind. That is even the arise of the soul. That feel, it appear and then it disappear. But your problem is you think that feel is the soul. Now you think, no, I get a feel and this is me, this is I, this is the one which is enjoyed by that so-called I inside your body. No, there is nothing called a soul. So every moment, mind form, mind disappear, mind form, mind disappear. Can be for a sound, or can be for a light object, or can be for a body feeling, okay, and can be for some taste, can be for some smell. In whatever form, what happens, your mind consciousness derives feelings. So then that combined feel arising means the mind consciousness, nothing else. So there is all the time some feel. That feel can be, happy feel, or can be sorrow as well. Right? So we have to understand this feel that comes, and also that disappear there itself. So we think that feel is the soul. We think there is a continuous soul living in our body, enjoying all these feelings. No, actually what happened, every moment kind of a feel arises and then it disappears. Now you can start practicing it. Just maybe you are now sitting, just look at whatever the things outside yourself. So now you can see maybe several things, if you are in the garden, several flowers you can see. So when you look at the red flower, it's a different feel. Then when you look at some tree, it is a different feel. So if there is any garden fruit, some fruit tree with some fruits, then totally your feel is different, isn't it? So when you look at a bird, your feel is different. So likewise, can you see naturally the feel appear and then it disappear. But anyway, what happened is, as I told you, whatever this mind consciousness, it is a combined shot, a combined feel. So it is a natural thing that automatically comes as per the telepathy mechanism. There is nothing called memory. So there is nothing called a soul. What happens is every moment the sensor helps to generate the feel. The sensor helps. So with the sensor's help, mind consciousness arises. But I told you, it is not permanent. It can't last even for a second. So at a fraction of second, it disappears. So that means what? Your soul disappear. There is nothing called soul. That feel you incorrectly taken as soul. So therefore you can understand you unnecessarily taken a burden thinking that there is a soul. Because all the time you are thinking. You are thinking. Now that whatever sense pleasures, sense feelings is a natural thing. But can you understand you are thinking using a different thought? I see it, oh, that is my flower, that is mine. And so you are thinking. Even now, if you take now this particular flower, I mean for your eye level, there is no difference actually whether it is kind of red or white rose or whether it is a jasmine. It doesn't have any sense. So at your sensor level, it's just an image only. But the problem is, if you take, for example, your mind sensor, even for a mind sensor, all these garden flowers are one object only. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it is a red flower or green flower or whether even there are flowers or no flowers. It is just a thought only. But the problem is you have to understand there is a system which has practice, because you think that there is a soul and there is a way in which you have practiced things in your whole life. So and also there is a worldly perception behind you. That means mother, father, your religion, culture, the way you dress, the way you walk, the way your lifestyle, the way you eat. So all that if you take, everything is kind of a habit. So there is some way you have used to do things in your life. So things happen. Things happen according to the way it is created in your system. So if you are born in an Asian country, the way you dress would be different if you are born in a different country. Lifestyle would be different. So you need to understand the nature of this soul. So there is actually nothing called a soul. It is something we think. From a different thought, we think that is I see, that is mine. That is also different vibration, in other words. So now when we analyze this Yobante Viditwana, you can understand that when there are two extremes, it creates power. Right? In other words, for your system to generate the power, there shall be two different extremes. Like a battery generating power, plus and minus. Right? So when there are two extremes, power is generated. So same thing happens in our body as well. Right? So our body sensor system, if you analyze, it also like a circuit. Right? So the sensors continue to spark. And things will happen. Now, for example, you go to the kitchen. And try to cook a meal. Right? Now let's assume you are going to make a curry, some chicken curry, let's say. Then the moment it is also a thought which is coming from a different sensor. It is not something a soul is doing. You have to understand all this is a sensor system. You can't control the flow of thoughts. Thought will come one after the other. Then what happens? The moment that thought comes, automatically Your system has previous vibration on how to prepare a curry. Then what will happen? Automatically, if the things are there, that will happen. You can practice yourself and see when you are in the kitchen. So, what does that mean? Automatically, naturally, it is not that you are thinking and selecting. You know what are the, because that previous vibration is occurred to the system. Therefore, automatically that signals, created, and automatically your body moves and that happens. Now, for example, when you want to cut a vegetable or when you want to cut an onion, you are not thinking and take the strike, no. You do that cut in a very rhythm movement. You haven't even, maybe you are thinking something else while you are cooking. But that naturally, that occurs. So slowly you can practice these small things. So even let's say you want to drink some water, what happens? Your body, there is some thirsty feeling comes. That's the very natural thing. So then automatically your body moves to the water filter, and then you drink the water, and then that goes into the body. And then after that it goes out from the body also, not done by yourself. So you have to understand. So you breathe in and out. So that's not done by you. It's a natural thing. So hungry means what? Some burning occur in the stomach, indicating that body indicates that it needs some food. So everything, if you analyze, there is some system working here. That is the point you need to understand. So, but problem is you think, you connect all the time this I or your ego, your soul to everything. You never know the shorter lifespan of yourself. You have only this moment. So this moment, everything occurs and everything disappears. So you have only this moment. Because your mind is formed, it's a vibration. It's a kind of a power generated. So your soul means that particular thing, that feeling. That feeling comes, naturally disappears. So why you want to so much worry about past thoughts, past feelings, past situations? So you have only this moment. Do you have a future? Even if you are thinking about a future, that is your mind sensor different thought. What's the point? What's the value? Mind means at your mind level, it is always a previous vibration. Because mind does that mind consciousness means what? Always looking at a previous vibration occurred to your system. So it is anyway in the past. You have not, you have no way to experience the present mother. Only thing is, present mother is outside. Your eye cannot recognize the mother, but that combined field of the previous vibration appears. So due to your ignorance, you connect the two. Connect the outside image to that combined previous original vibration. That's how the two extreme created, and that's how all the attachment created. So what we say is, you need to think about your mother. It's really important. You do all your duties to the mother. But the reason is, we have seen some people, when their mother dies, the daughter also can't survive. Because to that extent there is attachment. Why that attachment build up? Because of the ignorance. So that's why you need Dhamma. Dhamma is helpful for you to detach yourself automatically knowing the truth. So we are helping you to understand the truth behind your thoughts. Then you will able to, understand the reality and get rid of that particular situation. Isn't it work for you? So this is the real message we want to communicate. So you can contact with the same world in the same way. You do your duties, you cook for your children, you look after them very well. But remember, when you know the reality, you must know everything. Your so-called soul, there is no soul, but that combined feel, everything comes as a thought. Thought means what? It is sounds and form. It is a form of previous, vibrations. So, do you want to so much bother about your thoughts? So, it is only this moment. We know the thoughts can't survive. It will occur, it will disappear. So, maybe in the beginning, when you're at this initial stage, once you learn true Dhamma, you will able to relieve yourself by doing some kind of contemplation of this true Dhamma, and after some time you will automatically feel free yourself from the thoughts. You will not have big attachment towards anything. I think that's very helpful, because the more you attach, the more you suffer. Because I know there are some parents, they are pretty much, they have a pressure because their daughters or son leave home for maybe occupation. Then until they come home, this elderly mother is very uncomfortable. This is unnecessary. This is unnecessary. This is just unnecessary burden this mother is bearing. So if the mother knows the truth of all these, actually it is attaching to a thought. So why you want to attach to a thought and feel uncomfortable yourself? So understand the reality, and then you will be very relaxed and you will be very cool. But you will be doing everything in the perfect way. So this is our message, and I'm sure today this is enough. We can continue this discussion tomorrow as well. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai my Dhamma friend. Thank you.
Attending this Amazon talk. When our Buddothpada Arinathe until they joined with us, we discuss about Dhamma. What the Buddha teaches us in the Vidarshana meditation is to see the pure truth in whichever position are in. That is to see or to be aware that there is no outside, no in there is an inside. Everything we expressing as coming from outside is actually only a thought, and that the thought is also a lie. We have to be aware about it while we are seated, standing, walking, or lie down. In teachings of the Patisampada, also known as the dependent origination, the Buddha explains how we all create our own rebirth and suffering due to ignorance about the pure path, pure truth. Vipassana meditation allows us to break that cycle of suffering and rebirth and realize the pure truth. Vipassana meditation can be done in any position you are in. You need to assign a separate time to practice this meditation. Whenever you receive a thought, if you maintain an awareness and be mindful that what you see outside does not exist. It is only a thought, and that thought too does not exist. This is called Sati Sampajanya. This awareness with the understanding of the pure truth of meditation. It is wisdom that takes you on the path to realize the pure truth. With wisdom, when we realize the pure truth, you are automatically able to maintain Samma Satya. When you have Samma Satya, you are able to see the illusion of every thought you receive and not get affected by it. Wisdom is an awareness beyond the illusion of the vijnana or mind consciousness. The wisdom beyond the mind is known Lokuttara Bhumi or the super mundane plane. And there's no difference between the way to the day living and meditation. When you go on living your normal life with the awareness about the pure truth, you automatically become one with the truth. You realize that your path. When Anandathera became an Arahant, he was not in any of four postures that the Samatha meditations are instructed on use. Don't you have only four bodily positions in which to do the concentration meditation? On the day Anandathera realized Nibbana, he had just finished his walking meditation and he was just about to keep his on the pillow sleep when he became enlightened. Anandathera attained the state of an Arahant, a fully awakened mind. That posture in which he achieved enlightenment, he not any of four postures even for a meditator. Then how did Anandathera realize Nirvana? There is no particular posture. For the Vidarsana meditation, when you experience everything like clean, hearing, smelling, tasting, touching, and thoughts from your mind, you have to be mindful that is only a thought. You have to be aware that the outside you see and the inside you feel is an illusion, and that even the thought is a lie. This is seeing the pure truth in everything we experience. This is a way to go on the path of attain enlightenment. The method of eradicate ignorance title of the another reason why we cannot assign a posture of the body for the meditation is because there is their mind. If you think that you can realize yourself from the mind, where is the mind? If the mind does not exist anywhere, is there a position in which we can find the mind? No, we cannot assign a position. If you think that you had the past that exists in the past, that will only strengthen your concept, yourself. Your concept means that is called drishtiya. It is a false view that exit end of that exit in the past. The truth is that there is nothing as a past. At the beginning of the teaching of the Dhamma, we speak about things made up of the four elements. But as the teaching progresses towards the end of the teaching, we use sutras and explain to you now this status of four elements don't exist. Words two are all the lie. Even though we talk about the past, there is no such thing. Even now, we can use words, but to have deep and clear understanding about the Dhamma when you speak. Like, from what I did there, we believe past exists. Yeah, friend. Yeah. Like this, when we practicing Dhamma or Buddothpada in our day-to-day life, sometimes we face of some problems or um, some problems. Then we also need a solution. Our Buddothpada spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Arinhatya, always try to explain the correct path to Nirvana. So, we will in a moment. Buddothpada Arinhatya join the class. Everyone, 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 Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai Aran Maharsa, please accept my humble worship. Thiruvan Saranai everyone. Today we are planning to discuss true Dhamma. So what is true Dhamma? I think everyone has this problem. Because I don't think anybody want to die with a wrong belief. Everybody wants to know the truth. Because if you are in blind or if you do not know the truth, then you will die also as a blind person. Because not knowing the truth is the issue here. So do you want to die with a wrong, belief? Or do you want to know the exact truth? So this is the question you need to ask yourself. Maybe you can continue to, have a wrong kind of views in you, and you can just enjoy your life or do whatever the stuffs you want as it is. And maybe after some times you will realize what's the meaning of all this. It is true. We have to, spend the ordinary life. So that is very normal, natural thing. We need to eat, we need to learn, we definitely want to go for a job. Otherwise, we do not have any income to survive. So definitely, we have to, continue the life in the same ordinary way. But is it enough? That is the question I think we need to ask ourselves. So why you need to research a bit more? Because there are a lot of, positives or advantages you will enjoy if you really know the truth behind yourself. Because we know we suffer in our life in many ways. Maybe for example, if I take example of your job, just analyze your job. Maybe to get a job, you have to give a big effort, isn't it? At the same time, maybe to survive in the job, again, you have to give some fight. So you need to, collect a lot of paper qualifications, and then maybe you will meet some difficult bosses. So you have to somehow, manage them. Sometimes difficult subordinates, So all that is a challenge, isn't it? So the moment you connect with the outside environment, definitely you can understand suffering comes. So sometimes when you go to bed, you feel very relaxed because at least you have time for yourself, isn't it? And then back again, you have to deal with the same work, and sometimes you are tired, sometimes you feel bored, and that's the one side. And another side, you have an inner burning, isn't it? So the burning or kind of a stress all the time you have, because in life is that life, you have to undergo some level of a stress, right? So maybe you are a mother who has to look after the kids, and at the same time you have to earn some income, and at the same time you have to look after yourself. So you have to look after the others, maybe your parents, your sisters, brothers. So a whole sort of commitments, and definitely the life is not, kind of a very beautiful, like a rose, right? So definitely you will have uh, some negative things coming, some sufferings you will have to undergo. So therefore we need to understand, is there a way that I can, uh, deal with the same world but without much complications? That's the question you need to ask yourself. Because most of the time, when you try to deal with the outside environment, you tend to, get many problems. Burnings, stress, anxiety, depression, sometimes all that comes. Sometimes you don't want to meet some people, or you try to, avoid certain situations because you are under some stress. So we want to deal with the same whole world in the same way? Or do you think, is there another path where you're able to manage everything and at the same time you are doing whole thing but you are very peaceful? So this is the thing. Everybody wants some peace. You know that peace is actually nibbana. That is the nirvana. So that peace will not arrive just by thinking. I mean, maybe you will enjoy some peace. For example, you hate somebody and you don't want to meet that person, and you will not maybe want to go to that particular party or whatever, or to meet that person. So that's also you will feel some, I have some relaxation or some peace. But That's not the real, thing. The real thing, actually, you have to understand. The real peace is where you will able to, contact any person on this world, enemy or whoever, but yourself will not undergo any complications. I mean, you have no issue whatsoever dealing with the same whole world. So this is the peace. This is the correct peace one need to experience. So is there a way? Is there a path? Yes, there is a way. I'm sure many people will interested to know this message because this message will truly eliminate the anxiety, the depression, the whole problems one will undergo. Because definitely person needs some kind of a stress. So people try to manage stress. Actually, when they watch TV, what will happen? Maybe their stress level on a particular thing will go down because now their attention is on something else, and maybe for like few hours, so their mind is cool. Just because now their mind is in something else. Or maybe you listen to music, then the same thing happen because now your mind is in the music, you are enjoying the music, and now you are sort of cool, happy only for a few moments. So, is there another way that every time you feel relaxed? It is not by, changing yourself from maybe watching to TV, then sitting in the garden, or maybe doing something else, or try to keep you busy in something, try to get rid of the thoughts flowing. So you want to busy yourself, or you want to make sure you are busy and you are doing something, so that since you are busy, that particular thoughts or that negative things or whatever, the unwanted thoughts will not come. So this is how many people in the world, try to get rid of the unwanted thoughts. But there is a very effective way. I think that is the path we are trying to tell you. Actually, we are trying to tell to the world. And even before 2,600 years back, Lord Buddha revealed the same, that particular truth to the world. So that truth is very, very effective. I mean, it's not another magic, or that's not kind of different just thoughts, or a different subject, or it's not another theory you need to learn. But really, this is the science we are telling you, that the science of yourself. So that is your story, basically. So once you understand your complete story, I'm sure you'll get rid of these whole problems. So let's try to understand what's really happens to us. This is something you may not have heard before. But really, because one must understand the reality. That is a science. That science you need to understand. So you need to listen. You need to understand the truth. So what's the truth? Now let's see, in front of you, there can be various things. Now, for example, when I'm delivering this speech, I'm in my living room. So I can see various stuffs, around me. Some flower vases, then a bottle, then a nice dining table and a computer, a lamp, television. So several I can see. I can see the walls, So what's if you really analyze how I really experience the world is like, when I see something, maybe for example, let's say a vase, flower vase. So that vase is my soul. So that is my soul. So when I see it, because I feel, can you understand? I feel it. Then after sometimes what happened, then I'm going to look at something else, maybe the wall. Okay, now my mind is not on the vase. Now my mind is on the wall. Look, now my soul also keep changing because now I look at the wall and I see the color there. And now my mind is the wall. Right? So I feel the wall now. I feel the wall. So that feel is the soul. So there is no any other soul here. That feel is the soul. So I feel. Now I feel the wall. So same way, now I look at my dining table. And when I look at my dining table, what happens? I can see the table and I feel it, so that feel is the soul. So what does this mean? The mean is our soul, keeps on changing. Can you see my feeling? Keeps on changing because the feel that I had on the wall was different to the feel that I had on the flower vase. Because my vase has different colors, you see, and nice roses. And the feeling that I get on it is completely different to the wall because the wall is pure white wall. And I do not have the same feeling that I have on the vase on this wall. And so that feel get changed from one to another. That means what? That is the change of soul. So there is no any other soul. So you have to understand your life means this. Your life is you live a moment. So that moment can be a vase, or that moment can be maybe a wall, or that moment can be a dining table. So that moment, it dies there itself. Then many people doesn't want to, hear the word death. Because some people think it is a very negative word. But what I'm trying to explain here is your feel, that feel has a very short lifespan, isn't it? That feel keeps on changing. So the moment you look at something, you have a different feel. And then the moment you look at another thing, that feel is different to whatever the previous feel. So it keeps on changing. Now this feel is you. Actually, that feel is the soul because I feel I'm living, just because of that feel, isn't it? So because of that feel, I think I'm living. But do you understand that feel keeps on changing? That change. Maybe now I remember my son, and then that image of my son, appear in the mind, and then now I have a different feeling completely when I remember my son. So now see, you have to understand. So this particular field has a very shorter lifespan, because at a fraction of second, this particular field will disappear. But back again, you are born in another field. Maybe, let's say, vase. And there you have a different feeling, but at a fraction of second, that disappears. Maybe you will born on let's say, in that vase, there are several, flowers. Some are pink, some are red color, some are white color. Right? So then you see some variety of colors, and what happens, your feel on a one color, ceases there, and back again you are born in another color. This is your soul. The soul is that particular feel. But we think there is a continuous soul living in our body. This is the mistake we have. We think there is a continuous somebody living in our body who has a feel of several things. For example, this particular vase. So you think there is someone living inside, that person will feel the red flower, then that person, change, and then it will feel the pink color flower, and then it will change, and then it will look into some white color flower. So it keeps on, that's how you feel. But actually what's happening is, there is no such soul, or there is no such continuous living being inside your body. What happens here is a very clear science. That science is, the moment you look at the flower, there the feel arises. That the moment you look at it, the feel arises, and that feel is the soul. The soul arises, and then it can't live. It can't live. At a fraction of a second, it disappears. And then what will happen? Back again, you are born in another color in the same vase. Because now we are looking at a different color, a rose. Right? And then you are back again. You are born in another flower. Because now you feel. So then what happens? Now can you understand? Your soul was born in the first field, and then it got disappear immediately, and then you are back again born on a same or another color, and then you back again experience the cessation of that particular field. And then back again you are born in another color. And then maybe, let's say, white color. So can you understand? So this field rise and disappear. So that soul, otherwise that particular field means what? That soul. Actually what's happening here is that particular soul arises and then it disappears. Because it can't live. It can't live. Then back again another field arises and then disappears. This is how scientifically this happens. But you think you think somebody is living inside and that one have this particular field. No, actually what arises here is there is no soul. There is no soul living inside. Instead, what you experience is every moment some field arises and then disappears. But at a faster speed, another field arises, that also disappears. Then another field arises, disappear, arises, disappear, arises, disappear. So when this continuously happen, what will happen? You think I am living. No, that's me. I seen the thing. These are my flowers. Look how this beautiful are. Because my eyes also now keep, rotating. Like I'm looking at the red, and then the very next moment trying to enjoy a different color. Then I'm trying to enjoy another variety of a color, because I can see a couple of, variety of colors here. So my eye also, keep, kind of moving from one color to the another, and try to, get some pleasure, because because I need some variety. I can't be looking at the same flower again and again. Instead, without my knowledge, I can see my eyes are also rotating, and, I'm trying to sort of like looking to the same whole bunch of flowers and trying to enjoy it. Like this is what really happens to you, because your body actually is a sensor system. Your eye is a sensor, and your mind is also mano sensor, or the mind sensor is another sensor. So what happens is, there is a kind of a sense of pleasure, you see, and this sense of pleasure is the feel that, that will invite for us to look into various things, and, so then we feel like we alive. So this is the secret behind everything, because then we feel like we continue. Okay, now I see the flowers. So that automatically, that naturally, comes to you. But actually what's happening here is, there is no soul. What's happened here? This is a system. This is a sensor system. And the sensors you can't control. So the sensors, the moment the sensors activate, what will happen? There will be a feel, but remember that feel is the soul. There's nothing else. If you think there is a soul, that feel is the soul, but that feel disappear there itself. That means your soul also disappear. It dies all the time. Every moment it dies. But we do not know this. We think there is a continuous soul, living inside, who is enjoying, each and every moment. No, each and every moment what happens is, this system or these sensors, your body sensors will, continue to work, and then it will generate sense of pleasures. And that sense of pleasure means what? It is the feel. That feel, it can't last for long. So it arises at this moment, and then it disappears at a fraction of a second. This is what really happens to you. So the point we try to explain you is the Anatma doctrine. This is the doctrine even explained by Lord Buddha before 2,600 years back. The point is that there is no soul, but there is a system happening here, and we feel, but there is no we. That is the message we need to understand. So this is not difficult. If you really get the true Dhamma message from a noble friend on how your mind is formed, then most of your problems will be solved. Because you need to now understand how your senses work and how this mind is formed. And I'm sure you have a lot of issues. You think that your mind is inside the brain, and sometimes all those are incorrect. Actually, there is no place for your mind. mind is like a current. So that you have to understand, right? So it's like a battery, the battery and its acid will help to generate the current. But current is not belong to the acid or the battery, isn't it? The same way, your whole body or the sensor system will, will support the whole process, but your mind is the current. So, like the current in a battery, current generated by the battery. So, battery and the acids, we can say like our body or our brain or whatever you can say. But the current, what it generates is the mind. So, this is a very quick thing, kind of a spark or something. Kind of a current will appear each and every moment, and you will feel it. So then you feel, look, I live, I feel, I'm living. So that naturally comes. This is the problem. So what is the issue here? Why we need to study this further? Because the problem is, now you think, every moment our soul appear and then disappear. But are we taking in that way? No. Now every moment, we think we live and we try our level best, to satisfy ourselves. So we have a kind of a burning, kind of a, yes, I would say it's a burning. So we have a real burning inside, to satisfy ourselves. So we have all the, kind of maybe anger towards somebody. We hate people because we don't like some people. And then, of course, we have a huge competition. I must, work, everything over the other person. Now, all this comes, all the aversions, everything comes. So you need to understand why this happens to me. Because I'm sure, now you see, if you go to a wedding, now you are sure that you will stay in that wedding for maybe maximum, let's say, 2 hours. But I'm sure the moment you enter to the wedding hall, you will be trying to find the most secure place for you to sit, the most comfortable place, and you want your eyes to see the best view of whatever, and you will find the best suit location to sit. So why is that? So now you need to analyze yourself why this happens to me. So definitely then, don't you think you have a competition there? Definitely you have some competition because you are sad. Let's say if you have to happen to sit in a maybe a different place which does not, matches to your expectation. Definitely you will feel sad, isn't it? So you don't want to sit in that place. The whole 2 hours, you don't want to sit there. So and now you need to analyze why that happens to you. Because the problem is you think there is some self inside and you have a plan to satisfy that I-ness or that particular soul inside, and therefore you take every effort, maybe to wear the particular, whatever the costume and you want to select for that wedding function. I'm sure you would have gone to several shops and You may be wanting to select the very unusual or different kind of a costume. So you want to spend your time and also spend your money. So why this happens? Because you want to satisfy this particular soul inside you, and therefore you have kind of a pressure, isn't it? You have a kind of a stress feeling to satisfy that particular soul. And sometimes maybe in the same wedding, you will see some different person, maybe wearing a very luxury, kind of a jewelry, and you are sure that you'll never able to get that kind of a jewelry in your whole life. So then what's your thinking? Definitely either you will sad, or maybe you just want to, I mean, even though you want to chat with the person, you keep your eye on that particular jewelry because you don't want to show to the other person that, kind of, I mean, you want it to, you just look at it to, I mean, so all this why? Because your ego, the ego comes. So you also do not want to second to that person. So so because you want to always maintain your ego, all this happens very naturally. So this is the point, which I'm trying to explain you. Because even though you think that the soul is good, the problem here is to satisfy that particular soul, you really have a burning. So you have all the issues because of this soul, if you really analyze, because you want to satisfy this soul. The problem here is to satisfy that particular soul, you really have a burning. So you have all the issues because of this soul, if you really analyze, because you want to satisfy this soul. Sometimes you purchase various things, to satisfy your soul. Just think about your house. How many, luxury things are there in your house? I'm sure one chair would be enough. One simple chair settee would be enough for you, but it's not the case. You are buying several stuffs. Why? Because you are in a burn to satisfy your soul that comes naturally. So this is the problem you face even at your job, maybe at your job, because of that soul. So you are very fear of somebody's action. So that naturally come, and you will do anything to safeguard that particular soul. So, but if you really analyze, is there a soul? Actually, what Lord Buddha says is there is no soul. And scientifically, we can, understand that once we really analyze these senses and how this body works, how the sense system work and how the mind is formed. Once we analyze that, we are very sure that it's completely we can understand what's happening here. But unnecessarily, we are in a very, anxiety, depression, and a stress to satisfy this soul, thinking or believing that there is a soul. But as per this Anatma doctrine, soullessness Dhamma, there is no soul here for us to worry. So is that a problem? Not having a soul? No. I mean, you will feel in the things in the same way, but you have no major pressure, to satisfy that particular soul. Because why? That feel is just a feel. I mean, when you look at the flower, or when you look at your child, or when you look at a book, whatever, when you hear something or when you touch something, that feel naturally comes. But we can't retain that feel. That disappears there itself. That is the nature of the feel. But that feel is very natural, but the problem is you incorrectly take I feel. This is the issue, because you think there is a soul living inside. Well, you also tend to believe that because continuously this is happening. The field rises and disappears continuously. When that happens continuously, what will happen? My goodness. You will never feel that there is no one inside. You feel there is someone inside. That is me. Can you remember the day you stand in front of the mirror, the very first day? The very first day you stand in front of the mirror, so you were introduced as so and so. Then you saw your image from the mirror, and then that is the day, I think, you first started to believe that there is a soul. But it is a misconception. That is the wrong view. That is the real trap. That is the real trap, because unnecessarily we are in a hurry to satisfy this soul, but actually there is no that kind of a soul. Your soul is a nature where it appear, disappear all the time. So you are just, now you can experience yourself. Now let's see, now I will say ice cream. Definitely what will happen, now you get an image of ice cream. Now another one would get an image of a vanilla ice cream, but your favorite is, let's say, chocolate ice cream. Now you are getting the image of chocolate ice cream. My goodness. This is the real magic, no? The moment I say ice cream, automatically that particular image comes to you, and now you feel the ice cream. See what's happened to you. You can't control it. Even though you want to now listen Dhamma, you can't stop it. Because now when I say ice cream, now the image of ice cream comes to you. It is not just an image. This is the problem. It's a combined feel you are getting. You get the cool taste, you get the color, you get the shape, and that everything. It comes with all the whatever your previous sensor feelings, because you have definitely previously experienced ice cream. So that combined kind of a feel comes to you. That is not just a word. So this is the thing that we need to understand. This is what really happens to us. So all the time, the moment when I say pineapple, now the pineapple comes to your mind, and now you feel. Because you get, oh my goodness, pineapple, I must have pineapple, this week. I couldn't have it last week. So all that comes naturally. So can you control? So this is what really happens to you. So moment maybe when you hear something or when you look at something, that feel comes. But that feel, you need to understand, that can only last few seconds, not even a second. At a fraction of second that disappears. So your life is this. That your feel or your soul is actually continuously changing, I mean continuously arises, disappear, then it may be another field, it arises, disappears. So continuously that disappear, I mean that arises and disappears. So you are also like your living means you are changing from one feeling to the another. Now, for example, now just imagine now you are sitting in the living room. So when you sit in the living room, you can see several things, no? So your feel change from one to another. So your soul also is this. So that means your soul keeps on changing. But it is not a one soul that continuously looking at the things. Here what really happens is that particular field or that particular soul arises and then it disappears. Then you are in another kind of a thought or another kind of a soul. Actually, this combined field, we say a thought. We say a thought, or you will say that is my mind. That's how you say, that's my mind. You think I am thinking, but actually you can't stop. I mean, with the moment you open your eyes, but whatever in front of you will, appear, appear in a different form. We'll explain that, and that will come to your mind. You started feeling. Actually, your mind consciousness get a feel. So that process you can't control. That's no one is doing it. So this is the point you need to understand. You are now looking at the flower. So, and the moment you hear a sound, maybe let's say whatever vehicle, sound of a vehicle or something, then now your mind or your mind or your thought is a sound. That particular maybe sound of a vehicle, motor car, let's say. So now your feel is on a motor car. So that feel keeps on changing. That feel is really, you are mistakenly taken as the soul. But that feel is very natural because that feel arises. That nobody can stop. Because when a sound comes, automatically, what's that sound? That particular feel comes. So when you look at a flower vase, automatically the feel comes. So that feel is a kind of a combined feel you get, but that's very strong. So now I'm going to explain you actually how that particular combined feel arises. There is another science, bit of a science you need to learn. So do you think you are seeing the same flower vase twice? No, this is the mistake. Because if you really understand how your senses work, you will not think in that way. Because if you really analyze your sensor, maybe for example, let's say your eye sensor, actually there is a light. Light is created in the sensor. Light is created in the sensor, kind of, lightning, So the whatever image, kind of a shape, and the light will occur, at your eye sensor. That sensor spark means what? So due to the vibration, kind of a vibration occur, kind of a lightning occur. The moment you open your eyes, kind of a lightning occur at your sensor. And then there arises kind of a consciousness. But that consciousness cannot understand what it is. This is another problem in your sensor. Because your eye cannot identify your mother. Your eye cannot identify what are the colors of the flower vase are. No. So there is another process happens. What's that? Because so at your mind consciousness, so that at your mind consciousness level, what happens is a combined feel arises, right? Combined feel arises because I'm sure, for example, let's say your mother. Can you remember the very first day you got to know your mother? So your mother said, "This is me, Amma, mother, ma." So and she gave a sound to you, isn't it? And then the image of the mother, whatever that light created at the eye sensor level. And then what happens? So at the mind consciousness, kind of a recognition or kind of another vibration occurs. Kind of a, come the mother feel, the mother, touch feeling, the mother smell, the mother sound, and the mother shape, mother size, everything, kind of another new vibration form. So do you know, even today, when you see that mother again, what will happen? So at your eye level, it will be just an image only. It will be just an image only. So it's like this. Have you ever watched a film without a sound? If you haven't, you try it today. You run a film on your television or on your laptop and you switch off the volume. You turn off the volume and then you look at your film. Are you getting kind of any feeling whatsoever? No. It's just, just something is running and you will not understand anything. So just think for a moment, something like that. Just the image or just, light only. It will not identify even the colors in the example what I'm raising here. So even though you see your mother in front of your eyes, actually at that eye sensor level, that particular vibration, some image or some kind of a photo or kind of a light will occur, but that light is a form or a vibration. There's no real picture or a kind of a real, thing, any material thing there. It's just imagine some lightning occur at a very fast light, like some trillion billions like lights on and off continuously. And then since that particular process occur at a very high speed, what will happen? You feel like something, some form is there. So this is what really happens to you. So actually your eye sensor level, that particular form, whatever created, cannot, identify whether it is your mother or a ghost or anything, nothing can identify. But some consciousness arises, some light have occurred, right? So then in the system, what will happen automatically, this is a natural process which is happening. So automatically kind of a telepathy system work there where whatever the first, this particular new kind of the vibration occurred or created form at your eye sensor, it's actually a vibration. And that vibration will be matched to the whatever the original kind of a vibration. Maybe the first day that you got that feel, will naturally occur at your mind consciousness. So that's how you recognize your mother. Actually, there is no any kind of a one vibration is moving to the mind. No, what happens is whatever the vibration that occurred at your eye level is just a independent kind of a vibration. But that independent kind of a vibration was felt in the in the mind consciousness due to that telepathy mechanism. Mind consciousness kind of match the size, smell, or that particular the new vibration with whatever previous, and then okay, there is a previous another vibration occurred to your system. This is mother. So that original feeling, that combined feel, that original combined feel now occur in your mind consciousness, and now you think, whatever that in front of me is my mother. So you are actually thinking, but really what's happened here is kind of a telepathy mechanism works out here. And the two vibrations, so the mind is also a different vibration where, it will, that particular original vibration will be felt, but that is a very complex process, and but for the moment you can understand in this way, so that original vibrations will getting together and form a combined kind of a vibration, and then so the mind consciousness level, it's always kind of a feel. So that particular vibration comes as a feel only. So your mind cannot really experience the outside mother, because even your eye sensor cannot experience the outside mother, because eye level it is anyway some light only. But that original, vibration match to this new, whatever the vibration occurred at your eye level, and then that original appear in your mind consciousness. So in your mind consciousness means that you have to understand there is no you actually. That arising of the mind consciousness means what? Arising of that particular thought or arising of that particular feel. That feel comes. That smell of the mother, that the touch feeling, and the sound of the mother, and that figure of the mother, all that combined feel comes, and stand that particular combined feel is your mind consciousness, nothing else. But since now this happens simultaneously, what happens, you think that, no, I'm seeing outside, so that naturally comes, but it's not the case. And then one will still say, no, my eye can see, my eyes can see outside. No, just imagine there are colorblind people in the world. There are colorblind people in the world. So do you think if outside is red, they need to see the red color, but why they are not seeing? Because their sensor doesn't support it. That means what? These sensors has limitation, and you have to understand it is the sensor that creates the world. Salayatana loco means that, because the world is created at this moment at the sensor. So that has to create, my friend. And even if you take another example, let's say your eye sensor, let's say your ear sensor. Now your ear, do you know, there has to be a vibration occur at your ear level. So what happens here is let's assume if the hertz, if the sound, the vibration is more than 20,000 hertz, your eye sensor will not form the form that particular vibration, or that particular form will not be created. So then you can't experience it. That's why all the time your body is like a sensor system, and if that creates something only you will experience, and the world is created at your sensor. That's the point you need to understand. And there are clear limitations between yourself, the world you are looking, you are experiencing, and also the world animal experience. If you take cow, for example, cow will see a red world, but you will see a different world. But that is maybe 3D world, but that world would be completely, clearly, you have to understand, different, right? So some birds have a clearly different view on the outside. So maybe you will rub your, dog's head and you will say, dogs is in animal world and I live in the human world. Don't you think both of you are living in the same world? It is you think that it is a thinking, or it is a thought that you think you live in the human world and animal is in the animal world. That is a, kind of a thinking, kind of a thought. But actually, you have to understand there is no soul here. There is no soul. Your mind is actually a kind of a current or a spark. The moment your senses are exposed to vibration, what will happen? It start to, generate current. So, and then you get feel, that combined feel, comes to your mind. Actually, I can't say your mind even. If I say that, it's wrong. Actually, the rise of that particular combined field is a very natural thing that happens automatically with your previous vibration occurred to your system. So that comes naturally. So the problem here is that disappear there itself because it can't live. Chitta niyama is that. The thought means that. So that thought, it comes, then it can't live. So it disappears at a fraction of a second. But we do not know that. Instead, we believe that there is someone, living inside us, and that is the person who is keep on enjoying each and every combined field. No, that combined field as rises as a result of a natural, phenomena, natural thing, natural sensor system, and that automatically, naturally comes, and mistakenly we take that as I see, or I feel, I hear, I taste. So all the time, every combined feel you get as the mind consciousness, you mistakenly taken as I. It is I see. But Lord Buddha very clearly explained to us, this is anatma. So this is anatma doctrine. There is no self, soullessness. So unnecessarily we, fight for various things in our life, thinking that there is someone living inside, and we are in a major burning to satisfy that soul. All the problems in our life come because we think that there is a soul living inside our body, but it is not the case. So the Satya Jnana, or the true Dhamma, or the, Darshana Jnana means this. Lord Buddha revealed this particular message to the world before 2600 years back. And you need to really analyze how your senses work, and you have to maybe practice few, and you need to make sure yourself and understand your whole body is complete natural process. Even just imagine when you walk in a road, do you think you move your body in a kind of a rhythm? You know, it is something that you think and do it? No, actually not. Because the moment the signal comes that I have to go this particular place, naturally, maybe you are thinking something else, and naturally your body, move, and there is a rhythm, how your hand and the move and the legs move, and naturally you will be at the destination point. So slowly, to several steps, you need to understand this complete natural science that is really taking place. Even when you want to sweep the floor, sometimes certain strides you are taking very long, and some very short ones, and you will be doing it in a kind of a rhythm, you see. So that happens. And just when you go to your kitchen, just see, are you thinking and taking the particular cut? No, actually not. I mean, you can experience this yourself, because the previous vibration has already given to your system that how to maybe prepare rice and curry. And the moment you have things, you will be naturally, your hands will move, and it will happen naturally. So you have to make sure yourself that this is a complete natural process, right? So even when you want to drink water, naturally your system, your body will give some signals on thirsty, and naturally, you will move, and then that drinking of water happens. So unfortunately, since we do not know this anatma doctrine or soullessness doctrine, we think all the time that there is someone, living inside, and that person is doing this. But no, this is a complete natural thing which happens within us. So it's a complete natural thing. So our senses, it's vibrate, and our senses, generate sense of pleasures, and that feel naturally comes. So that feel naturally dies there itself. So it comes, it dies. You can't control. So what to do? Don't take unnecessarily as that I feel or I sense. So no need to think in that way. Instead, you have to understand the reality behind this, and this is a complete natural process. Therefore, don't think, because if you think that is I see, that is just another thought only. So that particular feel comes is completely a natural process, and the moment you think that I see it, what happens? The moment you think I see means you are thinking, like a soul. You are thinking, that's how your soul is created. Your soul is just a thinking. My friend, you have to understand, you are thinking. I'm living, I see that particular thing. You are thinking, but the rest of the things are really a natural process. So this is what we need to understand. I think today the time is over, but I'm sure we can discuss about this a bit more tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
I think today your experience is very good. You try to explain this, your experience, day-to-day experience. That's a Dhamma, it's not a doctrine. Dhamma is not a book theory. Sorry for that. Dhamma is not a book theory. Dhamma is our life. Dhamma is our story. What is the truth here? It's very difficult to understand. That our senses creating. Our world is censoring world. We are living. We are living our sensor, not anywhere. This like a dream. We are in like a dream. We are inside our dream. We are living in our dream, with our dream. We want to awaken our dream, but we don't know the truth, how we are awakened this dream. The mind is always passing away and rising all the times. If every time we see the mind, then we see that there is no living being here, but it's not easy. What is truth is the colors, the sounds, other fields, sensory field, smell, taste, and skin feel, hot and cold, smooth and rough. These five senses are creating, that's the living being feel. That's the thoughts are creating. That's the thought is existent feel, that is the living being feel. Here. Yeah, you explain is very well. I would like to say everybody, listen to these sermons carefully. Then you will feel that you are you know this, finally you are like a nature. Nobody is here. You brush up this Dhamma very well. Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. Is explaining the truth. This is our experience we are explaining. Otherwise. Okay, you realize. Then you will recognize that your mind is cleaner and calm. Then your involvement with outside is getting finally calm and cool. Your mind is less stressful finally. It is the effort, final effort. Because you know the truth. No being, no living being, nothing existed. That is why it's getting calm. Calm. Your mind is less stressful finally. Because you are in always stress. Because you are in the dream. Is existent, is something there. You are inside pain always. That is we are talking about as attachment and disattachment, ill will and hatred and attachments. So raga, this is Buddha's word, and illusions. There's a defilements. Defilements is coming because existent field is there. But this existent field is coming your thoughts. But this thought is not real. This is a system. This is a process. No one is doing this. It's happening. That's the like a electric power, like a magnetic power, like this mind power. Finally, what happened to you? Your mind is less stressful. Finally, it is the best thing. I think is the endless happiness is here. That's the path to a disabled place. You are finally in the certain path of peacefully. That's the Nibbana. That's the Buddha's super worker. That's the, especially we want to tell you. No war, no fighting. People one day understood nobody is here. How worth? Your thinking is a thought. Your birth also thought. Your death also thought. You realize this is not a belief. You can experience this. You can slowly see this. There is no person here as yourself. Every moment you see that there is no living being here. You are in the correct path. You are in the correct way. You are in the truth, final. That's the super awakening. That's the truth. You're like a nature, like a wind, like a feather. That's the tranquility. That's the path of Nibbana. You want to understood true Dhamma. You want to awaken to Dhamma. This present moment, only the moment, this is not a truth. Every time you are in like a, how is telling that? That's the Nibbana. That's the, we are talking about. Buddha's explanation is final, no death or no birth, no inside painting or anything. It is the way. It's a good thing all of this world people. You can realize this is okay. Everybody, today's time is gone. It's okay. That's our Dhamma friend is Randima is explains very well. Yeah, that's experience. She is her experience. Introduce everybody. It's okay. It's good. Very nice. Yeah, everybody. We can. We can tomorrow. We can again explaining other Dhamma path is okay. Dhamma explaining. So various that's our life is in the illusions. So we want to understand how is this illusions. That is why we are explaining every day is this truth, because not easy, because we are many times so your lifestyle is how is going your kindergarten time and your little child, and today how long, how period you are practicing the wrong way. Now you want to see the real, it's a good way. It's okay. Tomorrow we can meet again. It's okay. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. We can talk about tomorrow. Teruvan Saranai.
Buddothpada Ariani, loving and kind. You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright, the Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpada Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night, the fear is gone. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpada Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani, Buddothpada Ariani.
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse, the great sage of our time, live long to spread this Dhamma through every corner of the planet Earth to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai Dhamma friends, I am presenting now the true Buddhist philosophy Lord Buddha revealed 2600 years ago and again fully awakened by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse, showing a clear and steady path to overcome the sansaric journey created in the human mind and to feel the super awakening to the moment. This is the continuation of Sermon 9, self-translated Darshana Samapattiya, true Buddhist philosophy, preached by Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse 5 years ago. Realization of true Buddhist philosophy. Realization of true Buddhist philosophy, Darshana Samapattiya, is very important. Certainly, by knowing how a thought is created and how to redeeming from that thought will help us to come to the point of Nibbana. Yes. In the olden days, from our childhood, the society, people in the society, Buddhist society and Buddhist society taught us there is a world outside and there is a me here. So we are living in the outside world. That is what we were taught from our parents and from our from our parents and uh, teachers and everybody. Therefore, we thought it that way. All the Buddhist priests and all the books written in Sinhala or in English also, each and every book we have gone through, each and every story we learned, we heard, everywhere we were taught like that. There is outside world and there is a person called me here, and the me is uh, always entangling with the outside world. But from the year 2020 to 2021, once Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse has begun to reveal the truth, true Dhamma, what really Lord Buddha said and what really Lord Buddha revealed to the world is started to open from through Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. Until such time, nobody knows what is the world and what is me, what is the thought, what is the mind. Nobody knows. Still, nobody knows until the listeners of this, until the opening of this Dhamma and uh, The people who are only the people who are listening to this Dhamma are only knowing that. All other people thinks, yes, there is outside world. And they are, the human beings are there to enjoy. Even the priests don't know about that. They are still thinking, now Aryan Mahanse is opening the true Dhamma, but still these Buddhist priests in our country are just keeping quiet and waiting, without opening their mouth to discuss this truth. But according to Aryan Mahanse, realization of true Buddhist philosophy is very important, because certainly by knowing how the thought is created. Yes. In this body, in this sensor system, a creation of this nature, there are 6 senses. And through those 6 senses, thousands of perceptions are appearing. From eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and body skin, and then the mind. Thousands of perceptions are appearing. Then we see something through the eyes, just a form. We see a form through the eyes, but there is no the seeing. There is no name in the seeing, but in the mind, the eye consciousness at once coming and saying there is a name for that form what we are seeing. If we look at a calendar, just a form, suddenly the eye consciousness says, you are looking at a calendar, like that. So what we are seeing is form, and the name which is given by the eye consciousness, all the 5, 6 consciousnesses are the name. Then the name and form used to combine. Then at that time a thought is creating. That is how the thought is creating. And thereafter the thought is transformed to the mind consciousness level. But you must always remember, all these perceptions have some kind of power in it. Appearing the perceptions appearing in the mind has a kind of a power. When the name consciousness and form, name perception and form perception combining, and the thought is creating, then the thought power is appearing. There is a thought power appearing. Then the thought power is appearing. And if we are taking that thought into consideration, then the thought is transformed to the mind consciousness level. There is a big power more than the thought. There is a big power in that mind consciousness. And suddenly the mind consciousness is highlighting the thought, separating and highlighting the thought. What becomes a thing for us. Then again and again, if we are happen to think of that thought again and again, that means if we are grabbing to that thought, then suddenly thought processes are creating. Then the cycle of samsara is creating there. That is the way of this creation of samsara. If we are able to redeem from the thought, that will be over. How are we going to redeem from the thought? Will help us to come out of that thought process and to reach Nibbana. To redeem from that thought, we should understand at once the thought perceptions are appearing. If we have practiced our mind to see what is appearing, then suddenly we know there are perceptions appearing. And if we can stay without taking notice, to just let go, then the perceptions will let go. Then there won't be names and forms are creating. If the names and forms are creating even, we can just wait without grabbing more into that. Then the thought, the names and forms are occurring, and they might be joining when a thought is creating. Though the thought has created even, we can stay without making uh, big attention into that. Then it will slowly fade. That means that thought has not become a thing for us. Then it will vanish. That is how we will have to redeem from the thought. At the same time, we should understand there is no self in this six senses system. This is only a six sense system working with action minds according to the nature law, cause and effect law. That is how the way we have to redeem from the thoughts, and that will help us to come to the point of Nibbana. Therefore, this series of sermons about true Buddhist philosophy is very important. Yes. Until year 2020-21, there was no true Buddhist philosophy in this Buddhist society, not in this whole world. Therefore, all priests and all the seekers of uh, redemption, that means redeem from the mind, just practiced samatha meditation in different places, in different meditation classes, in different uh, hills and mountains and things where are the places without people, and some are practicing uh, in in between thousands of people. In Thailand, there are meditation centers with very big crowds, but still they are practicing in a way, but they also didn't have this true Buddhist philosophy. Without true Buddhist philosophy, there is no way of nibbana. There's no one self can't open the path to nibbana without this true Buddhist philosophy, because at first we must know the world creating inside the mind, and we must know this body is only just a six senses system, and mind is only a vibration of a very fast vibration of waves. The body is also like that. We are living in millions of, we are living between millions of vibrations. All are vibrations. What we talk, what we feel, what we sense, what we hear, what we see, all are vibrations. Therefore, without understanding the mind, where the mind is creating and how we have to redeem from the mind, and where the world is creating. The world is creating inside the mind, and there is nothing outside. Without the understanding of these facts, those are the pillars of this Buddhism, great Buddhist philosophy, is the basement of the path to Nibbana. Without knowing the basement of the path to Nibbana, there is no way of building or entering into the path. Therefore, this series of sermons about true Buddhist philosophy is very important according to Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. If we say these facts as a summary, nobody will be able to realize or understand this. Yes. Now I am uh, I am talking about the ninth sermon which Aryan Mahanse, according to Aryan Mahanse's true Buddhist philosophy. There are 11 sermons, detailed sermons of true Buddhist philosophy. Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse has preached before 5 years. That's why Aryan Mahanse is telling, if Aryan Mahanse used to say these facts as a summary, nobody will be able to realize or understand this. Yes, it's very true. Because we don't have such a big knowledge. That is why Aryan Mahanse, our Kalyana Mitra, the great sage of our time, is revealing this Dhamma, this true Buddhist philosophy, in a very detailed and practical manner for us to understanding clearly. That is why we are explaining how this action mind is creating. Yes, Aryan Mahanse is telling. Aryan Mahanse is explaining how this action mind is creating. How the names are occurring. How the names are occurring in the mind. How we should redeem from the form, image. Yes. At once we see forms through eyes. We hear forms, sound forms through ears. We feel touch forms with skin. We feel taste forms through tongue, and we feel, we smell smelling forms through nose. All are forms. And we should redeem from the form and image. And in Dhamma, there is a thing called Nama Rupa Parichedya. That means analysis of mind and matter. Analysis of mind and matter. That means differentiation of mind and matter. That is called Nama Rupa Parichedya. Analysis of mind and matter. And there's another saying in Dhamma about knowledge, Pache Parigraha Jnanaya. How the knowledge of conditional relations, knowledge of causality is occurring. How the knowledge of conditional relations occurring. When redeeming from nama and form, name and form, nama and rupa, that means names and images, forms. How the darshana vinyana, visual consciousness, is occurring. Seeing consciousness. When redeeming from the form, how the anidassana vinyana, non-manifesting, non-apparent consciousness. That means a thought mind is not fallen into outside is happening. How to enter the Arya Bhumi, pure land. All these things Aryan Mahanse has explained. How to redeem from the name and form, and how to gain visual consciousness, darshana vijnana, seeing consciousness. When redeeming from the form, how the anidassana vijnana creates. That means when we know there is nothing outside, then the anidassana vijnana, non-manifesting consciousness is appearing. That means a thought, a mind is not fallen into outside, because all the thoughts are created inside the mind. All the perceptions are coming through all the six senses, and there's no point of putting them outside to see. When we understand that the non-manifesting consciousness is occurring, that means a thought is not, a mind is not fallen into outside. How to enter the Arya Bhumi, pure land? And Aryan Mahanse has explained how to enter into the Arya Bhumi, pure land. And also how to recognize Kama Bhumi, sensual realm. And how to recognize the Rupa Bhumi, form realm. And how to recognize the Arupa Bhumi, non-form realm. These are very important to a seeker, a person, because Aryan Mahanse has taught us all the three realms are inside one thought, inside one thought. A thought which happened to something to us. That means if that thought is something becoming something, the three realms are there, and there are 31 planes of existence in those three realms. That is how this samsara, the cycle of samsara, is creating. A seeker who is practicing this path to Nibbana should know about these three realms. Kama Bhumya means the sensual world, where most of the people on this planet are in the sensual world, because they are always trying to fulfill their pleasures. Six senses, they are trying to fulfill their pleasures through those six senses. And that is the mundane world people's thinking. That means they think there is a world outside and there is a person called I is here. I myself is here. Like that they are thinking. That is the sensual realm, Kama Bhumi. If somebody a seeker redeemed from the sensual realm, he will reach the Rupa Bhumi, that is the form realm. There is only forms there. Forms and non-forms there, but there is no sensual realm. He is overcome the sensual realm. The seeker who overcomes the sensual realm will meet the form realm. And the seeker who overcome the sensual realm and form realm both have come into the non-form level. That is how these three worlds are created. All the 31 planes of existence are there within these three realms. These are very important to a seeker, a person to see. One who enter into this path to Nibbana should have the Shrutavat Bhavaya. That means one who enter into this path to Nibbana should have the being well learned or state of being well informed about true Dhamma. Yes. Nobody can come into the path to Nibbana without knowing the Dhamma very well. He should have well learned Dhamma and being well informed through a Aryan Vahanse. That means a spiritual master. This Dhamma is for the seeker who is having Parato Gosha. That means true knowledge of Dhamma received from a Kalyana Mitra. And he is the one who is Shrutavat Arya Shravaka, being well learned. Lord Buddha has explained. Yes, Lord Buddha always said, without a Kalyana Mitra, there is no path to Nibbana. Once Ananda Thero, Arahant Ananda Thero asked from Lord Buddha, this Buddha Sasana is how it's depending on. So Lord Buddha said, it's completely depending on the spiritual master, the enlightened master of the Nibbana. That means we should have the proper knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy and proper knowledge of the path to Nibbana through a realized master like our Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. Through a realized master. Then only the seeker become a Shrutavat Arya Shravaka. That means being well learned. Lord Buddha has explained. And also, Lord Buddha from the beginning explained, preached that one who is searching for Nibbana is having three kind of wisdoms. One is Satya Jnana, second one is Krutya Jnana, third one is Krutajnana. Satya Jnana means wisdom of truth. Wisdom of truth is occurring once the seeker is understanding the true Buddhist philosophy. When he learned the true Buddhist philosophy and when he is understood it, when he is realized it, then the Satya Jnana, wisdom of truth, is occurring. The second one is Krutya Jnana, knowledge of function. The seeker who is having the wisdom of truth, he has to do something. That is the next step. Like our Aryan Vahanse's 4 contemplations. And how to see the mind, see the thoughts and piercing the thoughts and knowing how the perceptions are appearing and how they become names and forms and how they become together and how the thought is creating, then how when we have this knowledge, we are looking at the thought which is giving us some kind of pain. We must always pierce that thought which is giving us some kind of burden. Then when we are piercing to see, there are only perceptions there. They have no power, and they are just thoughts. There is nobody there. We are just seeing, or we are just sensing, or everything we think, all of them are just perceptions. Like that, when we understand that part, and when we practice the four contemplations to see there is nobody in this body, no self in this body, that is what the Krutya Jnana, that means knowledge of function. The seeker who's having this, both of them, wisdom of truth and knowledge of function, then the Krutajnana happening. That actually nobody can't do anything. Knowledge of completed action is occurring naturally. That is the wonderful experience. When we listen to true Buddhist philosophy and having a good knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy and realizing it, then we have to practice knowledge of function. Then only the knowledge of completed action is appearing. That is the way. That is naturally happening. We can't do anything. We can only do to listen to Dhamma through Buddothpada Aryan Vanse's Dhamma sermons, and we have to always clear our knowledge. That means clear our knowledge of true Buddhist philosophy. Thereafter, we have to do the functioning methods. That's what we can do for contemplations and see the mind. Those things only we can do and understand the when the self perception is occurring. And we must honestly see if there is a burning like thing is happening inside the mind, we should understand that there the self perception arises. Self perception arising means a burning of mind, thoughts are happening. Without the wisdom of truth, knowledge of function is not occurring. Yes, without the wisdom of truth, knowledge of function is also not occurring. Cannot ask anything to do. A person who is not having the no wisdom of truth cannot ask anything to do because he doesn't know the basic points of basic knowledge of Buddhism, Buddhist philosophy. Therefore, wisdom of truth should be known very well. That is why Aryan Hansi is always telling, while talking to everybody, your knowledge of uh, true Buddhist philosophy is not sufficient, like that. The seeker who redeemed from name and form will be meeting the action mind. We have explained up to that point. Yes, Aryan Mahansa is telling. In the previous sermons, Aryan Mahansa is explained. When the seeker who redeemed from name and form will be meeting the action mind. Yes, there we explained, Aryan Mahansa explained, and we have translated that the action mind we have when the thought process is not there, the action mind is always there. They are unconscious person, though he is not having his mind is dead, and the person is unconscious, but all his body functions are happening because of the action mind. Also, a person who is doing his normal activities and practicing this Dhamma, and when he is redeeming from names and forms, that means he is not grabbing into these thoughts much, and not making thought processes, then he will meet the action mind, where there are less thoughts, where there are no thoughts. In contemplation of mind, in Chittanupassana, knowing is happening based on deliberate investigation to the mental perception. Yes. There are 4 type of contemplations Lord Buddha has explained, and further clarified by Aryan Hanse, fully revealed the natural way in contemplation of mind in Chittanupassana. Knowing is happening based on deliberate investigation to the mental perception. Yes, all the perceptions are occurring in the mind when the knowing is happening based on deliberate investigation to the mental perception, because a kind of investigation is happening to understand the perception. Science objectives are creating inside the mind, not outside. Yes, we know now. All the perception science objectives are creating inside the mind, not outside, because there is the mind is not, that means everything is created inside the mind, means mind is not the outside, mind is not the outside thing. Mind, in the mind, the all the perceptions are creating through all these 6 senses. Not seeing anything, just thinking of what is seeing. Yes. When we see something, it's only a shadow of, when we see a tree, when we see an object, a form, it's just an object. And suddenly, a mind consciousness is giving a, eye consciousness is giving a name. This is a jack tree. That means we are just seeing the object, we can't understand what it is. After thinking, that means the mind is giving the opinion to see this, to say this is a jack tree. That is why it is said we are seeing. No, not seeing, we are thinking. We are thinking at what we are seeing. We are just hearing, but we are thinking what we are hearing. Then only understanding. We are feeling, we are thinking what we are feeling. Like that. What are we doing? What we are doing is the objectives, perceptions created inside the mind, putting outside and looking. Yes. When we see a jack tree, we think, no, it's not in the mind. We just tell, yeah, there. The jack tree is out there. But actually, the shadow of the jack tree appeared in the mind. But we always put outside what we see, what we feel, what we hear. We are putting them outside and trying to see. Putting outside and looking. Sending the mental formations out and looking at them. Yes. Everything coming through these six senses are mental formations. What we are doing is we are sending the mental formations out and looking at them. That is what we are doing. All the shadows created inside the mind, we are sending out and we are looking at them. That is what we are doing. Why we are searching from outside the things created in the mind? Yes, that is the biggest mistake these human beings are doing. That is the point of suffering occurring. The suffering is happening at that point at because of this nature of thinking and because of this nature of madness. It's kind of madness, but we didn't know it's a madness. But that is what the reason for all these unwanted sufferings, because we are searching from outside the things created in the mind, the shadows created in the mind. We are searching from outside, but that is not happening. Yes, actually, that is not happening. That means cannot find out anything from outside. Yes. Can we find out the shadows in the inside the mind from outside? No, it is not happening. What are already created inside the mind is not out there. Those are inside the mind. They are also just creating and vanishing. Tying mental formations to outside is an illusion. Yes, that is how the illusion is creating. We are always tying our mental formations to outside. That is how this illusion started. That is the starting point of this illusion. All the shadows coming through eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and uh, through this body skin, we are tying those mental formations, those shadows to outside is an illusion. That is how the illusion created. The seeker who sees this true Dhamma is not going to find out anything from outside. Yes. Now we really know there's nothing outside. The seeker who sees this true Dhamma from Aryan Mahanse's point of view is not going to find out anything from outside. That is the good point of this seeker. He has come to a certain level that he knows outside there is nothing outside. We are just building up everything inside the mind through all these shadows. That means we are seeing shadows, we are hearing shadows, we are smelling shadows, we are tasting shadows, and we are feeling shadows according to the strength of our six senses. This is a six sense world, the mental formations created inside the mind and living within that. Then this seeker is redeeming from the form. Yes, at this point, when the seeker is knowing there's nothing outside, and this seeker is redeeming from the form, image that is outside. Seeker has redeemed from the outside. What is created inside the mind is an objective, a perception, which is also not true. Yes, we know there's nothing outside, everything is our shadows, and the perceptions coming through all the six senses are not permanent. They are just appearing within a fraction of a second and again disappearing, appearing and disappearing. That means what is created inside the mind is an objective, a perception which is also not true. All those mind perceptions are not true. They are just appearing and vanishing. It is an illusion. Yes, that is the second part of the illusion. First part of the illusion, there is no outside world, and the second part of illusion is there is no inside world. There is no permanent world inside the mind. That is also an illusion. It is a shadow, reflection, mirror image, because these six senses are just mirrors, and all what we see are shadows, reflections, and mirror images. So we are grabbing, fighting, and attaching, detaching, and crying, and doing all sorts of things with this mirror image within the lifespan, within the lifetime, without a reason. We are worrying without a reason. Lord Buddha compared perception to a mirage. Yes, Lord Buddha said all these perceptions are like mirage, miringuwa in Sinhala. They are just like mirage, because when we go on the road in the hot sun also, we can see far. When we go on walking, far away we can see a shining thing. Then we think, there are water on the road. But we going nearer and nearer, there is no water. It is called the mirage, miringu. It's something called like that. All these animals are also getting caught to this mirage because of the thirst. Like that, all the perceptions are like mirage. There is nothing, just a seeing, just a hearing, just a feeling, just a tasting, just a smelling, just a thought appearing and vanishing. All are mirages, mirage. We are living in a world of mirror images. We are living within a mirage. How sad! How sad it is. Fighting with the mirage, fallen into mirage. How sad. From that also we can understand what is created in the mind is also not true. From that also we can understand what is created in the mind is also not true. Now we know that outside world is not true, and now we know the what is created in the mind is also not true. Binding to the outside is also not true. Yes, not only redeeming from the outside, the form, image, but also from the mind, the name. Then what is this mind, thought coming? That means redeeming from outside means we are redeeming from the form, and redeeming from the mind inside means we are redeeming from the name. Now redeeming from the form and name. Then what is this thought? Where is it coming from? What is this mind? We'll see that. This is an example. We'll see that Aryan Mahansa is telling. You are hearing a sound. You are hearing a sound. Then that sound is not from outside. We are hearing a sound. We think that it is coming from outside. But is it not from outside? Or else this sound occurred from inside. Something is here. That means there is no seer. There is no something seen, just seeing. Lord Buddha said this to somebody. There is no seer. There is no seeing something. Something seen. Just a seeing. There is only just a seeing. These conceptual conventions are occurring from the mind. Yes. There is no seer and there is no something seen. And just a seeing is there. There is no hearer. There is no something hearing, just a hearing. There is no feeler. There is nothing, there is no something feeling, just a feeling. There is no something to feel, just a feeling. These conceptual conventions are occurring from the mind. This was told to Bahya Daruchiya. Lord Buddha preached this Dhamma in a very brief manner because when Lord Buddha was in the alms round, Bahya Daruchiya, the sage of that time, came to Lord Buddha and asked, Lord Buddha, please tell me Dhamma. Then Lord Buddha said, this is the alms round time. Then again he pleaded. Then again Lord Buddha said like that. Then he said, don't know whether I am going to die. Then Lord Buddha, I think Lord Buddha checked that within his super knowledge and seen this person is going to die in a short while. And Lord Buddha said it a very brief manner. There is no seer. There is no something seen. There is just a seeing because there is no self in this body. There is no self in this six sense system. That means there is only a seeing. There is only a seeing. There is no hearer. There is no something hearing. There is only a hearing. That's what, like that. All these are conceptual conventions occurring from the mind. Bahya Daruchiya understood that Dhamma and become an Arahant at the same point. How good it is. And after a short while, a bull came and hit to him, and at that point he died, but died as an Arahant. How good it is. At the last moment even, he could be able, he was able to come out from this samsaric journey. All what we see are conceptual conventions. Aryan Mahansa is telling. A nar tree a crow, a dog, a cat, sun, moon, table, child, mother. All are conceptual conventions. That means forms, there are forms, and those forms are tied with the name. That is what doing from the birth of a child. Parents and teachers and relatives are putting data into his mind, showing a form and then telling a name. The form is sending through the eyes, the child eyes, and the name is sending through his ears. This is your mother. That means showing the lady, this is your mother, and the mother's name was given mother, father, teacher, table, bowl, piano, plate, food, and everything, rice, curry, everything is, all those are names. That means conceptual conventions tied with these forms. Names are tied to these forms. World is created by conceptual conventions. Yes, we can't talk about a world without these conceptual conventions. Whether there are 800 million people, 800 billion people on this planet Earth, they all have separate worlds created in their minds. To understand different things in a same manner, all these conceptual conventions are created, giving names to forms. That is how this world is created. This is the point you should understand. A sound also becoming a form, image from the mind, according to the conceptual conventions. When we hear a sound, then a name coming from the ear consciousness. It says, there, a crow is shouting, like that. A sound coming from outside is just a sound. Yes. The sound coming from outside is just a sound. All the sounds are just sounds without names. There is no owner for the sound. Yes, there is no owner for the sound. And therefore, it is not becoming a thing, not becoming something. Sometimes we hear sounds, we don't have names, without names, just different kinds of sounds we used to hear. We don't know what that sound is. So there is no owner for that sound. Therefore, that sound is not becoming a thing. Not becoming something, because we don't know. There's no name for that. So that sound is not becoming something. How it has been a cross sound. Yes, how it has been a cross sound. It is created in the mind by giving a name to that sound. The creation of the sound, name to the creation of that sound is given. This is what we are clarifying through Chittanupassana, contemplation of the mind. Aryan Mahanse is telling. Aryan Mahanse is clearly clarifying things in the contemplation of mind, how the created, how the things are created in the mind with names and sounds and forms and names and everything. Clarifying about the mind consciousness. Yes. How a thought is creating. Yes, Aryan Vahanse is very clearly showing in Chittanupassana, contemplation of mind, how the mind consciousness is creating, how a thought is creating, and again putting it to the outside and looking at it. Yes, in our lifetime, nobody taught us this kind of Dhamma, the true Dhamma, like our great sage Buddothpada Aryanas. We knew nothing about this world, about this mind. Now only we are wondering about the world created inside the mind and the mind consciousness and how the thoughts are creating and how the and again creating thoughts inside the mind, and we are just putting it to outside and looking at it. What we are thinking, we are just putting on other side, then thinking that that should happen, everything should happen according to our thoughts. That is why Aryan Mahansi is very clearly showing us in the mind consciousness, mind the Chittanupassana, contemplation of the mind. How the five consciousnesses and the mind consciousness is working also. Aryan Manse also very clearly showed us, showing us how the five kinds of consciousness are creating and how the mind consciousness is also creating. When we happen to see something through our eyes, a form, that means a shadow of an object, then the eye consciousness is coming with the name and giving a name to that object, the form, saying that is a jack tree. Yes, that is what you are seeing is a jack tree. But actually, that shadow of that tree has occurred in the inside the mind, and the name came saying that it is a jack tree. Right now, I happen to see the jack tree, and it's over. Now that eye consciousness is over. Then I hear a sound. Then on this only a sound. Then ear consciousness is coming. Ear consciousness is coming and telling what you are hearing is a man's talk. A person is talking like that. Ear consciousness is telling. And that is how the interpretation happening. And that is also over. And again, I can smell something. I, I, I can smell a food smell, a good smell of a food cooking somewhere. But I don't know whether it's just a smell. And nose consciousness is coming and telling, that is a smell of a food coming from outside, that coming from somewhere. But it's created in the mind. That is the nose consciousness say that. Then I eat a piece of mango. Then just a piece of a fruit. And then I used to eat when I am eating the mango piece. A taste is coming. The touch, because of the touch, there's a taste occurring. Then suddenly the tongue consciousness says, you are eating mango, piece of mango. Right. That is the tongue consciousness. Then thereafter, a wind is blowing and a cool breeze. I can feel a cool breeze. Then the body consciousness is telling you are feeling cool because of this wind, blowing wind. The body consciousness says you are feeling cool because of the wind. Then that will be over, because within a fraction of a second, all the minds, all the thoughts are appearing and disappearing. Then again, mind consciousness is coming, bringing a thought from the younger age at school somewhere. I was sitting on a desk, sitting on a chair with a desk and writing something. It's coming from the mind consciousness with the white frock and a striped tie and things like that, and writing something. That thought is coming from the mind about a school child. Now it has come and it has disappeared. Like that. All the six senses are working round and round until we happen to deep sleep. Until the time of deep sleep, thoughts are occurring and vanishing from the morning till night. That is the way of this five consciousnesses, and the mind consciousness is happening. So this is not belongs to anybody. This body is not belongs to anybody, as Aryan Mahansa is showing us. This is just a robo machine made by the nature law. According to the nature law, according to the cause and effect law, this body is happening to come to this human world, and just like a tree, it's growing, and after some years, it's getting older and older, then dying and becoming soil. So this is only a process. There's no self here. This is only a process. So there's nothing to grab, nothing to attach or detach. We must accept the life giving what it is, must accept without arguing, because the shadow world created inside the mind and putting outside and thinking according to the mind world, we can do each and everything. No, that is not true. All those are false. When a girl happened to love some boy and thinking, he's thinking he will be loving her according to her wish, because she is in making a dream in her mind. But the boy is not going to do the same, because in his mind, there is no that kind of love is appearing. That is why all those boys and girls used to fight each other, and some happened to suicide even without accepting the life. We should always accept this life and try to overcome this sansaric journey according to Aryan Vahanse's true Dhamma. And that will be the only valuable thing we can do on this planet Earth. I am going to conclude this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, the great sage of our time, Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse. May Aryan Vahanse live long to spread this Dhamma, through every corner of this planet Earth, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love, radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining glow.
Liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
Wisdom of Asia, ever glow. Buddothpada. Dispelling darkness, breaking night,
dispelling ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise. Compassion,
opening all eyes.
wisdom of Asia, steady flow. Buddothpada.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
Truth no time can leave behind.
truth of birth and death made clear,
The path of peace is always near. Wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Tirvasan Aryan Mahansa. And we are very grateful for all the guidance and supervision that you are doing for us. May all our listeners be blessed by Triple Gem. May our Dhamma friends who are helping with the technology be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is yet another session of discussions from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. of Buddothpada POTV English channel. As you know, you can listen to sermons round the clock, whatever the convenient time for you, from wherever you are at your convenience. And this time from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. is mainly for the discussion. We have this forum here, so we invite our Dhamma friends to join us. If you have any questions that you encountered while listening to any of the sermons, we can always discuss and try to do a justice to your question. If there is a problem, we can always ask R.N. Mahanse, our noble friend. So this is a golden opportunity, I would say, because always this Dhamma path is 100% supported by the noble friend or the Kalyana Mitra, as Lord Buddha also said. So you have got that opportunity. We can have a discussion, a beautiful session. A friendly forum here is open for you. So Dr. Kokila also has joined. Champa and Prabhash Teruvan Saranai. Just to start the session, Champa, I just wonder whether you have any points that you wanted to bring up. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, Doctor. I listened last night Dhamma session, and I just want to ask you. R.N. Mahanse said at some point to accept the life as it is, and sometimes when the world becomes true for us, that means the self view, self perception, self view is occurring at that point. The burning is there. So, can you please say something about it?
Yeah, just sorry, just can you repeat the latter part when the world is
The world is becoming true, no, sometimes
true?
at once
Yes.
when
Mhm.
we see something or when we hear something, at once it's becoming true. That means at that point where the self perception is occurring at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, I will just explain, and Dr. Kokila will add the short, the things that are needed correction. So, one thing is that, as R.N. Mahanse said, that taking the things in a more relaxed way always help, because as long as you try to find something, as long as you try to reach a goal, then the path becomes your path is obscured. Actually, what it means is that whatever is becoming a thing to you, irrespective of the thing, maybe even Dhamma or even the Nirvana, if you try to take it as something which is there, if there is a sort of current or power is there to that thought itself, that is not going to be different from any other thought which has become true. So any thought which is felt true or any thought which becomes a thing always creates a world and yourself. So very clearly, even Lord Buddha has said that even Dhamma should not be taken as a thing, and even the Nirvana should not be taken as a thing. It's not yet another uh, climax that you want to reach, or it's not yet another hurdle that you have to jump over, not another exam like thing, but letting go of what you have been holding tightly is the basis of this understanding nirvana. Because Lord Buddha also said that don't carry the canoe that you use to cross the stream. Just leave it there when you cross to the other side. So, like you may have heard now, lots of mothers who are talking at the Zoom discussions. They seems to be trying to find something. They try to find. They say what to do. What should I do to understand this? So those are the instances that R.N. Mahasi says, don't do anything. Just relax and just attend to your day-to-day work and relax yourself. So the basically what he means is that even the Dhamma or the Nirvana becomes a thing to you, something that you are holding on to, then the path is closed. It's the same thing that is explained regarding Ananda Thero, because Ananda Thero wanted to reach the Arhathood on the previous day before this Sangha conference. And apparently he tried doing walking meditation with that intention of becoming an arhat, but it failed. So the moment he let that determination or what he was holding let go, it says that he reached the arhathood. So it's something like that. And regarding the second thing that you asked, that is very clear. I think you must have heard it over and over again. Whatever becomes a thing, whatever the stimulus which is something given, which is taken as true, always the other side, like the other side of the coin, it's the self. In other words, wherever there is itta sanyava, or the perception of existence is there, the self-perception is there. In other words, if you take the chair as real, if you do not get that understanding that it is just a mental construct, but there is a real chair, then automatically the perceiver or the person who is experiencing the chair is on this side. So in other words, the various words are used to explain this. Actually, this is something the system will feel, the burn or the fire or the current that comes tagged to any stimulus, that is yourself. So yourself is also part of the world. So even the self is felt as real. That is the interpretation of that fire or that burning kind of feel that that system feels. I don't know whether that was clear enough, Champa.
Yes, doctor, it's clear. It's clear for me. It's because sometimes if there is a thought appearing, it becomes a thing. Yes, that's what I thought. At that the same time, the self perception is there. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, that feel, that burning type of feel, or whatever that heaviness, or whatever the experience that is felt by the system is yourself. Is yourself. There are no two things. Not that I am feeling burning, I am feeling the fire. Then it's kind of trying to divide the two, but it's the same. Anything else to add, Dr. Kokila or Surangika?
No, I mean, nothing much. But I think last night one and this today morning one has extensive messages, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yeah. It's Yeah, it's very important. Anything? Did you listen to today morning and the last night one?
Yeah, I listen. Yes.
Mhm.
Actually, I was thinking about that Surangika's experience yesterday about the ultrasound scanning. Uh, there was something similar on the previous day, but actually I couldn't. I mean, that would have been an ideal uh, incident that I should have been able to apply Dhamma, but I don't think it was very successful because I got this joint injected I think 2 days back. Yes, 2 days back. And that would have been an ideal situation for me to experience the Kayanupassana. Uh,
Yeah,
but
but the thing is, you
mm,
can't really plan anything.
that's
Then it
right. Yeah.
becomes a thought. If
Yes, yes.
something is planned, that becomes like a even yeah, it becomes a thought. But if this Dhamma has become a kind of a innate thing, then you don't have to think about it. But
Yeah, that's right.
sometimes with the injections and stuff, you can be a little bit, you know, it can be in the thinking side so that the
Mm,
tensing can happen. So it depends on any person. But you don't need all these specific experiences, But
yeah,
did
exactly.
you feel that yesterday Surangika actually told something that can't remember, but I thought yesterday Surangika's few words
Mhm.
was included in Arana Hanse's sermons today morning or last night. I thought I felt it, but I don't know about the five sensory organs, because in the end, that is what it is. So that is what is left. So this the actually challenge is to get the difference between the main sensory organ function and the power differentiation. That is the challenge, I would say. There's no other challenge in this world. It is the challenge to actually get this power understood. Like power felt, not understood. Understood word is bad because there's no question after that, isn't it? Like
Mm.
the power, the touch, with power, without power, that we have discussed about it, but I don't think it has gone into the depths yet. But I think Aranhansa is doing it already. He has done it so many times. It's just he keep doing it again and again, which is great because as we discussed before, if the center is not there, you will feel everything as normal, but center is not there. But this is a specific feeling, isn't it? So that's the thing. You know the normal feel, but experiencing the non-vibration is the problem. So that's the challenge. And you all have taken that challenge nicely, I think. It just will happen. But knowing that there is a challenge is the best thing, then the system works towards the challenge. No, you're not going to do anything anyway. If you are going to do something, then challenge is lost. But system might find the challenge, actually reach there. What do you think?
Yeah, actually, there are instances, not specifically that I can point out, but sometimes walking from one place to the other or looking out of the window or something, not very, very normal type of or very non-specific instances. There are some experiences. I'm not sure whether it is this. I feel that it could be this no self angle, the thing seen from the no self angle, but not very convincing, not very sure. So anyway, I don't take it seriously. I just let it pass. And difficult to explain also. Can't explain also. I mean, can't describe also how it is felt.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you
often,
don't have to, but
Mm.
with time, you will actually will fully realize it anyway.
Mm.
The best thing is to let go of everything and just let feel. That's why I was talking about feel yesterday, but I don't think Suranika got it right. But there's a very important aspect where light with power and without power. This is the thing I'm trying to bring up, but it is very, very, very delicate area that can't be discussed, as Aryan Hansi keep telling. It's very difficult unless one feels it. But we have to indicate that there is something like that, then only the research will continue, isn't it?
I wonder whether Champa has any other point from the discussions that we can discuss here. Any from any of the Zoom discussions yesterday and today?
Today morning, I couldn't hear the whole thing, doctor.
No. Right. One thought which is coming up frequently, it's of course fully on the thinking side, thought about my inability to take part in these programs. Because and that has been coming up again and again. I can see it as a thought. Yeah, today there was a message saying that another program is there at Numbergod.
And he
Because
was talking about not doing it in the future also, I heard.
yeah, that's right. Because this, arranging the things in such a hurry is a difficult thing because I can't go alone also myself. And there won't be, if there's a group going on from here, at least could have considered, but that is also not happening. So
Doctor, excuse me, I am planning to go tomorrow, doctor.
That's good.
By
That's
bus, alone by bus.
From where are you going?
I am I am staying close to Pilianda. So I have to go to Horana and then go to Dombagoda through. This is between Horana and Kaluthara.
Alupara, okay. Right. So it has become a thing to me now because both of you also emphasized the importance of taking part in that one. I was
No,
thinking
no.
actually it was
Don't worry about that. I mean, we are not participating. That's not a
no,
thing.
no, that is
Actually,
mm,
actually, it's a good thing if you can. It doesn't necessarily
I
mean,
know it's a good thing,
yeah.
yeah. Because of this distance here, and then I was unable to drive also. That because of that, the Lungalo thing also I missed. I couldn't drive, and that it was just the next day after this knee injection. So that climbing was a bit difficult for me. So somehow there was some reason which was coming up. So it's
Doctor, I
Mm.
close.
think there are so many chances around Candy, doctor. You can go there. There's
No,
another
no,
one.
no. Yeah,
Sita
yeah,
Kotu.
can
Sita
yeah,
Kotu.
can Sita
Yes,
Kotu is actually Hasalaka. It is
yes, yes.
close
Not
to my.
very far.
Hmm.
Not very
No, no,
far from Candy.
Candy one I am joining anyway. There's no issue. Candy now this fifth also we have one coming Sunday, and then very soon there'll be a new one at Vagala also again. So those definitely I am taking, but I was keen on joining this Dambukada one. That is something that I couldn't actually.
No, Doctor, Dombagoda is not such a vast area. It's a small place. But
Mm-hmm.
I think Candy side places are far better than this. Only thing, if Aryan Vahansi is there, we should
Mm.
take the opportunity.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yes. Any other points to discuss, Dr. Kokila?
Nothing came. I mean, I listened to Aaron Vance's both sermons. I thought it's fabulous. Actually,
Mm.
no words to even say. The specifications he's trying to give, which he usually doesn't do because it looks so tight. Then. But then it comes to that level because people stop. When someone says, Dr. Sakuntala, when someone says, I don't feel anything now,
Mm.
even that whole thing is wrong
Mm. Yeah.
because this is about you losing you, not you losing every sensory faction.
Mm.
So the whole thing is wrong. So that the Deaknovana aspect, it has become so strong
Mm.
that the other aspect is completely gone. So time to time, Naranansi has to remind this to everyone that this is not about not feeling anything. This is about you losing you.
Mm.
That's the thing that I try to highlight every day as well because it's a duty to do that because whole sansaric journey, not feeling anything is a very easy thing that you can tune into at any time.
How can you say it is a very easy thing to tune into this?
Well, if you go into your past vibrations, do you think that you haven't done this before?
Ah,
The the all these vibrations.
not
We
as a
know
thought.
maybe 95% time we were in Nire, yes, but at least 5% time there is always some element of this transition from
Mm.
levels.
And the explanation that Arenhasi gave to that Nikavarati Amma is also, I think, that also was a very detailed uh, thing to explain her nature because
It's not just
She-
her nature, it is in every one of us.
Mm,
It's just that she's the one bringing it to everyone. So we should actually worship her for getting that out of Aranhanse. But the thing is, it is said to everyone. It just not losing the plot, not losing the research, not losing the actual address, you know. If you lose the actual address, then you will actually go somewhere else, which is very easy.
Actually, she also has changed quite a lot from the previous way of talking. That's a
Well,
very
everyone
beautiful
changes. That
thing.
is what everyone changes. So just change is not here. That's what I'm saying. The person can be in the form world, can be in the non-form world, can be in the sensual world. It doesn't necessarily mean anything, isn't it? What matters is the experience of non-vibration. Then only this path is open. Samadhi path is open. Because anything that you think, or because thinking is just this human aspect, no? So as Aran said beautifully, thinking is irrelevant. Thinking is irrelevant, actually. Thinking part is irrelevant in the sense thinking part is not true anyway.
Yeah. Now
What
these
matters is what feels, yeah.
These animals, this was something that I wanted to explain actually in these sermons when we are doing. Now, when you talk about the animals, animals also do have a mind, but it is more in the primitive level, isn't it? The thoughts are
What
they,
mind are you talking about? You're talking about
no, the
skandha?
thoughts.
Skandha,
Yes,
yeah.
Kanda, yes,
Thoughts. That's the problem. Aranhanse also told that, you know, when we talk about a thought, every time, even this discussion, it goes to the mind section. That's the problem. So, but this actual word thought in English is really not even good. But the 6 words that Lord Buddha used is right. Sota Vijnana, Gana Vijnana, like that. He told 6 Vijnana, 6 consciousnesses, that is right. But when we try to talk about in a different angle with the English word with thought, then we are like, when we try to tell something, it becomes very narrow. It comes to
you mean about the word thought? All right, okay.
Yeah, every time we use the word even sita, it all comes to this mind side. But actually, it is about the stimuli we are talking about.
Yeah.
So that's why the 6 sensory functions should be understood. 6 sensory functions or 6 consciousnesses. Just mind consciousness is not just, it's not good enough. Because mind consciousness is just a part of this human system. It's a very good one. That's why we are catching these 31 realms, you know. 31 realms can be actually understood in this mind perception, in the sense mind vibration. But the thing is that mind vibration has all these levels of consciousnesses as well. So it's really tricky that this all these things. But At least if you know that there are 6 consciousnesses, then that would lead you to understand this. The word using words are very tricky, because as soon as you use the word thought, then it goes to the directly goes to the mind side. But actually speaking, the stimuli is the skandha stimuli. Stimuli, it can be a touch stimuli, it can be a light stimuli, it can be a sound stimuli, it can be a smell stimuli, it can be a taste stimuli, it can be a mind stimuli. Mind acts as a separate organ. It acts as like that. There's no separate organ like mind. So fully realizing these sensory organs is a must kind of thing with this wisdom. Because there's vinyata matang, isn't it?
Yeah.
Then how can you say that? Lord Buddha actually added that part also, no, the fourth one. So each vinyata or dana handuna ganima, each dana handuna ganima, each consciousness, with power, without power, this is the trickiest area. You kept asking me, what can you tell more about it? I can't. Can I? No. Because it's something felt.
Yeah,
And
without the power means anidasana, isn't it? And that apatitita or anidasana.
But with power means that is a sasa.
Yeah, that's right.
So that's the difference. We talk about it every day. That's the sasa, this is the non-vibration. So you know now there's such a big gap between that. And the gap kept reducing. Do you get it?
Yeah.
And the other aspect Aranansi brings up a lot now is the other one. But even that, this Avadi thing, as I was trying to tell yesterday, if you focus on it, it's gone. It's gone in the sense it's gone to as a thought. Then it becomes irrelevant again, because thoughts are irrelevant. And if you're looking for that, or if you're trying to check whether it is there, it becomes irrelevant again, because you're actually thinking about it. Nothing to think about.
Something felt as long as it is not focused, isn't it?
You can't really put words into that, but what I'm trying to say, if you try to think about it, or try to get it, or try to understand whether it's there, well, whatever it is there is not that, not the actual one, that because it becomes a thought. This thought system is really should be understood nicely.
Focusing means it becomes a thought, no? So as long as you are not focusing.
Even that is not, so this is just try and say, if you say, I'm not going to focus, that's another thought. These all are subconscious thoughts, you know.
I think the focus is because now when you go to do a job of work, you have to focus on various things at different times and different types of focuses depending on what you have to concentrate on. That's not the way that focus has to be used here. I think
the words are all
and do something, but
anyway useless.
Yeah. That
This
thing doesn't
Dhamma.
become a thing is the thing here. And for the avadiya, if you're looking to see whether there is avadiya, that means the avadiya has become a thing.
Mm.
Then there
Yeah.
is something.
Anyway, thoughts are not valid. Kind of, I mean, it's okay to be there. You can plan anything. That's the thought. You can plan anything, but it will not be a thing. All this
Yeah, I mean,
dream we are planning. This dream is actually about planning. You're planning to sleep. If you're planning to sleep in next 2 hours, then we plan to get up at 5, whatever the time, and then go to work. Yeah, there's a plan. That's all inside this dream. It's okay. No problem with the plan. No problem with the thoughts even. But what I'm trying to say is they are just thoughts.
I don't know that this is a good example, but I long time ago I was given some swimming lessons to do for free. And for the first time in my life, I got into a pool. And actually, then only I realized that it's very hard to pull your arms out of the water, even to do a freestyle, because I hadn't realized that the water was heavy to cut through with the arms. So why I mentioned that was, if you think about these thoughts and the difference in there's thinking and then there's thinking, meaning there are thoughts and there are thoughts, meaning I don't know, you have experience swimming, but the feel of the weight of the water and the arms finding it difficult to cut through deep water is like thoughts for a layperson, where every thought is heavy. Every thought is loaded with value and meaning and drushti, misconceptions and everything. So everything becomes a thing, and that's why the stress is a lot, and that's why the tiredness and the exhaustion, all that comes about, because every thought is a stress. But with the avadiya, it's like the thoughts are still coming, but it's almost as if you're on the beach, you're at the beach and you're paddling through very shallow water. When you paddle through shallow water, you don't even feel it now. It's
If
there.
you say that
Something like that. I'm
example,
just trying to find an example.
no, it is good example. If you say that example for the field also, that would be great. One day, if you start telling the same example for the field also, that would be great, because here you are talking about thoughts not being a thing. But if you talk about this in the same way, the light, every field not being a thing, same example can be used to the field also.
I don't get that, Dr. Kokila, still. Because how would you describe the feeling not becoming a thing? I thought you can't explain it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will be only evident to oneself, but the examples can be told. No, Aranwanse tells examples all the time. So the same example can be told for the same thing, the field. It's a metaphor, no? What you use now is a metaphor. Even the feel will not become a thing, like the touch sense, the touch consciousness, the taste consciousness, any basic consciousness is not becoming a thing. basically you don't have to say all that. It's just feel not becoming a thing. Whatever the feel of the, so there are two words of feel also here. That's the problem with these words. I'm talking about actual sasa.
So that feel part is applicable to the shallow water thing that Surangaka explained.
It should be. No, you know, now if it is a thing, for an arahant, someone, we take an example as Arahant's or Buddha, the feel is not a thing now. Yeah. As a sasa not becoming a thing. Or basically non-vibration. This is like, you know, same thing told in different examples. Because once you come to the form world also, there is a kind of a release. And there is a non-form world also, there is a kind of a release. But the full release is the release of the sasa, isn't it? That is where the center is zero. Otherwise, center has about 100 millivolts. This example again, center will have about 100, which is not handled yet. If it was 35,000, 34,900 is gone. Still 100 is there. There's a possibility of coming back, isn't it? I'm not talking about becoming an arahant. This is about the main specific the experience. If every stimuli is like that, it's like Lord Buddha or an arahant. It's a very tricky area but it's a nice thing if everyone can actually try to understand that it's you losing you is not as you are there but not feeling anything. That's different to you losing you, because every sensory function is nicely working there. There's a bit of a heaviness, isn't it? What's that? I could feel it. What's that heaviness?
So that Kamatahana, point of contemplation for the Nikavaratiya mother, can you explain that a bit more, Dr. Mogila?
I think
That's
it
good
was
for
so specific.
That's good for everybody, no?
Yeah, it is the fourth one he's telling.
Only the last, only the breath.
No, only the breath was no. Only the breath is actually, was it the one he told? I forgot now. Was it the last
No,
breath one he told?
sometime back, he said that should be the Kamatahana for her. But
Yeah,
today,
actually, I have found that is usually good for ego.
Okay.
I mean, initially, because sometimes we don't feel that this breath would be last. Kind of no. Actually, there's a lot of aspects to it, because it helps to come to the actually seeing the where, because now Udevaya has never been seen until you come to the zero of that millivolts, 35,000. If it is 33,000, until it comes to zero, you haven't felt the zero. Until you feel the zero, you haven't actually understood non-vibration or felt non-vibration. So there's a massive risk. He told it last night, I think. There's a massive risk of everyone going around and around and around, not touching the center. Losing you, point. It's just a moment of synchronizing with the Buddha status, but that is very strong, because it will give you such an insight. But what is important is that touching that zero, that Udaya where part never come. It will never happen if it doesn't go to the zero. Complete Udaya is actually coming to the zero. That is the Buddha status. That will only give you the understanding that there's one stimuli at a time. All these insights are just with that. So the one stimuli at a time is very, very good. If you can get all these aspects into that, very good for someone who is pondering about the whole thoughts, because she had the problem of thoughts. I have told her multiple times as well. She's so engrossed in thoughts, actually full thoughts, not even perception level. She's in the thoughts itself, in the sense, not the basic thoughts, not the this five sensory functions. I'm talking about the mental part of it. So that is so powerful. She can't even get that it is a perception. So that sometimes these kamatahanas are told in different aspects. Even it was told for Nishant. I if I remember, this last breath thing was told to Nishant, if I can remember correctly, at a 7:00 one. It is given by Aranwanse for different reasons. Even I may not catch what it is for, because he is catching the minute aspects, because this peers into the zero is not happening if the thought process is very strong. So if the thought process is very strong, I think the somewhere like we told about the places that causes the thought process to go down. Like this breath is also something like that, could be, but it can be a different aspect to someone else. That's the thing. So there are so many aspects into this one kamatahana. Why Aranwanse is telling it to that person? Because it automatically comes from him. He doesn't think. Usually he never, he never thinks like that. It comes out, because if he's feeling that it is this one thought at a time can be missed, because there's a continuity feeling now you have. If this is not broken, you continue to feel that this continuity will be taken for granted. And anyway, the death fear will be there. Yeah, it is a bit complicated, but I think he changed it today. He said different thing to her, isn't it? But I think
Yeah, for today, he said, whatever you do to contemplate, there's no one here doing it. That was
yeah,
for her, the
that is
fourth point.
third and fourth kind of thing. Yeah, because if someone's perceptions are getting weaker, that's the best place to go. Like, if the thoughts are not a thing, you come to this perception level. If someone comes to this Zoom, actually, if the thought level is so high, we will be talking a lot about the perceptions. How a thought is a perception, because you're trying to push that person from the thought level to the perception level. If a person is in the perception level and still floating around with the good feeling, because now it is good feeling anyway, nothing becomes a thing now. So now floating around. So that person should be pushed to the vibration side. It takes an effort, but should be pushed to the vibration side, because that is the third one. So the third one should be pushed to the non-vibration side. That's how it is. The four levels.
Basically, what you were trying to explain was that actually the 4 levels of contemplation, that depending on the person's level, isn't it? If the
Yeah.
person is in the thought level, it is the first one where you have to emphasize on to
Thoughts are actually
recognize the
perceptions.
thought. Yeah. Mm.
Because that's why I told you, like apple on the table is a thought. If you really believe in that, that's a different level, like you will love to do anything with that apple, But then if you know that it's a perception, you don't have anything to do with the outside apple
Yeah.
whatsoever. But then the perception level, if you're floating around with the perception level, then perception level, it's so good because you don't have any problem. You're not even going after ice cream, nothing. Nothing. It's so good. But then if they have to go through this to the zero, then has to pierce the non-form also. No? So that is the next one. The perception is not the actual thing. It's a vibration. It's something felt. That vibration is a feel only. So what do you feel? When it comes to the feel, it's actually the self vibration you feel. Tense that you feel, nothing else. But how would you actually reverse it? By realizing which you never realized before. By realizing Lord Buddha's message. It's a speed of the sensory function only that you felt all this time as you. That is the turning point. If you are floating in the perception level and is very comfortable with that, then the research strength is gone. Research strength is gone. If someone is very comfortable with the feel, research strength is gone. Or non-feel in that case. There's an unfeel also, asanyatala is also there. Michadittika asanyatala is there. No? So these are very tricky areas. Important thing here is to see the full rising and ceasing full thing, not just a little bit. Not feeling good is here can be misinterpreted in every aspect because you feel good anyway. You get the point, Dr. Sakuntala? We feel good anyway.
Yeah.
If you compare, you are not the people who are burning like before now. So 100%, we can be floating around like really good. But the important aspect is whether you have experienced an unvibration or not. That is the only thing that is being reminded by Aranwanse every day. And it's only the system's task. No one can do it for them. Only the teacher can tell, what are you doing? Go and have a bath. The Lord Buddha said, no, it's a metaphor he used. You're so smelly. What are you doing? For a one who is called no returner. No returner was told that. Imagine how strict he can be. Aranwanse is not that strict, isn't it? If he starts telling that, everyone will not come to this. It's funny.
He gave that kamatana to another mother. She's in her 80s. She used to often say that I feel good and no burning, and I'm getting on with the work at home as normal, and no fire, not things are not becoming things to me, and all she used to say very often. And she also was given that same kamatana about this think as it is, that last breath. Can you explain a little bit more about that kamatahana? I mean, see it as your last breath. That is how Aranwanse was telling it. For the practical side, can you give any more explanations about that?
Oh, that's a good question. You throw me out. Well, that's a good question. I might have to do it and tell you. I might have to do it and tell you because I haven't actually done that. It's a good one for me to do as well. Because this, there's there are few things I have understood, but I usually don't. I usually have. I mean, I don't know whether to tell these things also, but when I go for a walk, I have tried to kind of feel. But I don't think I should say that because I don't know whether it's the right thing to say, because it may be something that clicked in this system. But yeah, I might actually practice that and see, because the breath is usually another way of approaching the same thing. It's just the if you actually go to the breath level, there's a feel now. If you actually think about it, but I'm not a master of breath thing. Yeah, the breath has the same thing as the walking meditation. Breath has I can say by the experience that breath has the same outer component as well as the vibration component. Vibration component. So there is the all these levels can be experienced in that too. So maybe it's a trick to actually let them experience in that moment.
Are you trying to say that there are some, this Anapanasati meditation, it has some long, I think about 16 steps now? It's nothing to do with that, isn't it?
Not really, no. Not really. But because I don't know the 16 steps at all. But
I also can't remember,
I'm
I
just
think,
talking about the actual experience of another aspect turning to this aspect I'm trying to say. But I think this I can say 4 things about that. 4 or 3 maybe. One aspect is that it is only one stimuli at a time. Other aspect is trying to get them into the field and the non-field. Third one is getting their mind low, because the mind is powerful. To everyone who said that the perception level, that mother, that specifically that 70-year-old mother, I think she's very truthfully talking. She doesn't feel a thing now. The problem is her ego is now getting higher and higher because she doesn't feel anything. So the ego aspect, it can be tackled when you actually try to contemplate that this is the last moment. Do you get this?
Yeah.
Because now just imagine if you haven't felt the non-vibration, there's a very bad aspect that can go wrong. Which one is that? You might not feel anything. That is like a Brahma. And then you will be in a very secure place where you are not even feeling anything. You will be very secure. So actually the ego can be high, very high in that sense. Even this, that's the problem with even the non-form meditative states with the Michaditti. Same thing. Vibration can be high. Inner vibration can be high. They might not know that because they are not researching about the self vibration now. They are just researching about the Akvenna part. So the Akvenna part is the whole thing now. People have got it really well. That mother has got it really well. So she can go to even Asanyatala very easily. These are areas that can be touched on easily anyway. So that the Akvenna aspect, every time if you go into that the Akvenna aspect, or it's not a thing, Aranhanse has to remind that in a different angle, it's not about that, it's about you. It's about you not being there. So in a different angle, this one he will be telling that in different points of view, just to take them around, to come to the third and the fourth. Because the fourth, everyone likes to forget about it because you feel so good, Why people meditate? They feel so good at that. I know people addicted to that. Not drug addiction, just addicted to the meditative states. I know a venerable also, like a female venerable. She kept telling me, please do concentration meditation. It is so good. And I'm like listening to her. But they are very engrossed in that idea. So the thing is, you feeling good is a perception there. that mother also the same. Even by listening to Aran Hanse, it is the same aspect. That means it's not a thing. It's all going from that aspect, forgetting about the fourth one. Because the most
කෙනෙක් නෑ එකට යන්නේ නෑනේ. It doesn't go to that level. කෙනෙක්
no.
නෑ.
Yeah, that is the most important aspect in Lord Buddha's Dhamma. Feeling the non-self vibration. Feeling the non-vibration is the most important aspect. You losing you. How to understand that it was only thing it was there was just the stimuli. That was the only thing that was there, because there is a sensory system. What is there is only the stimuli. At that particular moment, it is just the stimuli. But you don't get it because the stimuli is gone now. How can one even appreciate this Dhamma if you keep doing that and even the stimuli is not felt? That's why people in, not people, the Brahmans, or we can say people because we know that it's a status of mind. Non-form level is not accessible to them. If you actually get trapped in the non-form level,
Yeah.
not accessible to them. So you have to
That
turn
is-
them around anyway.
Mm.
It's a small risk that can happen. But mostly, I feel by listening to them that it is a form level that is trapping them, because they are feeling so good, after suffering all life, 79 years of age suffering. As soon as they get into the form world, they don't feel a thing now. Like they don't want the sun, they don't want anything now. They feel good. So the self is maturing there. Self-perception is still there, self-vibration is still there, potential for any suffering is there. The non-vibration has not manifested at least once. That is a risk. It's a risk. He started actually saying that. He said, what did he say? I don't know whether it's the last night or today morning. He said it's a maha aparadhi, or what did he used a good word? It can happen. No, worst thing. He said a good word. He said, not because they have heard Dhamma, they are not even, they can't be even called people who have never heard Dhamma. Also, they are floating around in vain. He used a good Sinhala word, I can't remember, but he told that. It's a worse thing than actually being, because they are not now keen to research. Because suffering is not there now, so why do we research? The suffering is not there. Like 95% suffering may be gone, but the other 5% they can ignore. This is not even becoming an arahant I'm talking about. I'm talking about just having this experience at least once. You have to fully understand that there is a kind of a 4 steps in one fraction of a second. All the 4 steps are pierced. I think a lot of our mothers are in good status, because Aranwansi started very nicely and everyone else also started nicely with this outside being not true. So they usually come to the form level easily. They might come after listening a long time. You have to have enough wisdom to keep researching.
There are quite a number of people actually who have been listening to this Dhamma. They have never talked, or at least maybe they have talked once or twice. Now there are few of the friends with whom I am sharing this deshana also, and I have been keeping telling. So she says now, at least one friend, she says that she's very comfortable with. I mean, this walking meditation and all. She has excelled in that. She says that she really feels the all four steps without any difficulty. But whenever I ask about presenting that to Aryan Mahase, she has something to do. She is quite busy with the children's work and various other activities. She has retired also.
When you say that I'm very
Mm.
comfortable with the 4 steps,
Mm.
there's a doubt there itself.
Samatha, you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, she's one of the friends with whom I also went for this meditation session. So she had the tendency going towards the samatha.
This
Only
tendency
once.
is there in anyone.
Mm.
Yeah, because you don't need to do meditation this 40, 50, 60, 70 years to have that tendency.
Oh, yes. I mean, just few years or even is more than enough. It's actually, as
Not
you said,
few
that.
years, not even done at all can synchronize to that level easily.
Yeah.
Because they are, deja vu effects. Easily gone there, will be easily going there.
It's like when you close the eyes. I think Surangika also has done some meditation, if I remember correctly. So she also must be having the experience. When you go on doing it for some time, the moment you sit and close your eyes, as if you are tuning to a particular channel, within sort of minutes, kind of you are floating. That level it can. So as you said, it is very comfortable, and kind of gets addicted also, because it's beautiful experiencing that.
That's the problem of
Mm.
pushing. The
Mm.
pushing now from that comfortable area, come feel the vibration. They are like, why should I feel the vibration?
Yeah.
I'm already floating. Why should I feel any vibration in that sense,
Mm.
Yeah. That's the issue we have. And to ignore any meditative state, you have to have good insight about the Dhamma.
Yeah.
But Aryan Hanse doesn't say to ignore it, but he at the same time says, if you really ask, he might say, no, it's a samatha bhavana, but think about the no self. That's where he comes back again with that. Everyone floating, he tries to tell that fourth one, no, either this is my last breath, because it's you can't really do that with that floating, can you? Yeah, he's trying to get them back. I mean, it's a metaphor I'm using. He may have like 1,000 reasons for this, because he's the feeler. Because if he kind of saying one or two things, he might say 1,000 reasons for that. That is the thing, Dr. Sakuntala. Even with that, you misunderstood that night thing now.
I mean
See?
that floating thing.
Yeah, definitely. Don't you know that there is
Yes,
self
yes, yes.
vibration there? Self
Mm.
perception is also there. If you
Mm.
ever understand this, you will do piercing better. There is self perception there. It's like in a dream, you have a perception or like closing the door, or when
Mm.
it is highly raining or whatever. You
Mm.
have the perception or self perception. Even in that floating, the self perception is there. This is the research here that you are doing.
Yeah,
That's
after telling that wisdom came, I mean, I realized that it is really silly type of experience.
it's not silly actually. If you are actually getting it properly,
Mm.
if you went into the vibration level and then you understand that, that's it. But the problem is this in midway floating is not good enough
Mm-mm. Yeah.
because you haven't pierced the non-form. You're not talking about the non-form, nothing.
Yeah.
Just floating is easy with the self view and not the view. You can't talk about view there because you're not thinking. But the self perception is there, the vibration is anyway there. So you losing you is different, you floating is different. Do you get it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, one has to actually experience that to say the differences.
Nampa, you can join us if you are free to talk. You also must be having some experiences.
Doctor, I'm listening, but not much experiences because sometimes suddenly the pain is coming, no, doctor. That is the thing.
What
Without any reason, the pain is coming. That means if somebody, uh, that means if somebody hurts, like also outside a relative or somebody hurts, it means it's coming like it's giving some kind of paining. That is why.
So you are not an arahant, no? So it's fine. But the main thing is whether you are taking it as it's happening to you.
That is the point. No, doctor? Right. So tell me something about it, doctor, please.
Oh my god. This now if we all are arahants, there's no any there's no need to have a discussion. So the importance is the self view, how to, like feeling this. What is the importance of having experiences? Why Aran says repeated like million times that there should be experience, it should be experience, it should be experience. I think 100% sure that it should be told about million times now. So why is he telling that? Because that experience will give you so many insights about that the actually there's only one stimuli at a time. There's never a self. It is only the self perception or the self feel is there when the stimuli is felt as a thing. Everything will be fully realized with the experience. But then, because that you have realized this, that the alive feel is not there in that moment, this long term alive feel which is taken as you is not a big thing anymore. So the self view is broken. You fully realize that the self view is just a misunderstanding. That's where the self view is broken. So when the self view is broken, just because you have synchronized to the Buddha status for once, all your stimuli which has so much power is still there. So then slowly this power will reduce. So until you are an arahant, there is a possibility that your highest point of whatever the stimuli may affect you. But the main thing is whether you are taking it as happening to you, or whether it is just in the level of feel. So this is a massive difference between one who is fully aware about your own power and the non-vibration, so the vibration and the non-vibration. Then you don't really worry about the thinking aspect, because you know that definitely thinking is not true. And whatever matters is what you feel, yes. And the feel, there will be ups and downs until you the ups and downs also will be all the what do you call it will reduce slowly. You don't have to think about any levels. It will keep reducing, as even yesterday. So you're not listening properly. Even yesterday we talked. Even after feeling this non-vibration, there is craving, sensual craving and sensual what is it called? Kama tanha, bhava tanha. No, not that. Kama raga patika. So the sensual world things are there. It should come down slowly, and then once all the perception level is gone, it is only the feel. That's a different level. But you don't have to worry about the levels. What matters is whether the self view is broken or not.
That means, doctor, when that burning is feeling, yes, it's feeling through misunderstanding, standing, so something like that. Then we have to be with that feel, no? The feeling of burning.
Actually, if there is a feeling, now imagine there is a restlessness when your nephew or niece was doing something, you got a really bit of agitation or restlessness. So then you have to find about what is happening there, why the self perception is coming up there. You have to do a little bit of research to find out what is the problem there. But if you have the self view, then it becomes another problem. You think that it is self. Not you think, actually you feel like that also, this touch, having the self part of it and non-self part of it is a very intimate thing. So there's a feel also, there's a difference between the power and the non-power, or the nil power. So the research will continue until you get this properly. After you get this properly, then it is all about slowly this power is reducing. That happens. You can't do anything. If you really doing anything, it will be to find out about the patterns that makes you to have the restlessness. It can be attitudes.
Not doing anything, just understanding. When we are going to help others, it will coming back. That's the perception actually. Always it's happening when we try to help others. It will become a burden thing. to us.
That can be even thought levels. You have to be careful.
Yes, doctor, yes.
Yeah, it can be in the thought level because perception level is different. Perception level, there is no much problem. Perception level is the problem where it's kind of not the man. It's not a great problem anymore. You are not actually, because the nephew is not a thing, niece is not a thing, help is not a thing. None of these thoughts are not important, but the perception is still there. Self-perception is still there. The perception of the niece is there. Perception level is really, I don't know whether it is understood properly. It is a different level. It is a level where actually there's no much problems.
Because
But
doctor, I am not worrying. Yes, I am not worrying much. My husband is worrying. Because of that only, that is coming up to me.
So it must be a kamatahana then if you're worried about your husband. But this is the thing, it's very difficult to say. So worrying about husband is also not the problem. The problem is the self, or the self-perception, or the self-burning, or the self feel. If self is not there, if the center is not there, you will become husband and you will try to see whether the burning can be calmed down. But if there's a level, you can't do everything. But even if you can't do that, there's no center. That means the self is gone. It's a different level. So if you take the Lord Buddha's example, Lord Buddha tried 3 times to prevent a war, but he's not devastated just because the war is not prevented. But he still tried.
Yes.
So this is all about the self-view. That is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, doctor, yes.
And the self-perception and the self-vibration.
Worrying for nothing, like just useless things.
Not in that way. Actually, there's no feeler. Then the worry is there. There's no one actually claiming that.
Right. Yes.
It's a complete different aspect, which we are not used to. Okay, now, whole samsaric journey, we are used to ignore the perceptions, ignore the thoughts, right? That's why we meditate a lot, because we would not like to suffer. That's actually selfish move. We want to not suffer, basically. So you go somewhere, hide somewhere, keep meditating so you don't feel anything. Good. Isn't it? It's not understanding anything. Nothing.
Yes.
But even in understanding process, we can go side tracks. But it's okay, because RN1C is there to take you back. But that's the importance of RN1C. The noble friend, Yeah. So anyway, our tradition or our tendency is to feel good. So if you try to think the husband is not there, you might actually one day feel like, oh, husband is not there, why should I care? Then there's a very good self now not feeling husband. This is not that kind of Dhamma. This is you losing you, not you losing husband. Do you get the point?
Yes, doctor. When he is worried, I am always telling no use of thinking those of others. So
even that aspect is not good. When you say don't think about others, that is also not good, you know.
No, without
That's-
without a reason, he is worrying. No? Thinking of about his family members. I don't have any sisters or brothers. I don't want to worry.
It's okay for him to worry. Just tell him it's okay to worry. Just worry. Why don't you say that?
Because he doesn't know how to come out from this. No? That is why I am worried.
No, I am worried about you. No, I'm not worried about your husband. I'm actually worried about you. So I'm telling you.
Yes, that is true.
Yeah, because you are the one who is listening to Dhamma and you are the one who is worried about someone else. But I'm telling you have to worry about your own vibration, not others' vibrations.
Yes, doctor, yes.
First, you find your vibration, then you can help others.
Yes, true, doctor, true.
Yeah, with your vibration giving headlights, then you can't really do much, can you? You might actually put fire into the other side. So best thing is to do the research as if the your hair is on fire.
Because when the burning is there, must pierce that
No,
road.
Lord Buddha said, as if your
Yes,
hair
yes.
is on fire,
On fire.
try
Find
to feel the non-vibration.
Yes.
That is the not becoming an arahant. It's this become actually understanding this Dhamma. And about 95% of problems are gone in that, but correctly, not halfway. Because the self-view is completely shattered. Then whatever happens, you don't take it as someone is doing it or something is happening to me. Whatever, even the feel or the perception or the thought, it doesn't matter. You definitely know it's not happening to yourself. You feel it like that, but you definitely know that it is not so. And what then actually changes? You will continue to feel everything, but the self vibration will not have place. So it will definitely die down slowly. That's where the Asakshi Jnana is, because you know now full vibration, you know now non-vibration. Slowly it will come to a level where non-vibration will be a thing, a permanent thing. Then Lord Buddha, Aranhansa says, you are like a tree. Still feeling everything, but like a tree. It's a metaphor actually. Because the senses are working nicely. Then you still feel, you still think, you still the see light, you still hear sounds, you still understand all the logic behind everything. You know what is happening with the world, everything is okay. What is important is the self-vibration. Detection is the problem. Once detected and once you know the 0 point, it is easier. Anything else? Surangika, yeah.
Dr. Aryan said, I think last night or today morning, the scent. So we can't clear the scent. We can't do anything to clear the self-centered patterns, no, doctor? just to
What are you saying? What did you say? What is the Sinhala thing that you're saying? Is it
mother,
Purdu you're talking about?
It's
Mother.
must be
mother,
Gatapuru, was it?
he said මැද තියෙන දේ clear සුද්ධ වෙන්නේ clear වෙන්නේ everything is centered. Your thinking, your person is there, self-centered.
Yeah.
Self-centered.
Yeah, that is the same thing that we are talking. It is the center that is going to dissolve, not the anything else. Husband will be there as usual, your niece will be there as usual, nephew will be there as usual. Whatever the country they are in will be there as usual, but you will be not there. So the world will be beautiful anyway.
I think he said it to maybe, was it Dr. Nishamani? Or somebody, no? Like that.
Yes.
Saying that, stop worrying, all those things are going to be as it is. It's you who is not going to be there. You are losing you, no?
Yeah. It's coming to actually a very good level now. I think everyone will be pushed now.
It's very, very fine.
Yeah, I think it's very good because
Point.
there's so many people who have listened for some time now. I think everyone must be pushed. Otherwise, if R.N. Hanse stops the sermons, it will be in vain.
Yeah, that's where the field is not allowed to flourish.
Yeah.
That was the main point in last night's Zoom.
That was the
Dr. Shamani and somebody else also, same thing.
Yeah. That
and
can happen to any one of us.
Yeah, that was actually quite relevant for, in this case, my case as well. I can't say my case also, but whatever case. But it has become actually those, see, everything is only at a stage, Dr. Gokila. After some time, even that stage is also gone. That stage also dissolves. It's like coming through, the mud is getting clearer and clearer.
Yeah, the main important thing is not to lose your research.
Yeah. That is why the discussion and the RN1s continuously listening to the talks is important. I think one needs to balance it, because another thing is that if you are continuously just listening to the Bana also, now that's another thing we used to do, no? So another problem, not a problem, but was that those days there was a lot of talks during the day where RN Mahansa joins, and then you want to at least listen to the parts that he explains, the Dhamma. So that was like morning to evening, quite a lot. Now I just do the morning Zoom and the Andolnatmaka. And that at least, you get the sense of it, and there's a bit of Vidarshana. There might be some listening to old talks also, here and there, but not every day and not all the time. And there is more space for silence and more space for actually doing that third and fourth kamatana to that, what he said to Nikavarati Amma, when a task is being done, seeing the task being performed without the eye. How the thought arises, and according to the mental picture it's being done, not that one actually thinks about the mental picture arising, but it almost happens involuntarily. So there's more space for that, and the more space that is there for that, the perceptions, the level of perceptions being heavy also dissolves. And then when a thought actually occurs which is not task-oriented, the tendency of dwelling on the thought is also less. The weightiness of any thought if dwelt even a second longer than required, is also felt. So there are, different aspects of things that keep surfacing, but those are not in the way it was surfaced or not surfaced earlier. So yeah, it's like different ways of progressing, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it's unique to everyone. Yeah, it's kind of unique to everyone. But realizing that it can be, in any what do you call it? Any posture. It can be. It can happen in any posture. It can happen in any moment. Just being in the feel. You might feel the non-feel as well, but it is very tricky area because it's coming from the thought side, so it's kind of piercing one thought with wisdom to the zero level. That's the you losing your thing. But anyway, your defilements will be coming down, and this will make you easy to go get into these levels anyway. Now, that's why Aranhansi is giving different kamatahan to mothers, because he knows that they are in kind of a middle of it. So it's very good. They are not like the other people. They are not, you can't compare them to normal people now.
Yeah, definitely. They
But
have come
still,
such a long way, no?
Yeah, but still the main importance is you losing your experience. So that's where Aranhansi's task is. Because when someone is actually fully into this Dharma without doubts, there's no stopping. Even though Lord Buddha said, for even a no-returner, you go and have a wash. You still smell of stools, you go and have a wash. Because no-returner means it's someone in the field. Completely, it's even the perceptions are not a thing. Just imagine that, Lord Buddha telling that. Because nowadays it is difficult to even feel. So imagine listening to Lord Buddha. But anyway, this Dhamma is so beautiful, isn't it, Surangika? I mean, can't express how beautiful this Dhamma is, how much it can help the human systems, like human beings.
Actually, until the non-vibration is felt or experienced, the Dhamma is the closest thing to that. That is why all these mothers think everybody tunes into the Dhamma like there is no tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's
100%.
like ducks to the water kind of thing. Because immediately the system becomes almost goes to zero, Dr. Kokila. Moment you start listening.
Yeah.
Because recently only it actually struck me that is happening. That is why this tendency to listen to the Dhamma so much. It can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. And when I say bad thing, it's not like a bad thing, but then it has to be balanced because of the Vidarshana angle. And I know you also say that Vidarshana has to be done only at the point of it being listened to, but there's merit
No. Vidarshana
has to be done other
can
times
happen
also.
at any time. It's easy to do when you are listening, but
Yeah, it's
it
easy,
can
yeah.
happen at any time.
And sometimes that is the effort that the mothers don't make, or we don't make,
That's
or
because
anyone
they
doesn't
feel
make.
well. That is the issue.
Because they think the explanation was given by R.N. Mahansa, so we don't need to do anything.
And
further.
also they feel good. So they're like, yeah, I'm already good. So they kind of like very easily, or actually without even realizing, they will be very complacent. I don't know whether the word is right. Yeah, I think so. Like they will just take it as granted, I feel so good, you hear it every day. I mean, I've listened to them for a long time. I have heard it from the beginning. People coming and telling, they feel good. And the other thing is, if all the village monks get this message properly, I don't know, so many people will tune into non-vibration. This has to happen, if this Dhamma to us for another 2,500 years. This tuning into non-vibration should happen. Even the first level should happen.
Doctor, recently I gave some books to our priests in our temple at an alms giving, but they may have read it, but still just staying without giving any word out, because I think they are having some kind of problems from the Nikaya, because all are thinking the outside world is true, no? They are thinking that way, but they are a bit afraid of talking about it, I think, because the Mahanayakas are not.
No, actually, if they become the non-vibration, it's not issue. It's because this is not fully felt. That's why if someone actually fully feel this and become the non-vibration, actually become an arahant, then nothing will be an issue. It will be like a roar like the lion's roar in the jungle. Lion doesn't care, no, who is listening. Yeah, but the thing is, actually becoming non-vibration is an issue because of the so much strong waves. So much strong waves about the meditation, so much strong waves about the ego, and so much strong views about Dhamma, because there's a conflict, because like as in the beginning, my comparison was usually to the science side. So likewise, now they have so many aspects to compare. So that's all in the mind. So you can't really take it that with that difficulty. So that's the thing. So there are so many views, strong views. So it is difficult to even understand this. There's only one particular stimuli at a time. This skandha is actually speed. That what you feel is a speed. Feel is the important aspect now. And what you feel is the speed of the sensory function of the skandha. And skandha is not going to go away, but the misunderstanding is going to go away. And that's where you lose you. So these aspects are very, it doesn't pay us. Either it has to be very good system with good insight abilities that one can actually quickly get it. But the problem is they get stuck in the middle like everyone, because they are so used to this meditation as concentration meditation can happen as soon as they start to walk or they start doing anything, So it can be an issue for them. So they have to actually find ways to tackle that first, to try and pierce one thought. Because this is nothing about being in a meditative state.
The main problem is in the mainstream media, doctor. They are not helping in any way to come out this true Dhamma. No? If it is happening, this everyone will catch it.
Yeah, it's all. It will only catch people who is to hear this also. So it's not something we can control. One day, foreigners might come and ask, "Yes, this non-vibration, not the Sri Lankan people."
Yes.
So it will be a one day, but the problem is whether this the society will let even that happen, because it's full of
Doctor, because
bad stuff.
This is always hidden now, doctor. No opening. Some of the priests are also trying to hide it. That is the main reason. Otherwise, this Sri Lankan people will catch it. They like it now. They like the truth, searching for the truth. So many people.
That's the importance of everyone who is actually listening becoming the non-vibration. That's the importance.
Yes.
So the importance is you becoming the non-vibration. You losing you is the important aspect.
Yes.
Then non-vibration power is going to manifest. Until such time, it is not going to do anything that much. If it is even 500, it doesn't matter.
Doctor, I I have created a page in TikTok, Mudita Bokundara, and 30,000 likes are there. I'm sending these small videos, and in my Facebook page, Mudita Bokundara, 5,000 friends are there. They like it very much to listen these small videos.
Mm. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. What I'm saying, it is in a different angle. Spread is in a different angle at the moment. So one day will come that people will be searching for it online, not. But that matches this era. Our kids, they just ask something. If they want to ask something, they ask ChatGPT. They don't ask the parents.
Yes.
So it is going to be the thing. If they are going to ask ChatGPT whether there's an end to this suffering.
I am putting this in the Twitter and Instagram also.
Yeah, actually, that's very good, Champa, what you're doing, because as Dr. Kokila said, everything needs to be short and snappy in this era. Not
Yeah, because the
only
children will not even listen
Yes.
to the big ones.
not only children, even adults are like that. If you can't keep their attention for 2 minutes, even they want to move on to the next motivation and the next thing and the next thing.
Yeah,
Yes.
the way scrolling happens, isn't it?
Mm.
I don't have a single social media, so I don't know much about that. I've never had anyway. I mean, never ever had.
But the thing is, you have to use the tools of the day,
Yeah,
of the
100%.
era, in
So
order to
whoever,
convey the message, which is.
whoever who is using that would be doing a really good one. Because, even these sermons, I think it will do one day a good thing, because anyone researching after 200 years or so, they may or may not find it. It doesn't matter, but it is there,
Yes, the new generation and the future generation will definitely catch it.
Not definitely, but there will be a very big amount, because their suffering will be more, because they can't handle a little bit of suffering. That's why they are doing gaming and all that, because they can't handle the pressure of the mind. Mind is a very big suffering, no? Mind, it's all the mind. So the mind aspect, mind burning is very high anyway. So that's why they keep looking at something, or going on hiking, or trying to do drugs, or taking
Listen to
medications.
music and things. No, they are always listening to music.
Yeah, or scrolling on the phone. So these things is there because they can't handle the weight of the mind. So this will get worse and worse anyway. But the thing is, who will get the correct thing or not? Because fraction of our father's time also, fraction of people who got this idea that this is suffering also went to concentration meditation. So they lost the plot. They didn't get into the insight meditation. Now, at this moment, non-vibration is manifesting. Actually, anyone can tune it into it easily, especially the humans. So it's high time, high time. So it's such a delicate thing who hears this also. I mean, I don't think everyone talks in these things. As Sakuntala said, I don't think people are willing to come and talk anyway. It's all good. Everything will be good. Yeah, and we have come to the finishing of this session
Time
also.
is over,
Thank you.
Doctor. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you. Thank you so much to participate.
Thank
Thank you, Arana.
I will not be able to join tomorrow, Doctor.
We will be waiting to hear from you the next day then.
Okay, Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Dhamma friends. Let's continue with the talk for the next 1 hour. We have been talking about different types of Dhamma topics, so at least trying to understand Dhamma from different angles. And the discussion that is held for 2 hours from 3 to 5 p.m. also talks about a variety of perspectives and aspects of the Dhamma, whether it is for beginners and whether it is for people that are people who are on the path, practitioners. And those some practitioners who are quite advanced also, who have to fine-tune almost, we can say that the specific areas or the very finer points with regard to non-self vibration, non-self perception, being awakening to the feel, being more aware of where the self-perception is trying to ingratiate itself and so on. But the main purpose of these English Zoom discussions is to kind of at least communicate the principles and the Buddhist philosophy to the English-speaking audiences. So we will go back to the main Buddhist philosophy, which is really the core and the crux of understanding and transcending suffering. Because right from the beginning, right till the very end, where ignorance is lost, because ignorance is pervading everything. Delusion is pervading everything. And whilst in Buddhism we talk about the 10 fetters, and ignorance is actually named as the last fetter, what it actually says is, it's true, the ignorance is the last fetter to extinguish. But that doesn't mean it's there only at the end. It is there right from the beginning, right through to the end. So why do we say that? Because it is ignorance that makes beings believe that there is a world that is existing. And the cessation, the suffering that the Buddha found the end to is all coming from the belief of a wrong self-view. Why do we say that? Because, I mean, the way the conventional world revolves around is that everybody takes this whole world to be true, to be real. And the people in it are also, the I, the self, the ego is also taken to be equally true. So when the Buddha went in search of the cause for suffering, he realized that this suffering was actually starting, the core of it was starting by taking this world to be true, by taking this sense-driven perceptions as something that is actually existing. And when that exists, the person who is actually experiencing or observing or experiencing the senses or the objects also becomes true. But that is a wrong self-view. and that is coming about naturally through a natural mechanism or a natural phenomena. So the understanding of the sense faculties is given a lot of importance in understanding this Buddhist philosophy, because the world, as you call it, is only getting created, is only getting manifested through these sense faculties and sense faculties alone. The Buddha found out that there is nothing that can be experienced in this outside world. And what we think is existing in the outside world is only something manifesting in the sense faculties. So, as humans, we have 5 sensory organs, and what is getting manifested in the eye is the light consciousness that we call just simple light. And then what gets manifested in the ear is the sound. What gets manifested in the nose is smell. The tongue is taste. And the body is heat, cold, and solidity, and so on. So, can you, if you think about it, is there any other sensations, any other perceptions that you have felt other than what is just named from the 5 basic senses, 5 sensory perceptions? Everything is either coming or being discerned in the form of light or images or color and sound, touch, taste, and smell. Now, these come in such varying patterns, varying objects having varying colors, forms, shapes, sounds, and so on. But essentially, that is, if you go back in time, if you go back and think about where did these objects become differentiated? Where did different names get associated with different shapes and colors and things and people and so on? One actually then realizes that everything was actually emanating as just a basic seeing. The eye only, the light just manifests in the eye because of the speed of vibration. But how did we call an image a tree? How did we call an image a mountain? How did we call something with flowing water the river? Is there actually anything called the river? What you would have seen was a motion, a sight, right? And if you put your fingers into the river, if you dip your fingers into the river, what you do, it's only the water that will be felt in the hands. It will be just water trickling through the fingers, isn't it? Do you actually encounter a river? No. It is just a word, a name, a label that has been given to fast-flowing water. Now, fast-flowing water in a tiny little thing can be called a rivulet, or it can be called a stream. But is there actually something called a stream or a rivulet? If the water is going down a narrow little thing on a street, side of a street, we'll call it a drain. But it was the same thing, wasn't it? Water flowing. Water flowing in a big way, water flowing in a small way, dirty water flowing in another way. All these have been distinguished by us by giving it different names. So now we don't stop at the name, right? Each of these things are given different connotations. Different perceptions arise. The drain means, the water is dirty. Right? You mustn't step into the drain. It's dirty, it's slimy, it's muddy, and so on. But the river is nice. River is generally beautiful. It's nice to see the flowing water. You won't step into it unless you know how to swim, but you will go to the banks of the river and enjoy the scenery. enjoy the calmness of the waters, enjoy the flowing waters, because it gives you a sense of calmness, right? But when did the river become the river? The same thing with the rain. You put your hand out, all that is felt is water, isn't it? But the fast drops of water from falling from the sky, we have called it rain. So again, what is felt in the fingers is liquidity, right? Water meaning liquidity is felt through the fingers. But what do we call it? Rain. Even when it is coming from the body sensor, the ear sensor, the nose sensor, the tongue sensor, or the ear sensor, all that is felt in these sensor faculties are basic perceptions of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. Now, these are essentially the feel. The feel elements are discerned through by way of perceptions. And when we recognize anything in this world, what has actually happened, each thing, each object, each person, each element that has been recognized has actually been taught to us at some point in our lives. Now, typically, this happens at the point of childhood, generally at the age of 3-4 years of age, when the child attends kindergarten or Montessori, the serious learning happens. Now, as a baby in the cot, the baby has no sense of names and labels or any kind of conventional worldly objects. It will still feel the light, it will still feel the sound, the touch, and the taste. When the mother feeds the child with something, it will still feel that taste, but it won't know to distinguish between carrot or any kind of broth that is being fed to the child, or whether it is milk that is being drunk by the baby. The baby doesn't know it's milk. The baby doesn't know it's carrot juice or whatever it is. Similarly, the light sensation will be discerned as long as the eye faculty is working. The vibration that occurs at the eye faculty will telepathize with another vibration or billions of other vibrations of similar frequency to manifest what we call light, even in the baby. But the baby doesn't know that it is light. So at what point did the light become a light? So when we understand Buddhism and the Buddhist philosophy of how these things and how this world became true to us gradually over time, one realizes that that if you go back and see that at some point in time, these objects have been actually taught. An image is shown in kindergarten and sound is associated with it, and then that is taught as an apple. Similarly, other objects are also taught like that. Colors are taught like that. The alphabet is also taught like that. And this is the way these worldly objects gradually start manifesting and becoming true and real for the child. So when these objects start getting distinguished one from the other, everything is separated through form, color, shape, and name, and then various other characteristics are attributed to these objects, isn't it? I mean, if you think about a school bell, they'll say the bell is ringing and then it's a clanging noise. It's typically rung during the interval to show that it's now the interval or it's playtime or it's the start of the school and then it's the end of the school hours. So the child learns to associate the word bell. They'll show a shape of a bell and they'll give the name bell and the child will learn that it is bell. But that is only in the English language, isn't it? someone in China would probably call the bell by some other name. And the perception they would have of the bell might be quite different to somebody from an English-speaking background. In the English-speaking background, maybe the bell will be used only in the school. Perhaps there might be a bigger kind of a bell in church. Then the person in China might have the bell being used for different types of occasions as well. Maybe for religious activities, maybe for some kind of national festival. For various other things, a bell can be used. So the perception that a child in China and a perception that the person in English-speaking country would get can be quite different. So does that mean the perception of bell is the same across the board to everybody? No, it doesn't. So the perception is basically a combination of all these other senses coming together to form a mind consciousness, or we call it a thought or a stimuli. The stimuli has the light aspect of it, the sound associated with it, the sound of the word bell being mentioned, the clanging noise of the bell is also associated with it. And then where it is used will give a different perception as to where it is being used and what it signifies. All these things come together to form this thought of a bell, and what it signifies, what it looks like, what kind of sound does it emanate, and different bells can emanate different sounds and can mean different meanings. Even in a temple or a church, the bell can be one of those huge old bells. And the way that is used and why it is used and the sound it emanates is completely different to the bell used in a school classroom. So in any one of these ways, this is the way that various objects are learnt by somebody associating an image with a sound, noise with a name, the sound with a name associated with it, the touch of the bell, whether it's an iron bell or some other bell, that touch of it, the shape of it is then associated by giving the name bell for it. So now when you hear the word bell being said by somebody, all those aspects which are arising from the light perception, the sound perception, the touch perception will come together in one shot to form what we call the thought or the bell, which is the stimuli. But this is arising only in the mind, isn't it? And when one hears the word bell only, there is no bell in sight, yet you will hear the sound of the bell, won't you? You will automatically, the sound of the word bell being used also comes to mind. There is no sound being uttered, but the sound perception occurs. So isn't that just a perception? There is no sound in it. Similarly, there is no image. The image of a bell pops up into the mind. The color, typical color of a bell, the shape of the bell, all that arises. But where is it arising? In the mind. But is there anything like a bell in the mind? No, there isn't. Finally, what are we actually associating? We are only associating perceptions. A perception is only a word that has been given to explain what is getting discerned as sensations or feeling when the fast vibration occurs in the eye faculty, the ear faculty, the nose faculty, the tongue, and the body faculty. That is all. When these vibrations occur, if that faculty, sense of faculty exists, then a sound gets manifested, a light gets manifested. If you don't have eyes, you don't see, plain and simple. But that doesn't mean that the eyes are responsible for the seeing. The eyes actually work as only a camera. The eye doesn't tell you that what you saw outside is a tree. The tree doesn't actually call itself a tree. And the eyes also don't call the tree a tree. What is actually discerned is a shape, an image. And that shape and image is also discerned through the fast vibration in the eye faculty, which gives rise to a manifestation of light. But it is the mind consciousness that interprets it to call it the tree, to call it the apple, and so on. So where is this interpretation happening? The interpretation is happening in what we call the mind consciousness, where the initial vibrations of light, initial vibration of sound are taken together, and the sensations that arises from those are what we are named as a perception. The feeling that arises out of the basic perceptions because of the speedy vibration is then given a name, representative name, like a symbol or a sign to describe what that feeling was that arose out of the eyesight, arose out of the ears, arose out of the tongue or taste, whatever the stimuli that arises. And the symbol or the sign given to it is what we call perception in Buddhist philosophy. So this perception, because it is happening at speed, which we call mental formations, and because it is happening at speed, it is not just a random occurrence, it's happening at speed. And when this same thing is recurring and happening at speed, there is this mistaken impression that the tree is permanently there. The tree is permanently there. It doesn't say, nobody understands it saying the tree is permanently manifesting itself. No, but at the point when it was learned at the very first time, the tree, an image was shown and a sound was associated with it. A label, a name was associated with that image. And all the data that can be given with regard to a tree was ignorantly fed into the child. So the repeated reinforcement of this data to the child will then gradually take hold. And they also will arise as past perceptions, telepathizing in this moment. And moment there is a trigger of the same image being shown by the teacher or same word being used, immediately the child will, after some learning has been undertaken, will immediately remember that this, or recognize that this is what we call a tree. This is what we call a jack tree, an olive tree, an apple tree, and so on. So gradually what happens? The apple tree, the olive tree, the jack tree, the teacher, the school, the classroom, the parents, the house, the school bus, all these things are taught. Now, when the child came to school the very first time, it probably wouldn't have known even the name of, wouldn't have even known the name school bus. But when it was taught in the classroom, saying this is what a bus looks like, this is what you call a school bus. You use the school bus to come to school every day in the morning. This is the driver. This is where the other children are also going in the school bus, and so on. Then from that day onwards, that child knows everything about or at least from that viewpoint, knows what a school bus is. That the school bus is the thing that takes the children back and forth from home to school. That so many children travel on the school bus. There is a driver who drives and picks and drops children. and so on. So everything about the school bus becomes real in the mind of the child, in the eye of the child. So similarly, these objects, one by one, name by name, that is being given to each and every object, person, people or things that have been introduced and learned and taught to the child, collectively constitute or become the world of this child. Because everything is taught as being outside, as existing outside. And because of that, the child ignorantly also believes that these are things. An image was shown from outside. The sound was shown as coming from outside. The taste is from a piece of food or fruit which is there outside, that has been eaten, that has been consumed. And then the smell is also something coming from outside. The smell is emanating, whether it's a good smell or a bad smell, is emanating from outside. So if everything is outside, then who is actually talking about these things? The seeing, the hearing, the touching, the tasting, and the smelling, surely there has to be somebody doing it, right? So here is where this false sense of I and the self-creation happens. So if the vibration was the only cause of the manifestation of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell, is there actually anything outside? No. Even the basic light, even the basic sound, the manifestations of those also happen only internally. There is only an internal mechanism that is in operation here. That is a fundamental tenet of understanding this Buddhist philosophy, is to know that there is nobody actually doing anything anywhere. There is also nothing that we can actually discern outside than what is being manifested in the being's own sense faculties. So if we think about other animals, the bat can see in the dark. Now humans can't see in the dark, right? And then the horse can see only a different type of binocular vision. Not binocular, some kind of panoramic type of vision. And it has a blind spot in the middle because of the way the eyes are situated. And it can see only in bluish shades. The cow can see only in dark reddish brownish shades. Nothing else. That is the way the cow sees everything. Now, does that mean that the cow's world and our world is the same? Human beings can see 7 colors, typically. So, is the horse's world the cow's world? No. Is the cow's world the bat's world? No. Is the bat's world the human being's world? No, not at all. Bats can see in the dark, humans can't. So, can you see that everything that we call a world is only what is being plain and simple manifested in these sensory organs that human beings possess? And just because typically human beings have the eye, nose, ears, throat, tongue, and body sense, it doesn't mean that the perceptions that are arising as a result of the vibration and manifestation of light, sound, touch, taste, etc., is the same across everybody. The vibration that is occurring in the different sense faculties of different species, it can be quite different to human beings, from creature to creature, and then even amongst human beings, from person to person, the vibration and the telepathization of the vibration, when light forms, when sound manifests, when taste manifests, it's the same thing. All that is happening is vibration. Vibration in the tongue gives rise to taste. Vibration in the nose gives rise to smell. So where is all this happening? Only internally. So ultimately, what happens? Why do we learn this whole thing? We learn this to understand the truth in the current mind, in the current thought. Now, the three types of wisdom that the Buddha asked that needs to be understood is first the wisdom of seeing past minds, and by that is what we explained, that where did this learning start? Where did these objects become distinguished one from the other? When did this world become real, full of objects, people, things, and so on? And as a result, how did this I or wrong self-view get created? So that the wisdom of seeing past minds sheds light on this whole fact, that this is how these objects became real. You know, at the beginning, at the beginning, there was not even a mother or father. Nothing is recognized. But gradually, when these concepts, names, and labels are actually taught, these things start to become real. A world gets manifested around, and the child believes that these actually existing, just like adults believe it. The teachers believe it and teach it. The child also starts believing that the objects that were shown and names were given, the things that were eaten or tasted, the things that were felt, the things that were touched, are all actually existing outside. But now we know, through the understanding of how these sense faculties work, that it is only a production almost that is happening within, internally. Now, even the Buddha actually, there is a stanza that says, Chittena niyati loko, which means that, in Pali, which means that everything is actually something that is happening with the mind consciousness being activated. Only what it means is only in the form of perceptions. So what does the mind consciousness do when these triggers happen, when a vibration occurs, and a name and a label is given by combining these to form a thought? The mind consciousness actually gives a name and a label to something which is manifested either through light, sound, touch, taste, or a combination of these perceptions. There can't be anything anywhere else other than the combination of these perceptions in varying degrees and forms. But the mind is not real. So all these names that have been created or constructed or concocted, can you see that they are all based on falsehood? They are all absolutely does not have a base to begin with. Everything is happening due to the speed of vibration, and therefore there is no substance in it whatsoever. The light and sound were also just perceptions, also just manifestations. When you say manifestation, it means that it is not true. It is only getting manifested. So, in this manner, the thoughts are formed, the thoughts become real, and this is where the suffering starts. Because moment the thoughts become real, and these objects and people and everything become real, and I become real on this side, there is suffering, isn't it? Because everything that is happening to various objects, there's a clinging that happens, there's a desire that gets created towards these objects, and then when that is not there, when that is taken away from you, if it is a family member dying or a child getting sick, can you see how these things have all become very, very important? But when did your son become your son? I mean, when you were a child or at school growing age, was there even a perception called son? No, there was nothing whatsoever. Everything would have been, if something was happening and something was wrong, everything would have been dropped to help the child, no matter what. And this is where the perception of the child has been introduced at the point of the conventional birth. And from that point onwards, the mother believes that this is the child, this image, this shape, this sound is my son. And there is an outpouring of love for the son. And if something happens, also there is a burning sensation. There is a suffering, isn't it? But all this is coming about because of this notion that the sun exists. The notion of, just the notion of it. So understanding this is actually really important. And by doing that, the wisdom of actually seeing the truth in the current moment, in this moment, becomes increasingly clear, becomes increasingly easy. So we actually experience only this thought, one thought arising in this moment. There is actually no experience of really experiencing things of the past or recalling the past or thinking about something in the future, because in either one of these cases, in all these cases, the thoughts are actually occurring in this environment. The thoughts are actually occurring in this very moment. So if when one actually understands the true Buddhist philosophy of how the mind mechanism works, how the sensor faculties work, how the sensor faculties bring these together, the elements, then there is more and more light shone on the thought, the stimuli. And then we realize that when the thought arises about making a cup of tea, one actually knows that there is no such thing called tea. There is no such thing called cup of tea. There is no such thing called morning, and so on. All these are names and labels. So now it's not to go around saying that it's not there, this is not there. In the practical application of the Dhamma, one actually understands that whilst names and labels have been given, finally to bring the whole thing together, a thought has to be given credence. A thought has to be given credibility and value. And that is exactly what happens when different names and labels are given to every object that is being associated. So it's not an easy thing to remember, but in understanding that, the Chutupapata Jnana, the wisdom of seeing the truth in this current thought, arises. So earlier, the wisdom of seeing past minds helps us to understand how the world and worldly objects have got created in the eyes of the child through this gradual learning process, teaching process by way of inputting of data. And then when the child actually believes the world to be true, the dollar has got upended. When the object doesn't become true, when the object, the object that is occurring in this current moment, the stimuli that is manifesting or that is arising in this moment is understood for the falsity that it is. So the mind will continue to generate thoughts that cannot be stopped. That is a natural phenomenon. So, but by understanding the Buddhist philosophy, one then understands that through the natural occurrence, if certain things need to be brought from the from the grocery supermarket, automatically a thought will arise. If there is a typical time one actually goes out and gets the stuff, a thought will arise around about that time, I have to go and get the groceries. So then automatically the mental pictures will come based on past associations, past practices of doing it over and over again, which is now coming in the form of perceptions, will telepathize in that moment. And one can ask the question about what needs to be done, how can it be done, how can I help, how are you going to travel, and so on. whether it is any kind of, if it is a trip that one is going, then that's the type of thought process that would occur. So these are happening naturally. But just because the thought happens doesn't mean that it becomes a thing. If there is no burning, there is no stress, there is no anxiety associated with the mind object, the appropriate mind object, then just mentioning such a target is appropriate. So the thoughts, understanding the thoughts arising in this moment, I mean, that would contain that whole vibration, which was the start of the session, which is the start of this whole thing. The mind vibration is a secondary cycle that gets created after the 5 basic perceptions are first well understood. So by doing that, the Shuddhopapata Jnana, as we said, the truth of understanding this moment's thought arising and ceasing is quite core and close to the close to the required teachings. And in order to be able to so these two types of wisdom, the wisdom of seeing past minds and this wisdom of seeing seeing the truth in this very moment, will lead to the gradual fading of the defilements. So ultimately, right from the beginning to the end, the Buddha has said that one has to only see the arising and the cessation of this whole Paticcasamuppada. The arising and cessation of the stimuli is the only thing that has to be done right from the beginning of the Sotapanna stage, the stream enterer stage, and right till the very end, which is the decisive, final decisive document, final decisive stage. So, in understanding that this is how the mind works, there is actually a liberation. The things that have become real, the things that have become a source of anxiety, depression, sorrow, and so on, gradually dissipates. The feeling of heaviness, there is no feeling of heaviness. There is no wanting something, and that is not weighing heavy as well. So the thought process is well understood, and when the thought process is well understood, there are so many people and mothers on the Zoom who will share their experiences and recount how in their day-to-day life, in getting about their usual duties and obligations and family life, where when something happens, say the husband scolded for something, or the next door neighbor came and put up an argument about the fence or something. So in these instances, these are practical places where the testing of the Buddhist philosophy, not only whether it's well understood, but whether it is realized, is double checked. So at that point, there is a confirmation. So at that point, and so that is the way that happens. But yeah, so right through the stages, the Buddha said that whatever one has to see is whatever one has to see is always coming through the mind, the mind consciousness. So what we thought we encountered in this world, whether it is sports, games, education, exams, and so on, was only And so in that form, once this Chutupapatanyana and the wisdom of seeing past minds and the wisdom of the seeing the truth arising in this moment and understanding that that thought, that stimuli also is just made up of sound and light and sound, or touch and sound, and so on, that there is no substance in that as well. The wisdom that arises from these two aspects of it is the thing that gives rise to the fading of the defilements. Because earlier, when the world is taken to be true, there is clinging, there is desire towards worldly objects. There is a perception that these exist, that they are of value to you, that it's your school bag, your school is better than the other person's school. And my parents are rich, I have everything I want, or I don't have everything I want, and I want to get that, do that, and do this. I don't come from a wealthy background. So then, you can develop positive thoughts, negative thoughts, and different perception about myself. You can say I'm poor and I don't have much money to spend, or I'm from a rich family, I don't care, I have everything I need, and so on. So different perceptions based on different things that are objects that are considered to be real, and the fact that it is being possessed by my family. I have been born into a wealthy family. All these notions arise in the form of perceptions, and this is the perception that kind of gets thickened, kind of matures into this so-called self and ego, because it is that world that gets manifested to that particular person if they are born in a background of wealth and prosperity. And then the attitudes, even the norms, the attitudes towards objects and things, the attitude of being very careful in the usage of things, also changes. So it's not just the straightforward objects, people, and things that get taught. Even those basic subtle things, concepts, assumptions, various attitudes, cultures, norms, these are also gradually learned either in school, through parents, through one's education system, through the community or religious background that one has grown up in. These are all contributory factors to be able to see the truth in this moment. But once that truth is seen, the defilements gradually reduce, because the clinging that you have found for various people, for your family, for your husband, for your partner or spouse, is no longer there, meaning that it is gradually reducing. The feeling of attachment, the feeling of sorrow when something is said, this the the mind and the emotions oscillate between depending on the stimuli and depending on the perceptions attached to that stimuli, because what we think is only a perception ultimately, and that initial perception helps understand the current perception and put it into light in order to be able to transcend the suffering that is occurring in that moment. So, in that manner, when one continues to practice on the path, the clinging and the defilements that arise out of these objects being taken to be real also starts gradually dissolving. The I and the self view, the duality that has been created, also dissolves, because why? The object is no longer taken to be real. So if the object is no longer taken to be real, can the other can the I and the self exist without the object? No, it can't. So it's almost the two sides of the same coin, because if the object is there, then I am there. If the objective is not there, then I'm not there. So that was the that from that only the wisdom that arises from the fading of the defilements actually comes about. So with these three types of wisdom and understanding it, and when the defilements start gradually fading, an inner transformation actually occurs. This happens gradually, and over time, one would feel less perturbed with matters. The notion that there is an outside world has now, through constant practice, not only by listening to the Dhamma, the Buddhist philosophy, but by constant practice in one's day-to-day life, has now been discerned and practiced, and the penetrative insight is there in order to arise the inner wisdom that everyone actually has, but has been covered, has been almost suppressed by the power of the mind. So when we talked about that initial vibration, the issue is that vibration carries with it an underlying currency or vibration. And by doing that, underlying vibration, and in that vibration, or the 5 sensor vibrations combine to form another vibration called the mind consciousness. And it is the mind consciousness that spins off a story about people, things, and so on, and then says that, as much as people and things exist, you too exist. You are such and such a person, right? And then every time you go in front of the mirror to brush your teeth, to wash your face, or whatever, this message, this idea should be centrally located. This idea should be, this is what it means. So with the fading of the defilements, the inner transformation starts gradually emerging. And then whatever one transacts or engages with in this current world, the things you'd notice that the things that used to be of so much importance to you, things that would perhaps bring a sense of anxiety to you, things that become a source of irritation, annoyance to you, or happiness to you, all this is arising from the mind. So that becomes really understood. And then at a fraction of a moment, the non-vibration, the non-self perception will actually emerge. And it is after that moment, there is actually no going back. And actually, there is no going back. The thought actually gets formed. And if, for example, one says the word pineapple now, having learned it at some point in the childhood or later, immediately the connotations of pineapple come to mind. So with the 3 wisdoms, as we said, the inner awakening gradually happens. And we talked about the rising and ceasing. The rising and ceasing is the single thing that has to be done from the Srimatra age to the point of Arahat. And the reason was otherwise there will be complacency that gets built up. There won't be any kind of Charika or some kind of walking meditation that would be done in order to not so much beg for alms, but to be able to take that opportunity to hold people to account in terms of asking them various questions. So the inner transformation is something that cannot be put into words. That peace, the calmness, and the tranquility is the only thing that can potentially be experienced under that old matter. So the the practical application of this whole thing is very important. Now, all this time we talked about the Buddhist philosophy, but in terms of practicing the points of contemplation, our noble spiritual teacher has broken down and created a program, which is a one-day program where one would be contemplating on those different types of engagement, which we really can't or cannot afford to call by a name such as representative. So in this manner, when this is understood, on one side the defilements are fading as a result of knowing the pure truth of the Dhamma. But on the other hand, so when the defilements start to fade, on the other, if you take an example of a railway track, on one side of the railway track would be the fading of the defilements as a result of seeing the truth in this thought arising in this very moment and dissipating it. In that sense, that would be something that would be able to be checked and reported on how this situation is going to be improved upon. So we stop there for today, Dharma friends. If there was anything of which was not clear, you can please join us at our 3 to 5 p.m. English Zoom discussion, and we are happy to help you further by clarifying any point. It is not easy to understand the Dhamma because there can be so many aspects and so many teachings that have been that you might have listened to, and it could all be a bit of a jumble. But the pure truth and the teachings of Lord Buddha is uncovered by Buddothpada and Mahanse is relatively new compared to these other mainstream teachings. But if you really pay attention, we invite you to even come to the Pagoda, for example, as an international meditation center, and spend some time, get into the daily routine, do the walking meditation, understand the Buddhist philosophy, associate the venerable monks and the Mihinis at that place, at the monastery, and try to truly understand how this mind works, that this wrong self-view is the thing that is actually keeping beings in a samsaric cycle, which is a vicious cycle, and that seeing the truth will make the vibration cease and the non-vibration to arise. So it is not an easy task, but the path becomes clearer and clearer as Saran Mahatsa explains every facet, every aspect of these finer points as well, particularly nowadays. But you can start with small beginnings. Understanding the mind and the mechanism is key. Understanding how the sense faculties work is key. You start with those two and then work your way into understanding more broader concepts. So we will stop there for today. Thiruvan Saranai Dhamma friends and Thiruvan Saranai Arana Mahansa.
Teruvan Saranai, dear friends of Dhamma, welcome to our English Zoom discussion. First, we would like to pay our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you all for attending this Dhamma Zoom talk. Okay, Buddha explain about Dhamma till joint us. Explaining the moment of awakening. Uddakshan is different from person to person according to their views. If one considers I am seeing, doing, listening, etc., he takes his would all scenario in a narrow line. It is not the way the Buddha explained the Dhamma of dependent origination, Patisampada. This occurs with the realization of the person who is having the proper understanding of the philosophy of Dhamma and the right view based on the understanding of their own levels. Their realization is very hard task. The Buddha said that it was easy to break into 100 pieces of the hair of a horse. But it's very difficult to understand this. This realization is not an easy task. On the surface, it looks simply. We do have a story of self-view, Atma-ditti. We used to see everything thought in view of self. There's no one is doing it. There's no one who is seeing. There's no one is feeling. There's no nothing happen as such. They are only natures. There is only nature that exists. To view this, there should be a very keen and sharp focus. This cannot be seen with the views of self, Atma-ditti. To your disadvantage, we cannot go out from the illusion of consciousness. Therefore, we try to understand everything through the illusion of consciousness. This is our helplessness. The Dhamma beyond the illusion is consciousness, where consciousness is not pairing anidassana. It can only be recognized wisdom, jnana. Wisdom and consciousness are two different senses, canaries. We emphasize frequently wisdom jnana was not consciousness jnana. That is why the Buddha told jnanasa adhigamaya, not the vijnanasa adhigamaya. We can understand clearly that all this depends on the wisdom acquired from listening to the noble friend Kalyana and reading Suttame Jnane. Why are this called wisdom jnana? This is very delicate matter. The Buddha could have told some more wisdom jnana, only a word. Now we have told consciousness jnana, it's also a word. It is not tied anywhere, this consciousness with the I. And those are the just feelings which we experience through those faculties. These do not really exist, just put them in place to ourselves. Why we call jnana after everything when we talk about different kinds of wisdom? For example, wisdom of arising and passing away. Dravya jnana and acquiring wisdom through listening and reading. Suttame jnana, it is the book. It is called knowing specially. This is completely against Dhamma. It is hard to write in word. For an example, nobody can explain the writing to taste of salt. That is why we tell you that this wisdom has to be realized. Actually, wisdom is awareness. After we see an object, we have an awareness that we saw it. It is called Sutamenyana. When we listen to something, we know that is the truth. Then we try to understand what we thought we correct by this listen and treat the knowledges as wisdom. But what we thought is not wisdom. The main is acquiring knowledge is listening. Then there is a sense of feeling. There are two words called Janato, Pasato, Novin, and certainly. Then a Deka. These two words take you to the old journey. We sharpen a knife by scrubbing both sides in a stone. The sharpness is not related to be act on scrubbing the sides, but the sharpness is the realization. It is wisdom. Wisdom is not the knowledge. One forgot what he read or listened. He doesn't remember that sutta, but he knows the higher. It is something like this knife cuts when it is sharpened, but the one who sharpened the knife sharpened, but the one sharpened the knife doesn't remember which side it was scrubbed. Most of the people say Arahants. We cannot remember the sutta, but we do not have attachment or aversion with anything. Elima Getima. We feel that there is a reduction of defilements. That means it was quashed. The wisdom. Can anybody tell that he does not reach the realization? It cannot be explained what it is. If someone asks, in every direction illusion has been coming to the Dhamma. There are wrong views. This is the set of views. Therefore, we have a journey to go carefully. To go very carefully. We cannot believe anything. We cannot judge anything. Even cannot follow on individuals. It is not possible to do so. The Buddha has refused those following to the Buddha. Asked Bhikshu, Vakkali, that are you doing be looking at this decaying body? Don't attract to the form. What is the message the Buddha was giving over there to the Dhamma? Not anything else. Freedom from the samsara is our progress. It is freedom from thoughts. Very moment has to be felt that we are free from the mind. Then, I like our friends of Dhamma. We always try to practice it in our Dhamma in our day-to-day life. Sometimes we want to explain some Dhamma errors. Also, our Buddothpada, the spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, ready to explain to our correct path and real answers and solutions. So, in our friends, we are at a moment or listen to Dhamma talk, we join our Buddothpada and Hanse. Everyone, son, everyone, everyone, son.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. May I pay homage at your feet? තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone. The way to get rid of grief, the way to get rid of mind, is the path to Nibbana. There is nothing as mind. You have to understand the truth of the mind. Mind is impermanent. Dhamma is not something in a book. Dhamma is to get rid of the mind. Dhamma means nothing exists. How a natural mind becomes Aryan. Aryan land is the place where the mind is liberated. If you see the mind, you too can attain Nibbana. You will attain Nibbana in this very life. So you have to walk in the right direction and should establish mindfulness. Shouldn't fill your mind with empty, wrong ideas. Today, Buddhists are lost, trapped in an illusion. It is difficult for them to come to samadhi or the right vision. Today, our society is lost in a visual desert. Everyone is helpless. But do you know who sees truth has no death? Death is really a thought. Should anyone be afraid of a thought? Thoughts appear and disappear every moment without a trace. It's an instant death. Every moment a new mind is born. This is samsara. At every moment, the mind is born and a mind dies. Chitte niyati loko means the whole world is in our thoughts, but we think it's external. Mostly we live in past thoughts. There is actually no person, no soul, no doer. Do you actually believe in this world of illusion? Do you believe in this lie? Although we are Buddhists by name, we are not Buddhist unless we know the truth. The doctrine of this Dhamma is very rare. How do you know what happens after death? If you don't know the truth, you are blind. Do you want to die like that without knowing the truth? The body we are carrying will fall to the ground at any moment. Dhamma and yourself cannot be two. Everything you see is Dhamma. Dhamma should be preached with direct experience. Once Lord Buddha asked the monks, "Do you preach Dhamma because I told you so?" The monks answered, "No, Bhante. We preach it with our own experiences." So Lord Buddha said, "Sadhu, sadhu. It should be like that." Dhamma is not in a book. Dhamma should be seen in one's own mind. Unless one sees Dhamma in his own mind, he is not in the path to Nibbana. Many people today study books, but Dhamma can never be written in a book. Dhamma is not something which is in a book. You must understand it in your own mind. There's only the message in the book. You get the knowledge from the book, but be practical in Dhamma. You can't find Nibbana in a book. You can get the address from the book, but you have to walk along the path alone. If someone says that the book is Buddhism, it's a delusion. Practical Dhamma cannot be written in a book. The absolute truth is difficult to hear in this time. No one believes that Nibbana can be achieved today. But you too can attain Nibbana, not after death, but in this very life, in this very moment. you will be free from suffering. The absolute truth which was buried in the sands of time. Maybe you don't believe this story, but the truth cannot be hidden. Someday you will understand this. This is a doctrine you have never heard of. Everyone born in this time is very fortunate because it is Buddothpada time. Only by understanding Buddhist philosophy, you could get rid of Mithya or false views. If not, you will inherit only sorrow. You have to understand that the outside world is not true. It's an illusion. It's a mirage. That world is not real. As long as the world is real, you will inherit only sorrow. It is time to get rid of these misconceptions and false views. You too can get rid of the grief. The only refuge in the mind is to get rid of suffering. Buddha said, Nakti me saranam anya, Buddho me saranam vara. Take refuge in the Dhamma, true Dhamma. Dhamma is taking refuge in path to Nibbana. Now it's the time to open your eyes. The Buddha Shasana has fallen into a childish possession of worshipping. So let's get rid of the mundane world. We have to understand the true Dhamma. That is, the outside world is not true. It's an illusion, a creation of your own mind. Did you know that our world is magic or illusion or Maya? And our job in this world to find the magician behind the magic. If we don't understand the magic, we will take it as reality. Today, the whole world has got caught to this magician. But if you go behind and see what the magician is doing, or if you at least listen and contemplate to what the spiritual guidance teacher is trying to convey to us, don't get caught and cheated to this magician. Still, are you listening to it? So, the only way to catch this magician is to understand the dependent origination Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world, and it was under the sands of time. So, if you see how your mind is created, and once you catch the magician behind it, the so-called vijnana, magic won't be magic anymore. It's not easy to do this. It could be only be done by people with great wisdom, not great knowledge. So our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Aryan Mahanse, who lived in forest monasteries in Sri Lanka for a long time, searching for this pure truth. Actually, one has to achieve great wisdom or jnana. One has to do a lot of sacrifices going through this Dhamma path, especially the practical path to Nibbana. We too were listening to many Dhamma sermons, doing rituals, going to temples, worshipping, praying, doing various kinds of puja, meritorious deeds for several years. I think who are listening to Dhamma have gone through the same rituals. But I ask you one thing. Did you ever find solace, end of suffering, end of dukkha, end of samsara? Yes, you might say you found, but it is temporary relief. But once again, you are back to suffering, isn't it? So, Buddothpada time is very rare, and to find a proper spiritual guidance teacher is also very, very rare. So now, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance teacher, is revealing what Lord Buddha has preached to the world so many years ago with his own super wisdom, and he is showing the practical path to Nibbana through insight meditation or Vidarshana meditation. Now we have to talk a bit about Vidarshana meditation too. Because all these years, what came up was concentration meditation or Samatha Bhavana. There are various ways to practice concentration meditation, and everybody thought it is the way to Nibbana. Why do you think Siddhartha Tapasa left the 5 hermits? Because Siddhartha Tapasa knew it is not the path to Nibbana. Buddha's philosophy is in Tripitaka, but by reading it you get merely a knowledge. And knowledge is the mind or thoughts. As Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa, our spiritual guidance teacher, always explains to us that you can't attain Nibbana through knowledge or with thoughts. So for many decades we thought that we cannot attain Nibbana in this time. That's how we were taught. We have to complete 10 perfections or Dasa Paramita before everything and complete meritorious deeds. That's how we were told. Actually, now we understand that it is not so. After listening to Buddothpada's sermons, we came to know that we can achieve Nibbana at this time, at this moment. And there are no reasons to fall back into the samsara. Now, the great light of wisdom, like the brilliant rays of sun, coming in all directions. If you really, truly want to endure suffering or endure samsara, Buddothpada's sermons will guide you and show you the path to Nibbana. It's the practical path to Nibbana. When you know the real path, the story of heavens, Brahmaloka, or actually the 31 planes of existence will be a mere sankara or a thought. It's like you are closing your eyes with your own hands. The true Dhamma has awakened. So open your eyes, listen carefully. This is your own story. This is your story of freeing from suffering, freeing from samsara, ignorance, mundane world. There is nothing called permanent. So come to the Arya Bhumi, where even we don't find death, where you will find everlasting peace, eternal peace. This supreme Dhamma is not easy at all to explain. This is not a knowledge. This is super wisdom or jnana. It is like the taste of salt, which cannot be written in a book. That's why it's called Sandittika Akalika Ehipasika Pachupanna Dhamma. In the mundane world, everyone bound in wrong views and concepts. As long as the external world is true, you are in total delusion. You are bound to suffer. What you have to understand is there is no doer. It's a five senses creation. Actually, we don't say that outside world is existing. We don't say that outside world does not exist. If we take like that, it will be two extremes created. Lord Buddha said, Majja Jnana. So there can't be any extremes or anta. What we say is that the world is created only in this moment. Chitte niyati loko salayatana loko loko. It creates this moment and disappears. But due to our ignorance, we take the thoughts are for real. And then happens all the jealousy, anger, hatred, greed, and so on and so on. That's how your samsara circle is created. As our spiritual guidance teacher points out, we don't experience the outside world in any way. What we see is the only our own creation or vijnana mayava or the illusion. Even if you see a new planet in another galaxy through a telescope, again, what you see is your own vijnana maya. Try to understand this, contemplate on this. So the senses also differ. Humans have their own sensor system. Likewise, animals have their own sensor creations. So they see different dimensions. For example, cow sees only red color. The bee sees the world in another different shape. The worm only has the skin feeling. The cats have night vision. Dogs can hear far better than humans. Even a small ant has his own world, isn't it? All different dimensions. Animals, like human beings, build houses, have families, have their own children, and so on. So, some animals, like insects, cockroaches, have feelers. Bats have some radar system, and so on. They are in their own worlds. Take the weaver bird. Who has taught him to weave the beautiful nest? It's the feeling. Nobody taught him. See how the termites build their castle. Nobody taught them. Isn't it funny that the humans think they know everything? We can learn a lot from animals as well. As humans, they love their children. They protect their families. They like to live in peace, isn't it? They also have feelings. When you come to know this true Dhamma, you see everything as oneness. The path is very pleasant. You don't harm anyone, even with the word, even with the thought, because you have the universal kindness and love. So, how beautiful is this Dhamma? Lord Buddha has shown the world about this universal kindness and love in examples like Nalagiri Dhamana, Alavaka Dhamana, and even to Angulimal, Patachara, Kisa Gotami, Sunita, Sopaka. What this world needs is not mere technical knowledge, but love, humanity, freedom, kindness, and compassion, isn't it? Can you see what happened to the world because of these defilements? There is hatred, jealousy, greed, because of that wars between countries. For what? Just because of a thought and because they think the outside world is true. Actually, if people worldwide listen to Buddothpada sermons and understand that there are only thoughts and there's nothing outside to fight for or to suffer for, there's no one to kill outside. Imagine how beautiful that would be. That's what our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Mahansa, always explains to us. Actually, there is no doer, no soul, only a sensor system is working. It's a process. The listeners of Buddothpada sermons know this truth. So they understand that it's only a system working and their defilements starts to fade and they feel peaceful and calm. In the mundane world, there is always fire. Now we feel that the fire is slowly diminishing. It does not happen overnight. It takes time, but it will happen gradually and steadily. So, what you have to contemplate specifically when in the Nibbana path is how this so called soul is made. How is this existence feeling came? We have already talked about this several times, but this is the main point or the key point we have to understand. And our spiritual guidance teacher always express this point. How do we get the alive feeling? Now we know that that our six senses make the world. Salayatana, Loko. Whatever the aramuna or the thought comes to one of the senses, it generates power. And all the other senses get together and create the mind consciousness. The vibrations, the sparks or the waves happens very fast and the illusionary chair, tree, mother, father, everything is created. But it's an illusion. Likewise, we get the feeling of existence or the feeling of me due to the speedy vibrations. It is actually an illusion or a chittarupe or a mind creation which happen naturally. But we think it's real and either we get attached or disattached to that mind creation. This happens due to our ignorance because as a Buddhist, we don't know about Paticca Sampanna Dhamma or Hetupala Dhamma, how the mind is created, and we take the outside world as true. If someone sees this as a natural phenomenon, no doer, nothing exists, and it's a creation of senses happening automatically, no one is doing this. He is out of ignorance. He has wisdom and will have a calm and peaceful mind because there are no defilements. If you don't know how this power is generated, his defilements are more. He will do anything to get what he wanted. He is always burning with inside fire. You must have seen people like that around. They are always angry of something or someone, always find faults with someone. They are restless, always want to do something, find fault with others. They don't like to share things with others. They don't talk kind words. Their actions, words, and thoughts show that they are burning inside. If they stop for a moment and think, this is my mind, why should I do this? Nobody is doing this. This is only my thoughts. Then the whole world will be peaceful. So, if someone knows this Dhamma, doesn't matter about the religion, but if someone knows how the thought is made and how we suffer due to a thought, their lives will be more peaceful, isn't it? If you go back to the radiant mind of the baby, it is so pure. Though the five senses are working, the mind sensor is still not created. The mind power is still not generated. The mind power is just like magnetic power, electric power. It gives us the lively feeling. So more the stimulus we get, the senses, more the mind power. So some people tend to kill each other due to this mind power. So as we said, everything exists at this moment in the mind of this moment. It is called the Shana Sampatti. So investigate and contemplate this carefully. The state of thinking and the state of feeling are two different kinds. Therefore, you need to be very careful. At the moment, you get a thought relating to the past. And to trace this thought, there should be an awareness. When past thoughts emerge, you should have the awareness to recognize them as that garbage from the past. Actually, it is a telepathy system that works. The feeling of self comes into effect due to the past perceptions. Within this charge in the mind, Chitta Aropana, these past perceptions are also a reason to feel the sense of self. This is like a current, like a magnetic force, or like electricity, where the charge of mind that has emerged. The reason for this is the repeated flow of thoughts, or the abhisankarana. It has the nature of pre-emerging. Sense of feeling is there. The feeling of self that there is a world gets diluted is the sign of diminishing the desire, aversion, and delusion. So the mind is entirely perception. There is no existing thing as a mind. It is an appearance which arises and passes away. The objects and forms are a nature of appearances and disappearances. These mind objects, or araman, and forms are perceptions that flow through like a river. The flowing of these perceptions is due to the speed. The speed has been created by the addition of light, color, and sound. It is called the contact of five senses, or passo. This process is continuously taking place due to the speed of flowing. Nothing is here existing. Even for a moment, there's nothing. These are mere appearances within the speed. These are called appearances arising due to a cause. Here cause are sound, color, heat, cold. The result is the illuminating of five faculties, or ayatana. Then these faculties have their own activities. Now you can understand well. That is why we use simple language. You will experience this as nature. When the dilution within nature is taking place, it cannot be felt that there is a person or self. When someone contemplates on this, he will feel that there is no real value in this world. With this, there is a feeling emerges that he has got relieved from the world. It is not that just watching the thoughts. There is an awareness of the state of feeling. That awareness is the correct awareness, Samma Sati. Beyond that point, only there is the correct vision, Samma Ditti. One who has the correct vision will get the correct thoughts, correct speech, correct actions, correct livelihood, correct effort, correct mindfulness, and correct concentration. This is Noble Eightfold Path. This will not be met by the one who lives in the material world or the mundane world. If he sees that this world is unreal, Then he will meet the Noble Eightfold Path. So, Vinaya Loke, Abhijna Doma Nasana, Kaye, Kayanupasi, Viharati. The one who will meet the Noble Eightfold Path meets these four foundations of mindfulness, or Satara Satipatthana. The meeting Noble Eightfold Path is the meeting of the four foundations of mindfulness, or Satara Satipatthana. Then he knows that this world is not true. To see this, he practices the contemplation of the body, or Kayanupassana. The Indriya Bhavana, Dhatu Manasikara, Anapanasati Bhavana, or Navasivataka are a few of them. When like this, divide the body into different ways and thoroughly investigate to see whether there is a self anywhere in the body. Then he sees that there is no place where the self is. This means he realizes that there is no real world and there is no self. Actually, there is nothing about Sattva or person. Investigating this Dhamma in this manner leads to getting rid of the wrong view of there is a Sattva and a person. Sattva Pudgala Bhave. When you look out and if you feel that there is a thing, then there is also the feeling of self coming into force. If it is taken as a book, table, or bed, then there is I, or self. So what you have to do is to see the truth in one thought, only one thought. When an object arises and is taken as a book, means that it has already become a thing. Then the self is also there with the thing. If there is a thing there, there is a I here. Here I am is the book. I am is the book. The book is I am. The book is there, meaning I am there. However, when we practice this practically, the chair, the table, and the book are all we see as usual. Nothing is lost. Can be seen everything as usual. Not blind. Can be heard in all sounds. Not deaf. But it is coming to the point of seen as mere seen. Ditte, ditte mattan. Though it is seen as before, there is a state of which that not belong to anybody. No any value like before. It is a feeling of emptiness. Being in that state is awakening to the moment. Becoming in that state depends on the dilution of desire, aversion, and delusion. Until such time, this state will emerge slowly. This awakened state comes into prominence as per the progress of individuals. It depends on the level of diluted taints and defilements. Accordingly, one reaches the state of noble Arya Pudgala. These are the ones who realize the stream within, or Sotapan. Now you know where to go. The path and the address you know. Walk on the path carefully. This sermon is enough. Listening to this again and again until you get the clear path. Why this Dhamma is akaliko? This Dhamma is timeless. That means akaliko. This Dhamma is to see this moment. It is called momentary sampatti or shana sampatti. Seeing this moment is the scene of nirvana. For that, it is necessary to see the Dhamma, which is the scene of nothingness. So this means there is nothing as much as such a mother here, instead seen as colors and sounds. Then there is no self in the colors and sounds. Seeing the Dhamma is seeing this truth. It is the Sat Dhamma or Satya Dhamma or true Dhamma. The realization of Dhamma is the realization of nature. That is why it is called Durlabam Sat Dhamma. Savana Durlabam Shana Sampatti. It is seen in the way the mind is forming at the moment. Only this moment is existing. In every moment, there is a mind arises and passes away. Until there is breathing exists, the mind arises and passes away. The sparks and charges of the mind are taking place. These sparks occur in the five senses. The aggregation of sparks of the five senses is the mind. In other words, the addition of sounds and forms is the mind. Other than that, there is nothing as a mind anywhere. Actually, this mind is not the brain. The getting together of sounds and colors is called the mind. Nothing else. This means the knowledge of feelings, perceptions, formations, and consciousness is the mind. This knowingness comes from the mind's consciousness or mano vijnana. There is nothing like mind consciousness. The sparks coming from the five senses, sound, color, smell, taste, and touch, due to the illumination or prasada of them and added together is the mind consciousness. This happening is a system and it is nature. The feeling that there is a thing outside and getting deceived by it is the origin, samudaya. If so, likes and dislikes arise. Then we get the current of milliwatt 5. It is the feeling. We call it charge of the mind or chitta aropane. It is something like a magnetic charge. Yarupe Nandi is being attached to it. Tadupadanam Bhavu. If so, the existence or Bhavaya is a result. The book is here, the world is there. Then the world has been created. Salayatana Loko Loko. The world has been created by the faculties or ayatana. The Buddhist is one who sees the cessation of existence and he sees there is nothing outside. Then he is getting liberated from suffering and leading to nirvana. If there is a thing outside, then there is a desire or aversion. Become attached, followed by clinging. Then existence or bhavaya is followed by birth, decay, death, sorrow, lamentation, suffering, and sadness. Having suffering, if someone sees that there is nothing outside and with the vision, he will get freedom from suffering. For this, he has to listen to Dhamma and get to know the wisdom of truth. Oh, Satyajnana. The one who has the wisdom of truth, the wisdom of action for him, what is this truth? It is the message from the noble friend, our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. Once this Dhamma is heard, it starts to feel him every moment that there is no world outside, there is no self or Atma, non-soul. And these all are sounds and colors. Though the mind says thirsty, it cannot drink water. So the mind says hungry, cannot eat. Look, putting into the mouth, going to the stomach and going out. We say I drank water, I ate rice. Never, this mind has never drank or eaten. In other words, the mind is the I. The mind cannot drink water. What happens here is only a process. At the time that the infant was born, he does not know about yellow, red, blue, or anything. He comes to know about these colors when he starts preschool at the age of 4. Until then, this child does not know the colors. This means the teacher is showing colors and making sounds while trying to relate to each other. For example, after drawing a picture A on the blackboard and showing it to the child while making the sound A. If you say A to an English national in Sinhala, he doesn't know it. Even this is the same for Chinese national because he does not have a picture or form for that sound. Likewise, the picture or the form gets adding to the sound is called the mind or the chitta. The thought that everything is there that we came to know due to the above process is the reason for such deception for a long time, or the anusotya. Within this, we had a burning, we went through lots of suffering. We saw externally that everything exists. The mango tree does not say that it is a mango tree. We say it is a mango tree. If some other national comes, he does not call it the mango tree. He uses a word that he knows from his own language. So this example shows us that there is no external things as we think. Here we associate with only our thoughts. We never have gone out from the thoughts. The mind is a wave or a taranga, which is the combination of a wave of sound and a wave of color. In other words, it's a frequency system. In this wave of the mind, there is nothing as thing. There is nothing about the self. If this is realized, then it comes to ditte ditta mattang, sute sutta mattang, mute muta mattang, vinyate vinyata mattang. There is nothing to be seen. Nobody is seen. Then the scene is only a scene, nothing else. If the sound is added, then there is a thing. Now, what do you have in front of you? Say we have a table. So, a wall, a bed, or chair. Now, without those sounds, look at them. If those sounds are erased, what would happen? They become just merely pictures. When the sounds are added, then there are things. If sounds are not added, it is just a scene. There may be enough colors and many forms, but to become something, it has to have a sound. If there is no sound, then there is nothing. Then we see the sound is not true. If one sees the truth, he feels no value in them. He knows the reality that the thing is only an addition of sound and color. Therefore, he doesn't have any value in it. If it is taken as a thing, then suffering is inevitable. Now you need to listen to these sermons one by one very carefully. Actually, all are vibrations and free vibrations. That means kampana and pratikampana. This has been formed like this. The rotating speed of the earth creates a magnetic power. It means as the earth has been rotating around itself at a speed of 180 kilometers in an hour. It creates magnetic power, resulting in emerging energy force between the North Pole and the South Pole. This process leads to the formation of the ozone layer. And within it, the layer of air in the beginning, the Earth was a huge cloud of particles or dark matter. Over time, with the vibrations and revibrations and continuous rotations, these clouds of particles turned into dust. At present, the planet Jupiter, or Brahaspati, is still a rotating huge cloud of dust. As such, those clouds of dust vibrating and rotating together and with the effect of heat and cold generated from the layers of ozone and air started slowly getting thicker, forming the Earth's surface. Then the water and life on Earth all were the making of this process. Though the Earth and its surroundings were products of the dark matter in the universe, the nature of the Earth is different. All these are natural phenomena. The nature of consciousness or vijnana also showing us everything there constantly. Therefore, when we see outside, we can see everything outside. Though we see everything outside in the real sense, we see our own minds. Even though we see the tables, chairs, beds, trees, whatever, it is the mind. But there is a nature of feeling which is relevant to everything, still not belonging to anything. This state of feeling is the awakening to the moment. This is what we are talking about. This state is like awakening from a dream. The clouds pass through, and in the same way, thoughts also passes through. There is no single moment without a thought. It is a non-stop process because until the inhale and exhale continues, the mind also arises and passes away. Though the clouds continuously pass in the sky is beyond the clouds. Likewise, the awakening state is beyond the thoughts. Though the thoughts are continuously passed through, this state of awakening cannot be taken by thinking. It can be experienced only if you get into that state. It is something like one gets the experience of the taste of salt. He can feel the taste of salt, but it is unlikely to explain to another the feel and feel the same experience. Within this state of awareness, realization will emerge. This cannot be taken merely by thinking. If it is a thought, then it would be an illusion of consciousness or vijnana. Becoming in the state of awakening is the result of a practical process. This is the product of realization of the Dhamma, which can be achieved through wisdom. To achieve this state, there should be a great wisdom. This process is not simple like doing samatha meditation, focusing on a single object. We also did the samatha meditation for some time, but ended nowhere. After all, we realized that it was not the correct way to find the truth and started practicing vidarsana or insight meditation. Today, we can see that there are some efforts among the people to find out the true path, to prevent from suiciding, stealing, murdering, and hating. A child to be born tomorrow and turn towards great kindness. It is the need to express true Dhamma. Now you have a work to do. If you see the mind, it comes one after another continuously. This happens within a certain speed. You can find this explained by the Buddha in Kachaniya Sutra. Also there are a lot of sutras which explains this. The Buddha has said, Rupantiko also Rupam Vaditi. It means the form or Rupa is being formed due to the collision, the spark or light flashes of five senses due to a very sparking speed. This sparks happens in the five senses and it creates a feeling that there is something. The world is appearing when the eyes open and the same time disappearing when the eyes close. This reveals that there is no existing world. This is a feeling of self within the speed of sparks in the senses. We are trapped within these friction flashes or aropana. It's just like we are trapped in the magnetic force of the globe. Magnetic power is created due to the rotating speed of the earth. The thrown stone comes back to the ground due to this magnetic force. The earth with the ozone layer and air cover has been created due to the circulating speed and as a result, it generated magnetic force. The moment this speed stops, everything scatters all over the universe. Likewise, with the inhale and exhale, and also the rotating speed of the globe, there are continuous sparks within the senses. The day inhalation and exhalation stops, the speed is also going to be stopped while throwing out to the space. The mind and the mind-made self going to be seized at that time. So I think it's enough for today. Buddothpada Mahansa, Thiruvan Saranai. Do you want to add something? Thiruvan Saranai.
Thiruvan Saranai.
තිරුවන් සරණයි වරදන් සර්.
Yes, I think it's good explanations. But I won't practical side. But yes, explaining is very good. But people won't experience. They won't experience. They won't practical. They won't be practical. Not thinking, not knowledge. I like to say the whole everybody you listen this time first what we are saying, but after you realize what is our life, what's happened here, why I sometimes suffering, why I have sadness, why I thinking about the death. Actually, what happened? Most people talking about after the death, they are going somewhere. They are thinking they are going heaven or heaven. That's what you think. Ask yourself, your mind, what's the happen? It's true. It's happening. What is Buddha explaining? Buddha explaining. This mind is process. It's a system. What is dependent origination Dhamma? Buddha explain whole world. It's our mind creation. We are thinking. Everything is sound and forms together. That's the thoughts. These are thoughts. You are in thinking world. You are in mindful world. It is not real. But you have existent field. You have a life field. Yes. But you can't see this, your eyes. But you can see this, your inside. Wisdom. Nobody is here. No one is. It's your mind. Mind consciousness is the word. Is creating the world. You are talking about chair, table, mother, father. But Sinhalese are talking amma, tata, kiwala. What is this sounds? Chinese are talking chan, chin, chu. What is this sounds? Sound is, yes, sound is the word. What? Yeah. Sounds became your mind to picture. That's the word. Sound and firms together. That's the important, that sound and firms. The mainly sound and firms are coming together. That's but inside their field, skin, sensor, and your taste and your smell, 10 senses. Your nose, your mouth, and your skin, these are senses together. That's Buddha's word is the field sensor. The field sensor, and your eye, you can see that's a firm, that's a sound is your ear. These are together coming. That's the kindergarten time. Little child is first time. No, this chair, table, red, yellow, blue colors also the thoughts. These thoughts are creating. That's the Pubbe Nivasa Jnana is the Buddha's word is this present moment is only the you are living is thoughts. But this creation is, look at this creation, past and future. What is this past and future? Is future not coming. But present moment is, you are thinking the future is the present moment only the thought. You are thinking. It's not happening. Otherwise, is the past is gone. It's not coming. But you are thinking. It's present moment only the thought. Now it's okay. Past and future is you know this present moment only the thought. But this present moment thought is not real. It's otherwise sound and firms. This is the case. This thought is existent every time these thoughts are created. Every time one thought is coming. That's the stream. But it is not real. It's illusion. Sound also vibrations is a, we are talking about quantum theory like that. Vibrations, waves. Says, you know, that's the colors also, lights also, waves. Red, yellow, blue. These colors are waves. These sounds are waves. These colors and sounds together, wave is coming, existent chair, table. Chair is a, chair have sound, chair have color. Chair have otherwise rough and smooth. That's your touching sensor. These sensors are creating this existent world, is thinking world is coming. That's a thoughtful world. Is mind world is created. That's not real. It's not real. It's illusion. This is the, we are talking about dependent origination is avidya paccaya sankhara. Avidya is existent field is not real. Is the sankhara is creating this censoring, this creation is made in this illusion. Misconceptions. like a mirror. You can see your face is mirror, but mirror have something? No, like this. So you know this Dhamma, the value is not coming. The existent field is the value. Every thoughts have value because existent field there. That is the value. Value is not something you thinking. These are permanent. That's the value is coming. But you know, you understood after these thoughts are not real. Solution, value is gone. It's little bit happening. Value is fading. That's the defilements are fading. That's the attach and disattach. Attach, ill will. That is the words. Ragakyo, deshakyo, mohakyo, nibbano. Attach and ill will, and that's the illusions are fading because attach and disattach is value. Your thoughts haven't a value, it's not existent. You know it's not exist, it's not real, so value is God. That's the defilements are fading. That's finally your suffering is gone. Fading. Sadness is gone. Because you know the truth is no one is here, nobody is here. It's a system, like a robot, this creation, this body. The body is creation, the senses are creation. That's the body. How is body is creating? This body wants energy. That is your energy is how is coming. The senses are creation. That's the your neurons are your body. It's like a wiring. Yeah, that's a system. It's energy, power. It's sensory. It's happening. That's the power. Your body wants this power. The movements won't be happen. Power won't somewhere coming. But it's not somebody is doing. It's automatically natural phenomenon here. Automatically is happening. That's the alive field. That's the living field. That's the being. But this one understood. Someone know this. No living being. No being, no living being, nothing exists. Nisattva, nijivas. But everything is normally happening. Normally you can see, normally you can hear, normally you can. That's a normally senses are working, thoughts are coming. But it's okay. Why? No any inside paining or vibrations. Thoughts are happening. But you are like a feather, like a trees, moving branches. The leaves are moving. Because no pain. Like a wind, like a feather. That's the tranquility. Finally, like that. You know the truth? Satyajnana is the truth. So Krutanyana, now you can experience. Yeah, no one is here. What is the Krutanyana is tranquility. That's a peaceful world is coming. So everybody in calm and cool because egoistic is gone. Egoistic is fading. No inside paining or inside vibrations because egoistic is fading. That's a tranquility. That's open your mind. That's a peaceful happiness is coming. Human life. So it is a reward to everybody. It's okay. Tomorrow we can explain other sides of this Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. How is why is valued? Why is it important? Why is humans won't know this Dhamma? So they want peaceful. They want happiness, endless happiness. This happen in this Buddothpada Dhamma discourses. You can hear, you can listen, you can experience. It's not believing. That's the true Dhamma. That's the way of Nibbana. True Dhamma has awakened to the moment. This present moment is only the moment. That present moment is everybody is in dream, but you awaken this dream, you are in not a blind, you are in the truth. That's the happiness in this world. No one to anything, any problems, any questions, no one to come in because you know the truth. Nobody's. It's very nice to understand, but not easy. It's okay. We can meet tomorrow. Everybody's everyone's sunlight. Thanks for this, Dr. Chandani and other Dhamma friends. Teruvan Saranai. Teruvan Saranai, everybody. Can
Teruvan
join
Saranai,
tomorrow.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai, dear Dhamma friends. Welcome to our English home talk. First, we would like to thank our Buddothpada spiritual Dhamma guidance teacher, and we also like to thank you for attending the Dhamma's home talk. About discuss Dhamma. This Dhamma is not the one somebody can be from the outside and understand. This is a wisdom of realization and has to be realized within and expressed to others. This has been explained in the Jati Dhamma Sutra in one line, that is Skandhanam Padbhavo Ayatananam Patilabho. To understand this, someone should have further knowledge. The Madhupindika Sutta, Sanchetana Sutta, and Jatidhamma Sutta are like in the chain. Can be removed one without affecting the other. Without understanding one sutta, the other one cannot be understood. The one who understood all as one block will be able to explain for all in different ways, in different situations and different people. But what the Buddha explained in all sutras is one thing. It is the unlimited truth. We need this Dhamma, is this sutra, as well as the ultimate truth. This is very important. Here all explain now arise of this form. Iti Rupan Samudaya. Now you should not have any doubt regarding the wisdom of recollection of past mind. Ubbe Nivanasati Jnana. Then the wisdom of recollection of past mind, of the ability to see past mind according to the order in which those minds have taken place. Like what is happening now. What happened at that time as such? The little child doesn't know anything when he was born. The Buddha said that the birth, jati, is the jati of the eye. When something is seen, in ideas coming as this gold, this is a gem, this is a book, this is a stable, as such. For all this, according to the usage, likes and dislikes. We realize this nature varies from one another. This is not good. It doesn't work for me. Just throwing it away. Bodily rationalize. Otherwise the object is good. This is valuable and I need to keep it. Then desirize. This is how desire, aversion, and delusion into play. Therefore, this is where the defilement originates. Then he gets angry when he encounters an undesirable object, and he gets rejoiced when he encounters a desirable object. That is where jealousy, anger, and stinginess come in. It is the nature of the small child's behavior. He grasps that he likes and does not allow anybody to take it away. This is called the nature to tendency to become attached. This nature of the tense has been inbuilt into the cells since the time of the mother womb. The cells have the nature of the tendency to attach. This is how the system is maintained by Mother Nature. These all are governed by the nature of speed. For example, the relating to fiberballs and conceiving of fire. Fireballs, we can see a rings of fire, but it's a real sense. There is no ring. There are only two fireballs. The speed of nature is illusory like that. When someone's childhood doesn't have an idea to me, he doesn't have the feeling of love. These ideas are coming to his mind when he getting young. The reason for this is the continued build-up of vaginal formations again and again. Rupang, Rupattaya, Sankatang, Abhisankaroti. What happened was the child took the addition of color and sound and the thing. Taking this process and think ignorance, avidya. The combination of color and sound is the formation, sankara. Showing a thing by adding sounds and colors in the take of formation, sankara. It is itself ignorance. It is not possible to say whether ignorance or formation comes first. These both come together. There is no descending or ascending order in dependent origination. When writing it, there is no other way other than writing it in order. In an actual sense, this is not written like that. The reason for this, the formation sankara is also ignorance that taken as a thing. The formation happens due to name and form, nama, rupa. The combination of colors and sound is the name and form. It is ignorance that creates the formation, and the formation that case of consciousness, which is the knowingness. The knowingness is also the formation itself. Because here it comes to know the thing at the book. The book itself is the formation, name and form. This book is the book has also ignorance, six faculties and contact and aggregators. It's all the desire. When the thing is there's clinging, padana comes. Then clinging leads the existence, bhava. Followed by birth, jati, ke, jara, death, marana, saro, dukkha, and illumination, Parideva all come into operation. This happens because the form has been taken as true. Here the book was taken as thing. The existence here is also the book. There's the book, there's the table, there's the bed. At these are existences, attachment, desire. Comes coinciding there, it's a thing. This desire leads to cling. Dear friends, we are every day we practicing in Dhamma, our day-to-day life. Sometimes we with some problems, we want to cure our Dhamma problem. Then also our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada has always give to correct answers and she explain to correct path to us. So we will little moment the Buddothpada say join with us. Teruvan Saranai everyone. Teruvan Saranai.
Teruvan Saranai Manian Mahansa. First of all, we pay my humble worship to the Supreme Buddha and our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Mahansa. Admiring the great initiatives and efforts made by Buddothpada Mahansa to spread the true Dhamma to the entire world in English, I find myself very fortunate to be able to share my thoughts in the daily English Dhamma Zoom session. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa and Teruvan Saranai all Dhamma friends. Dear Dhamma friends, if I ask you, have you ever felt unhappy, sad, lonely, or depressed? I'm sure you will say, why not? Life is full of sufferings and discomforts. We feel sad when we realize that we get old day by day. When we get caught with various diseases, when we lose our loved ones, when we have to associate whom we don't like, when we can't get what we desire, etc., etc. We even feel sad to see or hear innocent children dying or facing severe hardships all over the world due to human-created wars, natural disasters, and diseases like COVID virus. Suffering is common to all beings. Lord Buddha once said, Dukkhe loko patittito, which means the world is established on suffering. From ancient time, people were very curious to find a solution to sufferings. Some thought we suffer due to our bad karma. Some thought suffering is created by a supreme authority like a god. That's why when people undergo various suffering or losses, say, oh, it's God's wish or the Creator's wish. Or sometimes people say, that's my bad karma. Well, 2,600 years ago, Siddhartha Gautama also wanted to find a permanent solution for this problem of suffering. We call his mission towards finding a way to end the suffering as Arya Pareshana. We call it Arya Pareshana. In other words, the noble experiment. Siddhartha Gautama realized that suffering is a universal truth. Whether you are human or an animal, whether you are a king or a beggar, you are not free from suffering. Um, 2000 years ago, addressing the 5 ascetics in the Deer Park in Varanasi, Lord Buddha revealed for the first time to the world Chaturara Satya, or the 4 Noble Truths. By self-realization, through awakening spiritual life, or we say Dhamma Chakkusaya. Dhamma Chakkusaya. What are the 4 Noble Truths revealed by the Buddha? I'm sure you know them by heart. They are the Noble Truth of Suffering, Dukkha Arya Satya, Noble Truth of the cause of suffering, that's Dukkha Samudaya Arya Satya, the Noble Truth of the cessation of suffering, Dukkha Nirodha Arya Satya, the Noble Truth of the path leading to the cessation of suffering, Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada Arya Satya. So those are the 4 Noble Truths declared by the Blessed One. Explaining the 4 Noble Truths, Tathagata made a lion's roar, saying, Kubbe Ananusutesu Dhammesu, which means what he has revealed to the world is something that was not heard before. I repeat, what he has revealed to the world, something that was not heard before. The doctrine or the philosophy set forth by the Buddha is an Anatma Dhamma. In other words, it's a no-soul doctrine, Anatma Dhamma. This is also called the Satya Jnana, or the true Dhamma. Lord Buddha found the solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, but it is within ourselves. The solution to end the suffering is not anywhere outside, it's within ourselves. We are very fortunate that this true Dhamma, which was hidden through the time, was revealed once again by our spiritual guidance teacher Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse through Abhinya Jnana, in other words, through his self-realization experience. So, dear Dhamma friends, now let's discuss the message of our spiritual guidance teacher in detail. Let me first start by quoting a popular saying of Buddothpada Aryan Vahanse in his teachings discussions in Sinhala language. මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නම යනවා මාත් එක්ක මම ගමනක් යනවා මාව දාලා මම යන්නට යනවා which means I go a long journey with myself but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. I go a long journey with myself, but at some point I leave myself behind and I will never return. If you are wise enough, you will see that these few words contain the message of the Lord Buddha to end our suffering and the journey of birth and death or samsara. In this regard, we need to first understand the functionality of the senses or ayatana and the formation of thoughts and our existence of a soul. Well, what are these five senses? We associate six senses. I'm sure you all know that. We associate six senses. The eye sensor. In Pali, we call it chakku. In Pali, tongue sensor. Jivha in Pali. Body sensor. Kaya in Pali. And finally, mind sensor. Mano in Pali. So those are the six sensors. Let me repeat. Eye sensor, ear sensor, nose sensor, tongue sensor, body sensor, and mind sensor. The functionality of these six sensors is actually a system. Aryan Vahanse has clearly explained the science behind the functionality of the sensor system. A spark or a vibration always takes place at any one of these six senses. The moment you open your eyes, there will be a continuous vibration process that takes place at our eye sensor. That continuous spark, that continuous sensor spark creates an image. This is called the chakku prasada or eye sensitivity. Chakku prasada. There is no actual image there. We think that outside light is coming to our eyes. But that is wrong. What happens is, due to vibration, light is created in the sensor. Due to vibration, light is created in the sensor in the form of an image. This is a totally natural process. No one is doing this. A rising of some awareness of an image at your eye sensor level is the chakku vijnana. Chakku vijnana. That is the so-called alive feel. Alive feel. The alive feel in the sensor itself is the soul or I-ness. It's the soul. the seeing, creation of the life field, and creation of the soul occur in this very moment. The seeing, creation of the alive field, and creation of the soul occur in this very moment and disappear in this very moment itself. This is called the birth of the I. Buddha has preached that the birth of the I is jati itself. The birth of the I is jati itself. We can also relate this to the Paticcasamuppada, or the Dhamma of cause and effect. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When there are conditions, things or objects or mind conscious will arise. When such condition ceases, things or objects or mind conscious will cease. So your soul is a Sambhuta Dhamma. It is a Sambhuta Dhamma. What does it mean? Sambhuta Dhamma, which means it forms or occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Let me repeat. Forms occurs in this moment and it was not existed before. Also, it will not exist in the future too. Lord Buddha has preached Hetum Paticca Sambhuta, Hetu Banga Niruddhati. Let's take our spiritual guidance teacher's example to analyze this scenario. When you stand in front of a mirror, your image will appear on the mirror. Your image will appear on the mirror. So your image will appear on the mirror only when you peep into the mirror. Once you move away from the mirror, your image will disappear. So what you need to understand is your image was not found in the mirror before you peep into the mirror. Similarly, the same image does not appear in the mirror once you move away. This is the cause and effect. When there are conditions, things will arise. When such conditions ceases, things will cease. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, a bird will see the same world in a different way. Just imagine one of your eyes is replaced with an eye of a bird. Just imagine. When you look from one eye, you will see the world in a different way to the other eye. This means that you will experience a photo based on what your sensor creates. The light is created in your sensor. So that's what we should understand here. The light is created in your sensor. If sensor does not spark, you will not be able to experience that part of the so-called world. There can be certain vibration that our eye will not form the color or light. We think that we see the outside world, but actually we experience what is created by the sensor. Actually, your eye will not identify the image. Image is just colors and shapes. Even though we say colors, colors are identified as red, blue, green, yellow, etc. only at the mind conscious level. Only at the mind conscious level. You need to understand that in your childhood, red, blue, green was formed in your system as vibrations when you were learning in the nursery. Now when you see that color again, means a new vibration occurs in the sensor. That new vibration will be automatically matched to previous similar vibrations. So this is the functionality of the eye sense system. If I say your eye has not seen outside, if I say your eye has not seen outside, is that correct? Even though we think we look at outside, actually what is happening is we see what is created in the sensor. Just imagine once your human eye is replaced with a bird's eye. You will look, if you look at the world using one eye at a time, then what will happen? You will see completely two different worlds. Do you know the same world you see from your eye is different to another animal? For example, bird will look the same world in a different way. A cow will see the world as red. There are some people only see black and white. They are color blinded. Let's see how the ear sensor works. When the sound wave strikes the ear, an awareness of hearing created in the sensor is the ear conscious. But it does not know what the sound is. The ear sensor generates the sound sensor in this very moment. That is, vibration occur at ear. The sound object will not be created sometimes. For example, sound will not be created in the sensor for sounds more than 20,000 hertz. Then your sound system has no capacity to experience those sounds. If a person is deaf, the vibration will not happen at the ear sensor. That means if sound object is not created in your sensor, you will not be able to experience the world. There are some birds can hear sounds more than us. Even though we both live in the same world, the world we experience created is different to each other. Now let's try to understand how the touch sensor works. When you walk along the road, when you walk along the road in bare feet, what do you feel? What does your feet feel? Do you think your feet can recognize sand or stone? No, your feet cannot recognize. It can recognize certain touch feeling only. So we call it body consciousness, which cannot recognize whether it is sand or stone or something else. The mind consciousness is the mind consciousness that recognizes that touch feeling. Now let's try to understand how the thoughts are formed. We'll try to understand how that a particular mind experience or thought is occurred. When you were small, when you had no previous experience of red, blue, green, yellow, a sun, moon, book, your mother would have shown you them and educated you with the names. What is coming from the mother is actually a sound. At the eye sensor level, a vibration took place. When mother gives the sound at your ear level, another vibration is taken place. Without your knowledge, a new vibration is taken place, combining the previous two vibrations. A kind of a transformation of vibration happens. This is the point where all sensor level vibrations are contacted to provide the mind consciousness. For example, when you see a tree, a vibration is taken place at the eye level. That is the eye consciousness or a live feel. So some awareness will arise. But Chakku Vijnana cannot identify the image. This Chakku Vijnana is a kind of a vibration. Then what happens? This vibration will be matched with a similar previous vibration. This is called the telepathy system. Due to this telepathy system, new vibration occurred in your system will be matched to the previous vibration that occurred in your system. You think it is your past memory. No. As Aryan Vance has explained, this is sort of a telepathy system. Your whole body is a sensor system, like a circuit. Whenever conditions present your system, the sensors in the system continuously spark. When conditions change, it would be a different experience. So, your mind conscious will never meet present. What is experienced by the mind conscious is a similar past vibration. So to understand something, mind conscious is always looking at the past. In our mind consciousness, at a very high speed, trillions of sounds and shapes come together and ignite like sparks at all times. These data, thoughts, turn very fast in a circle. Like a fire circle, giving us an illusion that thoughts are real and true. All these sparks that ignite with thoughts, in other words, chittaropana, in the mind consciousness gives us an illusion that everything is real. When all senses are combined, mental formations are created. Sound, color, smell, taste, etc. are combined due to contact. And then a feeling such as the existence of an individual being is created. This process occurs continuously and at a high speed. When we analyze each sensor, they have no issue with the external world, as it cannot identify any objects. So the sensors have no issue with the external world. Then who has the issue? It is our mind consciousness. Let's say if someone shouts at you in bad words, you must realize that it is just the sound created at the ear sensor level. So the ear has no issue with the bad words. Then who has the issue? It is actually the mind consciousness. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? Let me repeat. Are you seeing the world, or are you really seeing what is created in your sensor? So my question is, can you ever experience outside? No, you will never experience the world outside. The world is created in your six senses. That's why Lord Buddha has said, Salayatana loko loko. Salayatana nirodho nibbana. If you really analyze, the mind consciousness cannot experience outside. It will always a nama dhamma experience by the mind consciousness. Mind consciousness is a different stage in which these colors and shapes are identified as the real object. It is at the mind consciousness level the objects such as chairs, tables are identified. All these are just sounds and forms. All these are just sounds and forms. Identification of chairs and tables as objects itself is the alive field. The alive field automatically takes the sensor pleasures as I see, I hear, or I feel. What you need to understand is the alive field is created due to a series of vibrations at the sensor level. When there is a vibration, the alive field or I-ness or the soul is created. Similarly, when there is no vibration, the alive field or soul is not created. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it ceases there itself. The soul is created in this very moment when the conditions present and it is there itself. The alive field or sensor pleasures are taken as real in the land of ignorance or avidya bhumi. Let me repeat, the alive field or sensor pleasures are taken place as real in the land of ignorance. In other words, in avidya bhumi. One with an understanding of true Dhamma will realize the alive field created at this moment is due to vibration at sensor level and sensor pleasures as a natural phenomena, and no soul could be identified anywhere. There is a verse in the famous Buddhist scripture, Dhammapada. Digha jagarato ratti digham santassa yojanam. Digo balanam sansaro sadhammang avijanata. The meaning of this gatha is as follows. Long is the night for the sleepless. Long is the league, in other words, the long journey to a tired person. Long is the journey of samsara to the fool who knows not the sublime truth or true Dhamma. Lord Buddha described that all laymen, in other words, all those who are in the Pruthajjana Bhumi, the land of ignorance, as fools. Well, Buddha said so not to insult them, but to show their real status. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchaditti. As they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things, the external world is real. All laymen are fools because they are in the wrong view or micchaditti, as they are living with the thought that all phenomenal things that exist in the world is real. They think the external world is real. As Buddothpada and Vahanse has clearly pointed out, we need to come out of the micchaditti by listening to the true Dhamma and gaining Satyajnana. We are very fortunate that our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada and Vahanse, has made a lion's roar by revealing the Satyajnana and true Dhamma which was hidden through the time. So we should listen to the sermons of that tells about the Satyajnana. There are so many intellectual sermons that Buddothpada has preached. They are available on YouTube. So you can always refer to them and you keep on listening to those sermons, so that slowly, little by little, you will get an insight of the true Dhamma. Those who believe the outside world is real are far away from the truth. Well, what is truth? Truth is the understanding of cause and effect. In other words, understanding of the Yatha Bhuta Jnana. If I relate Buddha's example to see the depth of the true Dhamma, one day Lord Buddha inquired, Ananda, what is more difficult of the two? Shooting an arrow through a keyhole from a distance, or shooting a piece of horsehair split in seven, kept 500 fathoms away with another such piece, so as to hit the end of the first piece. Ananda Thero said, Bhante, it is more difficult to shoot the piece of horsehair split in seven at another such piece. Then the Tathagata stated, Ananda, if someone realizes the Four Noble Truths of suffering, cause of suffering, cessation of suffering, path leading to the cessation of suffering, it is more difficult task than shooting a split horsehair at a distance with another piece of split horsehair. The difficulty in realizing the Four Noble Truths of Satyajnana should be understood from this image. So, we should think, having obtained a human status, it is a great loss to spend time enjoying five sensual pleasures. Which can be had at any time and are even enjoyed by animals. Not putting an effort to realize the Dhamma at least some extent. So whenever possible, we should try to reflect upon the true Dhamma. And so gradually we will see that the defilements, our defilements like anger, aversion, will slowly diminish. It won't happen overnight. You will see, you will feel that your defilements getting slowly diminished little by little. So that is the positive change that will happen in you by exposing yourself to this true Dhamma. So, I think I have explained you about the true Dhamma, and I hope you have gained something from it. And I suggest please keep on listening to the sermons on true Dhamma, and try to improve your knowledge and to gain Satyanana. It should not be merely a knowledge, it should come from within. So thank you very much for listening. Terwan Saranai to all Dhamma friends. I'm sorry if I have done any mistakes in my speech. Well, our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada Vahanse, will advise us, will continue to advise us in our path of in the spiritual path. So if there's anything to be added, I hope Buddothpada and Vahanse will explain us. So, Terwan Saranai. To all of you, Terwan Saranai, Aryan Vahanse.
Terwan Saranai, our Buddothpada Dhamma friend, for your valuable speech. Terwan Saranai, Manin Mahansa.
Oh, Theruvan Saranai, we have 9 minutes of,
Yes. I think Aryan Mahansa is not with us today, no?
Yeah, okay.
I think since we have few more minutes, I think I must tell something.
Okay.
I thank our Dhamma friend Hasita for giving us that valuable input. I think he made a very good effort to show this, what's the real truth behind our soul. I think it's very important for us to, understand we need to look at this Dhamma in the right angle. I think that angle is very important. Because sometimes we think that we exist, that is our soul exists, and then keeping our soul inside, we try to analyze maybe the outside environment or whatever our inside, and we try to interpret the Dhamma also in the same way. But I think that is not the angle which we want to study this. We need to first understand Buddha explained to the world Anatma doctrine. So Anatma means it is not another theory. That is the truth. So there is no soul here. Because we feel there is someone continuous living being, living continuously inside our body. That's how we feel. So we always feel someone is living inside because someone, in every moment, someone continue to feel. So, but we need to understand here what happens is each and every moment, the soul or that feel, form and disappear.
So that arises and then it disappears. Arises, disappears. So feel, but you feel that continuously there is someone living inside the soul who continuously enjoy, every moment. But that's not the case. The actual scenario, what happens is, the moment you contact with the outside, your sensor generate the pleasures, and that pleasure is the feel, then that feel is very natural, that comes automatically. But due to your ignorance, you think I feel, because all the time there is some feel, and your system also, kind of trying to move or to see different things, to experience different things, because you think there is someone living inside and I need to satisfy that self. So I need to give different, feelings to satisfy that inside soul. This is the problem. This is why all the competition come. This is why you are really in a pressure, because there is someone inside to satisfy. So you have a competition one over the other to satisfy yourself. That's why the jealous come. And when you can't do that, maybe you are in anger. Because all the problem comes because you feel there is someone inside, then I need to satisfy that I, that soul. But actually what happens here is, this is a very natural thing. The moment your sensor spark, that you can't control anyway, you can't control sound objects created in your ear level. You can't control whatever the feeling which occur in your body due to the wind. You can't control the moment you open your eyes, the world is created every moment, so that you can't control. So, but the problem is, each and every sensor, when it's activate, when it's do these productions, naturally the sense of pleasure is created in the system. The problem is this sense of pleasure. Now this sense of pleasure, it's a normal thing. So when you eat chili, your tongue will feel some spiciness. So it's a natural thing. But that feel, it will last a moment and then that disappear. So moment you look at a wall, that's a different feel. Moment you look at something else, it's a different feel. Let's say you are in the garden and there are several flowers in your garden. So you look at one flower, different feel. When you look at a different colored flower, you get a different feel. So that feel is actually the soul here. There is no any other soul. The soul appear, disappear. The feel appear, then in the very next moment it disappear. So the feel, that combined feel you get, appear, disappear. So this you need to slowly understand. So when we analyze this outside world even, we don't say outside world exists. We don't say outside world does not exist. Those are two extremes, my friend. That is two extremes. What we say is, the world created this moment. Salayatana loko loko. It created this moment and then it disappeared there itself. In your system, there is no way for you to experience the outside world. That's a different point that we clearly explain you, because at the sensor level, the world is created. So sensor has its own limitation. For example, being a human, there will be a three-dimensional image created at your eye level. but there can be another animal living in the world that have vision ability of different dimensions. So then the world you see is the one which is created, you know, in your sense. Therefore, we can't say whether the outside exists or outside does not exist. What we can experience is what? Only what is created. But at the same time, what is created, you know, at your eye level, it is just a light. It don't have any feeling. It doesn't recognize your mother. So all the time, through a sound, you know, all these images, photos, you have formed kind of a different vibration that your system does. So if you take for everything in this world, there is some sound, isn't it? Every material thing you have given a sound. So form appear at your eye level, then your mother say, son, this is moon, this is your father, this is book, this is pen. So each and every material thing, a sound is created, and then the form and sound combine and form a different vibration. That is the arising of the mind. So you think there is a continuous mind. You think there is a continuous mind. No, the mind is a spark, Sambhuta Dharma. It occurs at this moment and then it disappears. You think that mind is the soul, but that soul, then I would say, it arises and it disappears there itself. This is what you need to understand. There is no continuous soul living inside. So that is the misconception. That is the wrong view. That's why you suffer. You suffer about your past. You suffer about your future. You are unnecessarily in a stress because you think someone inside and you have a very big pain, you know, and you are in a real pressure to satisfy that person. So the moment you get out of this incorrect view, you are very calm and cool because you have only this moment. So awaking to the moment is you understanding this truth. So I think that's enough for the day. Thank you very much, Aryan Mahansa, and also thank you very much, Dhamma friend, who are helping us for today's Zoom session. We'll meet tomorrow as well. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි මෙහෙණින් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආරයන් වහන්සේ.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි. Okay, sorry everyone to my signal errors. Okay, Teruvan Sarnai. What you are discussing here are not applicable to my mundane life. Conventional rites and strength. And philosophy is being conventional, very thing we
Tedwan Sarne Meaning Hansa, we can't hear you properly.
On the spiritual path. A few bishops. We are trapped with six senses. Sensations getting through the six senses are real. When the truth is realized, we recognize all else. We are cycle of birth and death, samsara.
Tedwan Sarne Meaning Hansa, I think you have a signal problem. Can't hear. Tedwan Sarne Meaning Hansa.
Sorry, my signal problem today. When you have tasty food, when you have good clothes, etc. This is the mundane way life. After some time, clothes deteriorate and we look for new clothes. Again, after some time, they get spoiled and old. Spoiled and old. Again, we look for new ones. It is manner. We are running after better and better ones. Even for the food, we are running after new dishes and new varieties. Of in the ignorant way of life, we are never satisfied for long to look of the next. There is nothing in this world to be called satisfactory for long. This is suffering. What we think pleasure in this world, in fact, on pain only. There is no lasting pleasure and end up in suffering. Who asks whether you can see Nibbana at this moment? through that Nibbana is seen at this moment. At this moment, you have a thought, thoughts appear and disappear. There is no lasting thought, all are transist. It is only this thought that give of suffering. What we call the mind is fact of collection of thoughts only. Use mind and thought into the suffering in only the mind. Therefore, seeing and truth in simple words, understanding the full function in the world. The mind manifested world is created by your mind. That is why Lord Buddha said the six senses themselves are the world. Salatana loko loko, chittena niyati loko. Beauty and the ugliness that you see are not outer objects, but in your mind. Moment to moment, thoughts appear and disappear. The birth of thought and death of thought happens in the moment. The one who sees the birth and death of a thought seen Udevaya will not find conventional death. This death becomes fails. Birth and death happens at this moment. Before you outgoing breath happening, you need to contemplate Marananusati. Contemplating Marananusati means seeing the death or thought at the moment. Lord Buddha said if one contemplates death before the in-breath goes out, that is the truth. Seeing that in the moment, this Shanasampati, which is to recognize the reality of the moment. It is very rare for one to see it in the moment. It is very rare to listen to Dhamma. It is very rare to get a human birth. It is very rare to do the ritual routine phase. Okay. Friends, we are always our practicing day-to-day life. Always need to solution for our problems. Then our Buddothpada spiritual guidance teacher said it always give to us real path and correct answers. So we have at a moment our Buddothpada teacher with us. Teruvan Sarai. Teruvan Saranai.
May I pay homage at your feet? Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Welcome to the Buddothpada Zoom sessions. Today we will talk about self or the concept of me and how it is created. If I ask the question whether you like to lose your so-called soul or individual self or me, many will say no. We don't like to lose ourselves. Why? Because we love ourselves. Here, what we meant by soul or the individual self is the sense of individuality or I-ness, or the sense of separate entity that we believe as me, or the feeling of existence, or the Atma Sanya. In reality, there is no such soul or individual self. It is just a belief, a concept, and imagination. So what happens here is you are afraid of losing an imaginary, non-existent me. How can you lose an imaginary thing? How can you lose a thing that does not exist? It is like a frog in a well who is afraid of coming out of the well, isn't it? It is scared of all imaginary, fearful things outside. Another example, it is like a baby chicken. He is scared of breaking the eggshell to come out of the shell. All are imaginations. So we will find out how this imaginary self is formed. How do we get this alive feeling? To identify how the self is made, one should know the dependent origination Dhamma or Paticca Dhamma, which Lord Buddha has revealed to the world. Paticca means the process of coming together of all senses. It also is dependent on cause and conditions. If you take a book, for example, the concept of a book is formed due to a color and sound. Actually, color and sound are also vibrations. When you were small, you were shown a shape and you were taught a sound by which to call this shape. The shape and sound together makes a chittarupa or a mental image, which is called a book. It is actually a thought. A thought, as you know by now, is a illusion or a mirage. But when we see the shape, we match the sound, so we call it a book. As our spiritual guidance teacher, Buddothpada pointed out, it is a telepathy system that works. Even sounds and colors are vibrations. All are at sensor levels. It does not come from outside. You have to remember that it does not come from outside. It's a creation of our senses. So when the six senses come together, it makes the illusion of a book. It happens naturally. It is a natural phenomenon. The six senses generate power due to spark in speed, which ultimately creates a thought. Example, chair, house, book, everything. It's like a machine. Body needs power. The thought gives you the alive feeling or the soul. It's a process. It happens naturally. For example, if you see a picture again and again, you will see it in a dream too. Now, how does this happen? Repeated vibrations or the spark in speed has built up power or energy. That's why you see it as a dream. There is no one doing it, no doer. It's a natural phenomenon. It happens due to your attachment or the disattachment to the given thought, which is an illusion, a mirage. So, how do we get this alive feeling? It's actually due to the mind power produced by the vibrations of six senses. It's like a current. It's the life feeling or the soul or the Atma Bhava. We think there is a soul. So the six senses are creating the current, the waves or the spark or the vibrations. This happens so fast. For example, if you draw a picture of a child running in a book and turn the pages very fast, you could see a running child, but it's an illusion. Likewise, we get the feeling of fear, and either we get attached or disattached to that mind creation. This happens due to our ignorance because as a Buddhist, we don't know we don't know about Paticca Samuppada Dhamma or how the mind is created. And we take the outside world as true. So if someone see this as a natural phenomena, that there's no doer, nothing exists, and it's the creation of our senses, and it's happening automatically, no one is doing this,
He is out of ignorance. He has wisdom and be peaceful and calm inside. He is always burning with inside fire. You must have seen people like that around. They are always angry of something or other, always find fault with someone. They are restless, always want to do something, find fault with others. They don't like to share things with others. They don't talk kind words. Their actions, words, and thoughts shows that they are burning inside. So this is why war is happening in the world. Maybe due to one thought of someone. So many innocent people suffer. They have a big ego. Their mind is not calm and peaceful. If they stop for a moment and think, this is my mind, why should I do this? Nobody is doing this. This is only my thoughts. Then the whole world will be peaceful. So if someone knows this Dhamma, doesn't matter about the religion, but if someone knows how the thought is made and we suffer due to a thought, the lives will be more peaceful, isn't it? If you go back to the radiant mind of the baby, it is so pure. Though the five senses are working, the mind sensor is still not created. The mind power is still not generated. The mind power is just like magnetic power, electric power, and so on. It gives us the live feeling. So more the stimulus to the senses, more the mind power. Sometimes people kill each other due to this power. In Tripitaka, every sutra explains about these sensor creations, how we suffer due to this, and how to get out of this suffering. Actually, there has never been such a self or separate individual in you, but you are afraid of losing an existing imaginary self. Imaginary me. Here we use the term self, soul, individual self, I-ness, ego, or Atmi Bhave to express the same meaning. Where is this individual self? Where does it exist? Question this yourself. How does it come into seeming existence? If you inquire deeply, you will find that it is an imagination, an unchecked belief, a thought only. Recognition of the fact that there is no such individual self or Atmiya Bhavya is knowing the nature, that is to say, knowing Dhamma. It is the complete understanding of Dhamma. This is knowing the truth. This is not merely an intellectual understanding. This will be a life-changing recognition. Lord Buddha asked the monks, is this I permanent? Is this I a soul? The I is the activity of seeing. Take a common example of a book. You say, what I see is a book. Analyze this. Book is a word. It is in fact a sound. Is there a book in the sound? Or is there a sound in the book? Where is the sound? Where is the book? How did the book come into seeming existence? So Buddha explained, no, the I is not permanent. This needs to be understood in the correct sense. With the activity of seeing, the I is created at the moment by your own mind. This needs to be recognized. Once you recognize, then only you can say, no, I is impermanent and I is not a soul. You know for certain that there is no such thing called a book. It is a fabrication and imagination. You never find a thing called a book. That is why Lord Buddha said, no, anicca bhante is impermanent. If there is a thing called a book, it implies there will be somebody to see it. A book cannot exist without somebody seeing it. A subject-object relationship is established. Is it the truth? We should investigate so-called somebody and the book. Is there an independently existing book? Is there an individual self? The sense of individual self is called the bhava. If you recognize that there is no thing, then you become a Buddhist. Is there an individual self? Let us investigate. By seeing through your eye, you say a book, but book is merely a sound, and in that sound there is no thing. Word of sound is empty of anything. I received only a color. Here, color implies both from the form and the color. That color does not contain a book. You will not find anything in a color. That is not magic. It is your own experience. You have to trust your own recognition. When you see the book, you have a sense of I seeing the book. Is it not? Then how can the self of individual entity, me, come into existence? Inquire yourself and check it out. Is the sound a self? Is the color a self? If you do not find a thing called a book, how can there be an individual self to see such? Non-existent book, non-existent self, not non-existent world. Where is the world? Does it exist outside of you? The color came to the eye. Is it world? The sound came to the ear. Is it the world? Inquire this. Why can't we turn inward and see this rather than follow habitual patterns? Whatever you perceive, are those real or just mental contracts? Understanding the functioning of the six senses is called seeing the world created by the six senses. Salayatana. So, Salayatana is the six senses: eye, ear, tongue, nose, skin, and mind. Mind is created as a result of five sensory sparks. It is said that cease of the six senses is Nibbana. Now, you know that the mind is formed due to the speed of the sparks through the eye, ear, tongue, nose, and the body. The result is the sense of existing things like books, tables, beds, and so on. These are the mental creations, which is called Mano Sanya. In reality, there are no such existing things as books, tables, beds, and other things. The mental projection creates illusory objects outside. If you see the truth, you will recognize that reality is there are no existing things. They simply appear when appropriate conditions are present, just like a rainbow. Once you see through this illusion, why do you worry about the world? Are there things to lose? What is there to lose? What for you are crying? For what reason can there be any sorrow? Are you sorrowful due to a sound? Are you sorrowful due to colors that you see? Are you sorrowful due to manosanya? Is there suffering in the sound? Is there suffering in the color? Where is sorrow? Where is suffering? You cannot find suffering anywhere, can you? It is the mental creation that you created by binding color and sounds together. For example, book. Suffering, the mental creation are called Vijnana Maya, in other words, an illusion. You cannot find these mental creations anywhere. You cannot locate those. They simply appear and disappear. In reality, they do not exist. If you believe the illusion, you are bound to suffer. You are in the samsara. Think of the image you see in the mirror. You see the sound, you call this image as me. Is anybody there in the image in the mirror? So is it the color coming to the eye? Is it the sound me? Then how does this me come to existence? Isn't it your imagination? Does it really exist? Who am I? Where am I? What am I? Really, where does this I exist? Have you ever questioned this way? We usually ask people, where are you? So we may say, I am doing this, I am doing that. So it implies I exist always. What is this I you refer to? Where did this I come from? From the eye, from the ear, from the nose, from the tongue? Is there any other sense organ that I exist? No, it is simply an imagination, a fabrication, a thought, similar to the way you created a book, table, bed, and so on. The I, the sense of individual self, is the concept. It is your own imagination. Through social conditioning, you kept on using the word I without even checking what it refers to. This is a wrong identification or sakkaya ditthi due to a lack of inquiry, due to ignorance. If you see a book, that means I also exist. Similarly to the way the book is created, I also created when you start learning the words. When you see a book, at that instant, there is I also to see the book. If there are existing things, then an individual self called me also exists. If no things, then no me. You should clearly understand here no things means there are no things as you habitually perceive them to be. Seeing, hearing, tasting, smelling, and touching. That happens. But you know the reality that things are merely mental constructs through binding colors and sounds. Nothing more. They simply appear and disappear. With this, you will recognize the falsehood of individuality of me. False cannot stand with the truth. So me dies. Understanding this illusion means understanding the truth. So can you see that we all are deluded? Deluded. All are trapped in an illusion. Here it is raining, there somewhere is snowing, somewhere is dry period, another place typhoon. What are these all about? Is it not all these are illusions of the mind? In other words, Maya or Vinyana Maya. What Vinyana Maya gives is like an icing cake. Because of this icing cake, you must not lose your human nature. As a human being, if you can see reality as it is, what is the real nature of a human being? Is it not attempting to see the reality, the truth? If you do not see the truth even for a moment, it will be like you have not seen the reality of that icing cake. You may have seen large wedding cakes made of many layers, but only a small part of the cake is cut and eaten.
Their own fearlessness. Once again, as usual, complicated to listen another episode Buddothpada sermons. So as usual, exactly at 9 p.m. in Sri Lanka too, we are meditating this way to listen, to get to know about the truth. The truth has been revealed by Lord Buddha thousands of years back. So, we have been such fortunate to listen the exact Dhamma today itself. So we have to have a certain gratitude with our noble friend Buddothpada and Vanse for revealing this truth again into this world. So that's why I humbly worship Buddothpada and Vanse at very beginning of each and every explanation. So we have been talking over the months the way how our mind gets formed is the way we should understand in order to realize the truth. So, since we don't know this truth, just because we have such a huge sort of ignorance with us, so we have failed to see, we have failed to acquire such kind of an penetrative insight, which is known as abhijnana. Through his abhijnana, Buddothpada Aranwasi had seen this truth. Now he is revealing that understanding to the entire human being. To one who is, if one is willing to take it up, now it is available even in Sinhala, Tamil, and even English languages. So anybody who is ready to listen, or anybody who is ready to get to know what the truth is, so these sermons will explain that truth. So you don't know how fortunate you are, because it is a very kind of rare opportunity. So as Lord Buddha said, it is like the people, the proportion of the people who could listen this Dhamma, who could understand this Dhamma, is just like the soil that had been taken into the nail bed on top of a single nail. The rest of the soil will be remain in the ground. So they don't, that much number of people do not understand this truth. But only very few of them would understand what the truth is. So actually, as I said earlier, this truth is something that It is not just something that you should know. So as in day-to-day life, we get to know about the truth. So then we understand this is the truth and that one was the false one. So but it is a certain kind of a knowledge. We can say it is a certain kind. So what we all usually refer to as truth is something you should know. But if you understand this truth, this absolute truth, you tend to feel it not it that understanding would not confine to a certain set kind of knowledge. It goes beyond that because you you will be able to feel the truth. You will be able to experience the truth. That is the difference of this truth and the truth what you usually uh, hear in the mundane plane, in the mundane world. So this truth is so special. As you excuse, sorry, as you um, as you tend to understand the this truth is not something you would know. So as I said earlier, it goes beyond that level. You will you will begin to feel this truth, the experience the truth. So why we say like that? In simpler terms, up to now, you have been experiencing some kind of an illusion. Due to your ignorance, you take that illusion as the truth. So you were experiencing up to now during entire your life that there is someone who is living within me and I am experiencing these worldly perceptions. But you are experiencing that thing, but it is not the absolute experience. So if I say like that, that is not the absolute true experience. So it will shake you for a little bit just because you have been already experiencing the illusion. You have never experienced the truth. So that's why when you start to understand, when you begin to understand this Dhamma, when you begin to realize this Dhamma or the absolute truth, it can transform you to experience the truth. So you will be not experience, you will keep full stop for experiencing the illusion. Then you will start to experience the truth. So the people who might listen this Dhamma for the first time, so they will be confused after hearing this. So we can directly say, you are experiencing seeing right now is something that not true. But you think, due to your ignorance, you think this is the truth. But once you start to see the absolute truth, you will internally get transformed to experience the absolute truth. So this will happen. This will happen definitely if you keep on listening this Buddothpada sermon. Just because Buddothpada sermons reveals the exact message that has been delivered by Lord Buddha about 2600 years back. So, in other words, you will be able to experience the so called Nibbana once you realize this truth. Once you understand this message. So, what is this message of the absolute truth? So, we kept on telling again and again in so many times in previous explanations what Lord Buddha said and what was revealed by Lord Buddha is a kind of an anatma dhamma. Anatma dhamma means a system that not involve any kind of a living being. What Lord Buddha wanted to highlight the fact that there is no living being here and a certain system is happening or keeps on functioning. That's all. Dhamma is the ability to understand this particular system. So once you are able to understand the system, you will realize, yes, that the message is, now I realize this message is real, as real thing. Because you realize the system, then you won't be able to find any kind of a self involvement during that entire process. No self engagement within that entire process. So then, of course, what you will understand ultimately the state of non-soul state. So it is the in that state we can say that you have understood this anatma dhamma. You have realized this anatma dhamma. Lord Buddha explained how this, what is this mechanism of formation of a false kind of self here. So that's why when I initially pointed out, we were in an illusion. We were feeling the illusion as the truth. That was our ignorance. So Lord Buddha wanted to show us that how this illusion got created, the way how it was formed. So unknowingly we started believing it as a true thing. Then unknowingly we believed there is a living self within us. So how this deviation happened? How this kind of a deviation happened? Because we believed the perceptions that received through our senses as real things. That is the initial cause for it. We believe the perceptions that are received from our senses as real thing. But that was the nature. So as there is no person involvement in this process, this is what nature wanted to happen. This is what nature wanted to see through us, see through ourselves. Nature wanted to believe this illusion. So what Lord Buddha said, just try to what Lord Buddha asks us to just understand how this mechanism happens, how this process takes place. So through this, if you are able to understand this process of happening or making this illusion as real thing, then you will be not deceived anymore from that particular illusion. So this is a little bit hard to explain. But through the Buddothpada sermons, we anyhow try to explain this in as we feel the truth. So we have been talking about these senses, how these senses create different kind of perceptions, how these perceptions combine each other to give a worldly perception. So how these worldly perceptions became real, existing thing, how this existence feel of that particular objects turn to a existing self. So those things we discussed. But this is the mechanism that we have to understand. It is a process. It is a system. It happens in methodical way. So no one got involved with in that process. That is the way how nature rolls out. So we have to understand this thing. So initial vibration ultimately had been transformed into a living kind of a feel. So this is the conversion that we can figure out throughout this process. Sort of some kind of an initial vibration is getting transformed into a certain feel of existence. For that particular feel, we mistakenly take that feeling as a real thing. But there is no such a living kind of a feeling there. Actually, if you able to see this Dhamma in that particular unique angle, you might, it is not difficult to see there is no so-called vibration either. So what will be left then? Nothing. That's why Lord Buddha said, if you blow a candle, can you say to where this flame had gone? To which place? It just vanished. So you can't say in which direction it went, to which direction it went. So you can't say. It's like that. If you thoroughly understood this Dhamma, you will ultimately realize there is no self here, and also there is no such so-called a vibration either. But it will take some time to realize. But along with that, initially, what will happen to you as you realize these worldly perceptions are not real things? What kind of transformation happened within you? Earlier you had certain uh, uh, clinging towards these worldly perceptions, towards your belongings, to your car, vehicle, uh, household items, and your loved ones. So you had so many internal kind of craving towards those worldly perceptions. But once you start to realize, understand, these worldly perceptions are the perceptions that have been created by my own senses. So what is the purpose of keep attracted to those things? And this attraction, this clinging will start to fade. So you can feel it. You will be able to feel that thing. because earlier you had certain intentions to keep that, to collect more, to keep that loved ones, keep those loved ones with you always. But now these bonds become gradually loosen. You do not internally get certain tight attachments towards them. So it will drop. This clinging, nature of clinging will drop, will start to fade. And also the amount the amount that you burn inside, from inside, that will also start to fade, start to lessen, start to reduce, start to subside. Because when the attachments, as the attachments getting loose, the what do you call this, the sadness or the clinging that is came along with the clinging will also subside. So what will happen? Your extreme greed now gone down, as well as your intention to keep them as it is, as they are. That feelings also now getting less and less, become less powerful. So these things can be felt. These things can be felt. So these are the things that you would experience while you are moving along this path. So clinging, extreme greed, ill will, hatred, and ignorance, all three will become of start to fade gradually. In other words, the feeling of self-ego or feeling of self what do you call this, self, the unified nature of the self you had earlier now starts to dissolve. The unified nature that you had earlier. So you were thinking that you are one of the most important, and all the other rest of the things are there for you, like things. Now you have start use your internally you are starting to dissolve yourself. So it happens gradually. So but that these feelings will be felt. So that's why Lord Buddha said this Dhamma is Sandittika, or it is self-convincing. So you can feel that your defilements are fading. So nobody, by looking at you, nobody can say now you are improving or you are transforming. So the transformation is felt for you. It is something happening internally. So you get certain kind of a tranquil nature, and at the same time what will happen, an awareness, a certain awareness, so-called the super awareness, start to grow within you. That awareness will in turn make you to see this Dhamma more better way, more profound way. So all this will happen as you see the truth. So that's why I began this today's explanation by saying that once you once you begin to understand this absolute truth, it can be experienced as well. So these are the experience that you gain while understanding this Dhamma, while realizing this Dhamma. These experiences can altogether collectively can be known as the internal transformation. This is the internal transformation that is expected as you realize this Dhamma. So, but Lord Buddha said, don't focus on these things. Don't focus on certain stages of these transformations. So, Buddha showed us 4 stages. Soan means the stream enterer, Sakudagami, one returner, Anagami, non-returner, and the last one is the state of Arahatu. So those are the stages that have been revealed by Lord Buddha. These stages are the stages of the internal transformation. Actually, these stages are the certain ways of feeling yourself. At the initial state, you feel that you are living. But with the knowledge you know, with the knowledge you gain, you get to know there's no individual here, no living being here. That is only for the knowledge. But you feel that you are living kind of a being. That is the state of stream entry, enterer state. In Pali, it is known as Sotapanna state. From the knowledge, through the knowledge you know, there is no self here, no living being here. That is only for the knowledge. But you haven't felt it yet. You haven't started to feel it yet. So that is the first stage. But as you know, there's no person here, no living being here. Whatever the thoughts come afterwards, you begin to see the non-self state of each and every thought, subsequent thoughts. So that's why you are known as the stream enterer. So you have kept your first step to the path to move along. That is this Sotapanna state. But for him or her, he feels he himself as it is. These feelings are there. But once you start to see this Dhamma with the penetrative insight, what will happen? As I told you earlier, the feeling of self starts to dissolve gradually. So, in Buddha's terms, it is known as that dissolvement is known as diminishment of your defilement state. That is also felt. So, as I described you earlier, now you have less clinging, less amount of anger, and less amount of delusion. So you will be able to feel that as well. So this convinces you that you are moving on the correct path. It will convince, you will be convinced by these experiences. So, and ultimately what will happen? So we discussed earlier, so how you will be able to see all three realms in one single thought. The sensual world, form world, and the formless world. The sensual world is the world that you live. So where the illusion becomes a true thing for you. That is the sensual world. So with that penetrative insight, you will understand that you have been coming from that particular state. Now you will understand there is no such a living being here. So, but you still have some sort of feeling of the existing of it. That is form world. That is form world. So when you go beyond that level, you will be entered to the formless world. So all these three stages can be seen in one single thought. The formless mean in Pali terms the arupa stage. Only certain feel of existence only. But after that, you will be attaining to state of that feeling also will be gone. So it is not, even though it has been shown in four stages, there is no such so-called demarcation in between. it is kind of a gradual process. But Lord Buddha had shown those 4 stages of ease of understanding. But don't, but Lord Buddha will encourage us to keep focusing on these stages. Just focus the way how your Lord Buddha instructed us to just keep focus towards the way how your defilements appear. In other words, just focus, keep attention only on the way how your self is dissolved. That will be enough. So in order to do so, what you have to do? Doing nothing can be done intention. It will happen automatically because the illusion has been made automatically. No one's involved. But the dissolvement of the self also happens in the same way. That is known as participation. The earlier one was the Anusha. This one is known as Participation. So everything that you have taken the sphere, now you, if you understand it, there is no point of seeing them as sphere, no point of taking them as sphere. So, mind concept is also realized as a misconception. So that understanding will bring you, will take you, will carry you along the path of Participation. So only what you have to do is just finding yourself, just directing yourself to see the truth in whatever the thought comes to. That is the only effort that you have to take to move along this path. The moving and the so-called internal transformation will automatically happen. But what Lord Buddha instructed us not to keep attention towards this transformation. Just focus on seeing the truth. Only on seeing the truth in each and every one. So how we can do so? That is the problem. So when we have some might think we have to keep quiet and try to slow down our thoughts, the flow of our thoughts, then we'll be able to see the truth in each and every thought. No, that is not the thing. That is wrong. That is total concentration meditation. But not with the same. The most important thing is acquiring this penetrating insight. What does this penetrating insight mean? That is the Buddha's philosophy. The way how higher education takes place. The explanation of higher education is the only thing that you have to understand in order to see each and every point. So what are these five things? Simply tells about how the way how the senses got formed. So understanding the sense will enable you to understand how the ultimate result, so-called self, the way how so-called self got created. And if you understand the truth behind the formation of this fire beings, you will be able to understand the unrealistic nature of the formation of the self at the same time. So that will enable you to see this impermanence nature of the thought. In other words, impermanence nature of the mind. So then you will realize, because I had so much of the ignorance, I took this self as a real thing. But as I understood this process, way how self got formed, now I know self is an illusion. This world is an illusion. I am also becoming part of that same illusion. So everything will be able to see as an illusion, including yourself. When you realize there is no such a person who will take as real in that within that illusion. Everything is, you will understand as not true. That's why Lord Buddha said, in form is a formiform, or rupe penepidak. In simple, we call rupe penepidak. Penepidak means it's a form. Yeah, so as you know, the soap bubble, right? So the foam is like a soapy bubble. So the pain that leads to form that particular perception is also a water bubble. It will burst in fraction of second. So it is not permanent. And the consciousness that is formed as a result of this aggregate, it is also known as a mirage. So Vijnana Viridhyavatta, that means the consciousness gain as a result of this pain is also a mirage. And the formation of aggregate or volitional formation is like a was highlighted it as an equivalent for the banana stem. So banana stem, you know, the trunk of the banana, as we say, it has so many, it can be peeled off one after another. So likewise, one center will be there, and the banana leaves get wrapped around and around in eccentric way. So then you can visualize the so-called banana stem. But it is like that. So this aggregate is, so for that we call it sankhara. So sankhara collectively makes that perception to happen again and again. So that will give rise to certain kind of a living kind of a feeling. So that living kind of a feeling is now transformed into an illusion. So this is the way how Buddha explained these 5 decades. It's very nice. It's very beautiful kind of explanation. So you can refer them in the Tripitaka and Pali books. So I can't clearly remember the Pali words, but I know these 5 the formation of 5 tickets have been um, described using these examples. The form is just like a soap bubble, and the pain or the feel, underlying feel would be just like a water bubble, and as these things keep on coming again and again, it will aggregate in strength. So it will like a banana stem. It will be like a banana stem, and altogether it will give certain kind of a perception that feels like existing. So that is the ultimate kind of consciousness that is generated after happening all these things. So this is the illusion. The ultimate thing is the illusion that we see as the world. All these things happening in the sensory level, at the sensory level. So if you take one sensor, so we'll take the eye. So eye, the vision happens in this way. So after formation of eye, after forming a visual kind of perception, another after forming an auditory kind of perception, all these things come together and form another brand new perception. That is the worldly perception. So this world perception indirectly has a certain feel of its existence. So in order to feel that the existence of that particular perception, there should be living being behind every perception to feel that the existence feeling. So that is the way how the self, feeling of the self gets created. No one had done it. The nature did it. The nature want that it happened in certain way of nature order. So that is that is the way how the mind gets formed. That is the way how the thought gets formed. So if you were able to see this truth, so that is your penetrating insight. What you need for this particular understanding is this. One single thought is sufficient to understand the entire stream of thought, because the structure of the thought would be same whatever thought comes. So that is the way how it enables you to see each and every thought. So whatever the thought comes after that realization, it is not impossible for you to see the truth in it, because you know the way how it has been built, it has been formed. Now, know what you do this penetrating investigation to see each and every thought. So, what will this is an illusion. So, you yourself is also become a part of the illusion. So, you think that you are living, it is another form. So, that thought has no value, because you know thoughts have been made from your senses. So you know how the senses got created. So there is nothing to be taken as being. So that is the way how you keep your full stop to your entire samsara journey. So that will make a certain kind of an internet transformation to happen. So that transformation will be felt in the way of dissolvement of defilements. So you know this, your defilements are free. In other words, you know you start to feel, yourself, your ego, yourself, feeling of me, mind concept now start to fade. That means if you feel that way, that proves that you are on the correct path. Definitely, Buddha gives some guarantee for that. If you are able, if you feel that your refinements are failing, you will definitely end up at the state of Nibbana. Because this is the nature. The nature has now turned to the opposite direction. So it starts to move against the current. That means nature now, the driving force of the nature now towards the opposite direction. That is the pulse of the direction. So it you that will end by attaining the state of Nibbana. Nobody does it, even not with the involvement of yourself. Either. So I think that we have come to today's session, so we can go further tomorrow as well. Just try to understand even thinking. So goodbye, we will be able to understand. So don't hide, don't be hurried, don't be too lazy to take this message as well. Just let it happen. So until tomorrow, good night, and everything bless you. Thank you for listening.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you. May the Noble Triple Gem bless you, and welcome to the evening Dhamma talk of Buddothpada 24-hour Zoom discussion. So, first of all, let's all pay our homage at Buddothpada Aryan Vanse's feet for his selfless service to share this message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind. So, as usual, let's look at an important Dhamma point today also. Actually, when I first came to know about this concept from Buddothpada Aryan Vanse himself, I was really shocked. When I first heard there is nothing called memory, I was like questioning Aryan Vahanse, giving life examples. Then how does this happen? How does this happen? So how do we know that this happened to me, or this happened somewhere? So even now, when I say that there is nothing called the previous memory, you must be wondering, then how do we remember things? We call, and actually it's now my expertise is in relation to language teaching, so they are in neuro-linguistics we study and we research about memory. So any teacher would agree, and even in a certain branch of medicine also, there are experiments done on memory. So at once, when our spiritual teacher said there is nothing called previous memory or memory whatsoever, we were so shocked. And later, when we listened to more and more sermons and we practiced, when we began to see them through our life, we realized the phenomena. It's a natural phenomenon of vibrations, interaction of vibrations and telepathization that happens, not the data getting stored in a certain area of the brain and retrieving it when there is a need. No, that was our knowledge in relation to memory. But in Dhamma, this telepathization nicely explains how come there is no previous